Welcome back, traveller of myths and dreams. Tonight we explore the story of a goddess who walked in the shadows, Hecate, the forgotten goddess of magic. Even Zeus himself honoured her power, and yet her tale has been pushed aside by time. Before we begin, tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Now, settle in, let your eyes grow heavy, and let us uncover the lost story of Hecate before Zeus hurled his thunderbolts, before Apollo drew back his silver bow, before the marble temples crowned the sacred hills of Greece. There existed a darkness older than memory itself. It was not the cold, empty void that mortals feared, but a darkness pregnant with possibility, thick with the breath of mysteries yet unborn. From this primordial night, when Nyx spread her star-spangled cloak across the infant cosmos, emerged a goddess whose very name would one day cause mortals to whisper prayers at their doorsteps and leave honeycakes at moonlit crossroads. Hecate came into being neither as Titan nor Olympian, but as something far more ancient and profound, a force woven from the very fabric of cosmic mystery. Her birth was not heralded by the clash of bronze or the songs of bards, for she emerged in silence, in the space between heartbeats, in the shadow cast by the first light upon the first darkness. The primordial powers recognized her immediately. Here was one who would walk between worlds, who would hold dominion over the threshold spaces that other gods feared to tread. In those early days, when the universe was still learning its own laws, Hecate's dominion spread across territories that would later be carved up among lesser deities. Magic flowed through her fingers like liquid starlight, pooling in sacred groves where no mortal dared venture. Witchcraft was her gift to those brave or desperate enough to seek power beyond the ordinary realm of human experience. The ghosts of the dead, lost between one state and another, found in her a shepherd who could guide them to their proper rest, or bid them linger for purposes known only to her ancient wisdom. But it was at the crossroads where her true nature revealed itself most clearly. Every place where paths converged, where travellers must choose their direction, where the certain became uncertain, these were her sacred spaces. Here she stood with torches held high, illuminating not just the physical paths before wanderers, but the metaphysical choices that shape destiny itself. The crossroads were more than mere intersections. They were the places where different realities touched, where the veil between worlds grew thin, where mortals might glimpse the vast tapestry of existence that lay beyond their limited perception. Even mighty Zeus, when he rose to claim dominion over gods and mortals alike, recognized something in Hecate that commanded his respect. Unlike the Titans he overthrew, or the Olympians he ruled, she stood apart, neither enemy nor supplicant. In a gesture that would puzzle later generations of mythographers, the Thunder-Bearer himself honoured her with gifts that acknowledged her unique position in the cosmic order. He granted her authority over earth, sea and sky, not as ruler, but as guardian of the mysteries that dwelt within each realm. Where other gods claimed territory through conquest or inheritance, Hecate's dominion was acknowledged as something that had always existed, something that even Zeus dared not challenge. The triple form that became her most recognizable aspect was no mere artistic convention, but a manifestation of her fundamental nature. As maiden, she embodied the potential of things yet to come, the bright torch of hope and new beginnings. As mother, she represented the power of creation and nurturing, the force that brings forth life from the union of opposing elements. As crone, she commanded the wisdom of endings, the dark knowledge that comes only to those who have witnessed the full cycle of existence. Past, present and future were not sequential experiences for her, but simultaneous realities that she perceived and influenced with equal clarity. In the twilight hours, when day surrendered to night and the ordinary world released its grip on mortal consciousness, Hecate would emerge from her hidden sanctuaries to walk the borderlands between worlds. Mortals lucky enough, or cursed enough, to glimpse her during these journeys described a figure both terrible and beautiful. her torches casting shadows that seemed to move independently of their source. Her footsteps left no mark upon the earth, yet flowers bloomed or withered in her wake according to her will. Wild dogs followed in her train, their eyes gleaming with an intelligence that spoke of deeper mysteries, their howls announcing her presence to those who had learned to interpret such omens. The shadows she cast were not mere absence of light, but gateways to understanding that lay beyond rational thought. In her presence, the impossible became possible. The hidden revealed itself to worthy seekers, and the dead found voice to speak their truths to the living. She was the goddess who dwelt in the spaces between light and dark, between known and unknown, between mortal and divine, between life and death. These liminal spaces, which other deities either claimed entirely or avoided completely, were her natural habitat, the source of her power and the foundation of her enduring mystery. When the cosmos shuddered with the thunder of divine war, when Titans clashed with Olympians in battles that reshaped the very foundations of reality, Hecate moved through the chaos like a shadow given purpose. The Titanomachy was not her war. She had no love for the old order of Kronos, nor did she seek glory among Zeus's emerging pantheon. Yet her role in that cosmic conflict would prove more crucial than the songs of later bards would ever acknowledge. For while the gods fought with bronze and lightning, flame and flood, Hecate wielded weapons far more subtle and infinitely more dangerous: knowledge and foresight. Zeus, for all his growing power, was not a fool. He recognized that victory required more than strength. It demanded understanding of secrets that lay hidden in the deepest recesses of existence. The young god, who would one day be called father of gods and men, humbled himself before the ancient goddess of mysteries, seeking counsel that could tip the balance of cosmic war. Hecate, from her position outside the conflict, could see patterns invisible to combatants, caught in the fury of battle. She shared with Zeus knowledge of hidden weaknesses in the Titans' defences, revealed to him the location of weapons forged in the earliest days of creation, whispered to him the true names of powers that could be bound to his service. In return, Zeus offered her something unprecedented in the harsh politics of divine succession: absolute autonomy within her own domains. While he would reign over the ordered cosmos, she would remain sovereign over the mysteries that lurked in its shadows. This bargain, struck in the crucible of cosmic war, established a relationship unlike any other in the pantheon. Hecate owed Zeus neither tribute nor obedience, yet neither was she his enemy. She stood apart, allied but independent, respected but never fully understood. The rescue of Persephone from the underworld provided the most famous demonstration of Hecate's unique position among the divine powers. When Demeter's daughter vanished from the sunlit meadows where she gathered flowers, when the Earth Mother's grief began to starve the world into barren desolation, it was Hecate who held the key to resolution. She alone had witnessed the abduction, had seen Hades emerge from his hidden entrance to seize the maiden and drag her down to his realm of shadows. But Hecate's involvement went far deeper than mere witnessing. As Demeter wandered the earth in desperate search, calling her daughter's name until her voice grew hoarse with sorrow, Hecate emerged from the darkness bearing torches that cast light into corners where even Helios feared to look. Her flames illuminated not just the physical path, but the hidden connections between upper and lower worlds, revealing the location of secret doorways and forgotten passages. She guided Demeter through landscapes that existed between life and death, through caverns that opened onto the edges of Hades' realm, her torches serving as both literal illumination and mystical protection against the dangers of the underworld. This rescue established Hecate's permanent association with the realm of the dead, not as its ruler like Hades, but as its guardian and guide. The spirits of the departed recognized her authority, clustering around her torches like moths drawn to flame. She became the psychopomp's psychopomp, the guide who led other guides, the one who knew the secret ways through the labyrinth of death itself. The crossroads became her temples, and every place where paths converged became a potential site of divine encounter. Mortals learned to approach these intersections with a mixture of reverence and dread, for Hecate's presence transformed them into spaces where anything might happen. A traveller might glimpse their future in the dance of her torch flames, receive prophecy from the lips of spirits in her retinue, or find themselves transported across vast distances by roads that existed only while she willed them into being. The rituals that grew up around her worship reflected this liminal nature. At the dark of the moon, when her power was strongest, devotees would leave offerings at crossroads, honey cakes, eggs, wine, and sometimes sacrificial animals. But these were not gifts in the conventional sense. They were exchanges, tokens of recognition that acknowledged her authority over the spaces between worlds. In return, she might grant protection from hostile spirits, knowledge of hidden things, or safe passage through dangerous territory. Her hounds became legendary figures in their own right, spectral creatures that hunted with their mistress through the Shadowlands. Their howling announced her approach, their keen senses detecting threats invisible to ordinary perception. Unlike the noble hounds that accompanied Artemis on her hunts, Hecate's dogs were creatures of the night, beings that had learned to navigate by starlight and shadow, to track quarry that left no footprints in the mortal world. The ghosts and spirits that followed in her train were not random collections of the dead, but carefully chosen entities with specific purposes in her grand design. Some were oracles who had served her temples in life, their prophetic abilities enhanced by their liberation from physical form. Others were guardians, ethereal sentinels who watched over her sacred sites and protected her worshippers from harm. Still others were messengers, beings who could travel between realms, carrying her commands to gods and mortals alike. In the deepest hours of night, when even the nocturnal creatures pause in their restless activities, when the veil between worlds grows gossamer thin and mortals dream dreams that taste of prophecy, the true extent of Hecate's power reveals itself. She is not merely a goddess who commands magic, she is magic itself, the primordial force from which all sorcery springs, the deep well from which witches and wizards draw their supernatural abilities. Her dominion over the arcane arts predates the rise of civilization, reaching back to humanity's earliest recognition that reality could be shaped by will, word, and ritual. The mortal practitioners who sought her patronage were not the charlatans and hedge witches of later ages, but profound students of cosmic law who understood that magic was not the violation of natural order, but its deepest expression. They approached her altars not with frivolous requests for wealth or romantic conquest, but with desperate needs that could be met only through supernatural intervention. A city besieged by plague might send its wisest women to petition Hecate for knowledge of cleansing rituals. A kingdom threatened by invasion might seek her aid in calling down curses upon its enemies. A mother whose child lay dying might brave the crossroads at midnight, offering her own life in exchange for the mystical knowledge that could heal what mortal medicine could not touch. Hecate's magical instruction went far beyond the mere casting of spells. She taught her disciples to read the hidden patterns that connected all things, to understand the sympathies and antipathies that governed the relationship between symbol and reality, word and deed, intention and manifestation. Under her tutelage, they learned that true magic required not just knowledge of proper incantations and ritual gestures, but a fundamental transformation of consciousness that allowed them to perceive and manipulate the underlying structure of existence itself. The spells worked in her name carried a power qualitatively different from those associated with other deities. Where Apollo's magic was bright and healing, clarifying and harmonizing, Hecate's sorcery delved into shadows, uncovering secrets that others preferred to leave hidden. Her curses did not strike with the immediate fury of Zeus's lightning, but worked themselves out through subtle chains of causation, bringing doom to their targets through seemingly natural misfortunes that only the wise recognized as supernatural punishment. Yet her magic was not merely destructive. The protective wards created through her rituals were renowned throughout the ancient world for their effectiveness against hostile spirits and malevolent sorcery. Homes blessed by her priestesses became sanctuaries where nightmare could not enter, where the dead could not return to trouble the living, where diseases of supernatural origin could find no purchase. Her amulets and talismans, crafted according to rituals passed down through generations of initiates, possessed the power to turn aside the evil eye, deflect hostile magic back upon its sender, and grant their bearers safe passage through territories haunted by dangerous spirits. The contrast between Hecate's magical authority and that of other Olympian deities illuminated the unique nature of her power. Hermes, the messenger god, possessed cunning and eloquence, but his influence operated primarily through persuasion and trickery. Apollo commanded prophecy and healing, but his gifts came with the bright clarity of reason and moral order. Artemis ruled over the hunt and the wild, but her domain was the natural world in its untamed state. Only Hecate dealt with the supernatural in its purest form, with the mysteries that lay beyond the reach of rational thought or natural law. Even Athena, goddess of wisdom and strategic warfare, acknowledged limitations that Hecate did not share. The owl-eyed daughter of Zeus could devise brilliant tactics and inspire mortals to great achievements, but she could not raise the dead, commune with spirits, or peer directly into the hidden structure of fate itself. These abilities belonged exclusively to the torch-bearing goddess, marking her as the supreme authority over humanity's most profound spiritual needs and fears. The spirits of the dead found in Hecate not just a guide or guardian, but a sovereign who understood their unique nature and needs. Unlike Hades, who ruled over the dead as subjects in his underworld kingdom, or Hermes, who conducted souls to their final destination, Hecate worked with the dead as collaborators in her magical operations. The ghosts that served her were not slaves or mere tools, but partners in cosmic mysteries that required the perspectives of both living and dead to fully comprehend. Under her direction, spirits could manifest in the physical world with unusual clarity and power. They could speak prophecies with voices that rang like silver bells, manipulate physical objects through focused will, and even assume temporary physical form when the need was great. These manifestations were not mere phantoms or hallucinations, but genuine interactions between different states of existence, made possible by Hecate's mastery over the boundaries between worlds. The nightmares she controlled served purposes beyond simple terror. In the dreams of tyrants and criminals, her spectral messengers delivered warnings and ultimatums, offering opportunities for redemption before more severe punishments were enacted. In the sleep of her worshippers, prophetic dreams revealed solutions to problems that had baffled waking consciousness, provided glimpses of future possibilities that could be either embraced or avoided through proper action. Yet even as her power reached its zenith, the seeds of change were already taking root in the divine order. Other gods, observing the reverence and fear that mortals showed toward the torch-bearing goddess, began to covet aspects of her authority. The rigid hierarchies of Olympian society looked with suspicion upon one who owed allegiance to no master, who stood outside their carefully structured pantheon, who commanded mysteries that even Zeus approached with caution. The twilight of Hecate's prominence did not arrive with the sudden violence of divine war or the dramatic proclamations of rival deities. Instead, it crept forward like shadow at sunset, gradual and inexorable, as the younger Olympian gods consolidated their authority and reshaped the religious landscape of the ancient world. The very qualities that had once made her indispensable, her independence, her mystery, her refusal to be fully comprehended or controlled, now became liabilities in an era of increasing divine organization and clarity. Artemis, the virgin huntress, began to absorb aspects of Hecate's lunar associations. Where once mortals had looked to the ancient goddess for the mysteries of the moon's dark phase, They now turned to the more approachable daughter of Zeus for lunar blessing and protection. Artemis's connection to the moon was brighter, more straightforward, less tinged with the dangerous implications of magic and necromancy. Her silver arrows brought clean death to mortals and monsters alike, while her protection of young women and wildlife appealed to community-seeking deities who embodied clear moral principles rather than ambiguous cosmic forces. The transformation was subtle, but devastating. Artemis retained the moon's association with feminine power and the hunt, but she stripped away the darker implications that had made Hecate's lunar aspect so feared and revered. The new moon became a time of fresh beginnings rather than necromantic ritual, of maiden purity rather than crone wisdom. The triple goddess was reduced to a single aspect, her complex relationship with time and fate simplified into more manageable, mythological narratives. Hermes too encroached upon territories that had once belonged exclusively to Hecate. As Psychopomp, the messenger god, began to claim authority over the guidance of souls between worlds, his role was less mysterious than hers, more comprehensible to mortal minds that preferred their deities to operate according to recognizable principles. Where Hecate had moved souls through hidden paths known only to herself, Hermes established regular routes and procedures, transforming the journey between life and death into a bureaucratic process rather than a mystical experience. The crossroads themselves began to change meaning. Where once they had been sacred spaces charged with supernatural potential, sites where reality itself grew malleable under Hecate's influence, they became merely convenient meeting places for merchants and messengers, locations where Hermes might be petitioned for good fortune in travel and trade. The torch-bearing goddess who had once illuminated cosmic choices for desperate mortals found herself increasingly relegated to folk practices and private devotions. Yet the decline was not complete, for Hecate's power was too fundamental, too deeply woven into the structure of reality itself, to be entirely eclipsed. She retreated from the grand temples and public festivals, but she did not disappear. Instead, she found new dwelling places in the margins of civilization, in the practices of those whom the mainstream religious establishment viewed with suspicion or outright hostility. The witches who had always been her most devoted followers became her primary preservers, maintaining traditions and knowledge that the newer gods could not entirely suppress. In hidden groves and secret chambers, in the darkness before dawn and the silence after midnight, her rituals continued. The honey cake still appeared at crossroads, the torches still blazed in her honour, the incantations still invoked her ancient names. These practitioners understood what the Olympian gods had never grasped, that Hecate's power was not diminished by their neglect, only hidden. The mysteries she commanded were not dependent on popular worship or public recognition, but on the eternal human need to understand and influence forces beyond ordinary comprehension. As long as mortals faced choices whose consequences they could not foresee, as long as they mourned the dead and feared the unknown, as long as they sought power over their circumstances through supernatural means, Hecate's influence would persist. The crossroads offering became a symbol of resistance to the sanitized religion of the Olympian mainstream. In leaving food and wine at these intersections, mortals acknowledged the existence of powers that could not be domesticated or bureaucratized, forces that operated according to laws older than Zeus's thunder and more complex than Apollo's clarity. The act itself became a form of prayer. We remember what the great temples have forgotten. We honour the darkness that gives meaning to light. Her triple moon symbol, carved into amulets and painted on doorways, served as a constant reminder that time was not the simple linear progression favoured by Olympic chronology, but a complex spiral where past, present and future intertwined in patterns visible only to those with the wisdom to perceive them. The Maiden Mother Crone Trinity endured in folk traditions and mystery religions, preserving insights into the cyclical nature of existence that the newer god's emphasis on heroic achievement and eternal glory could not entirely replace. In the witching hours, when the boundary between worlds grew thin and the impossible became briefly possible, Hecate continued to walk her ancient paths. Her torches still blazed in the darkness, illuminating choices that daylight could not reveal. Her hounds still hunted through the Shadowlands, tracking spiritual prey with senses trained on mysteries rather than physical scent. Her spirit still whispered prophecies to those brave enough to listen, revealing futures that could be shaped by will and wisdom. The goddess who had once commanded the respect of Zeus himself had become a figure of whispers and shadows, her name invoked in secrecy rather than proclaimed in marble temples. Yet in this very obscurity lay a different kind of power. Where the Olympian gods were constrained by their public roles, by the expectations and limitations of official worship, Hecate remained free to work according to her own ancient purposes. The forgotten goddess was forgotten only by those who chose not to remember, while her true devotees understood that some mysteries were too profound for public display. As civilizations rose and fell, as new gods claimed the altars and new philosophers explained away the supernatural, Hecate endured in the spaces between, in the questions that remained unanswered, in the magic that persisted despite rational dismissal. She became the goddess of those who dwelt on margins, who sought truth in shadows, who understood that the most profound realities were often the most hidden. And so she remains, torchbearer in the darkness, guardian of crossroads both literal and metaphorical, keeper of mysteries that no amount of forgetting can entirely erase. In every choice made at midnight, every candle lit against the dark, every whispered prayer for protection against unknown terrors, the ancient goddess continues her eternal work. For Hecate was never merely a goddess to be worshipped, but a force to be recognized. The shadow that gives form to light, the mystery that gives meaning to knowledge, the darkness that makes dawn precious. In the end, perhaps being forgotten was itself another form of her magic, the power to work unseen, to influence without interference, to remain eternal precisely because she had stepped outside the cycles of rise and decline that claimed even the mightiest of Olympian deities. The torch-bearing goddess had found the ultimate crossroads, the place where memory and forgetting meet, and there she stands still, illuminating paths for those wise enough to seek her in the shadows. Before we begin, get comfy and let your mind drift. Quick question. Where are you listening from, and what time is it for you right now? Drop it in the comments so we can map the night sky together. If you enjoy calm mythology, tap like and subscribe. Tonight, before Artemis, there was Selena, the true goddess of the moon, and the lost story of how she lit the night. In the beginning there was only chaos, the yawning void where nothing stirred and nothing sang. It was not darkness as we understand it, for darkness implies the absence of light, and light had not yet been conceived. It was the emptiness before concepts, the silence before the first word, the stillness before the first breath that would set all of creation into motion. From this primordial emptiness emerged Nyx, the goddess of night, her vast wings spanning the entirety of existence, like velvet curtains drawn across an infinite stage. She was not merely darkness, but the fertile void from which all possibilities would spring. Her breath was the wind between the stars, her heartbeat the rhythm that would one day govern all of time's passages. Nyx was ancient beyond measure, older than thought, more fundamental than desire. Yet even she felt the stirring of maternal love, and from her cosmic womb she bore children to populate the endless night. First came Erebus, the deep darkness that dwells in hidden places. Then came Ether, the bright upper air that would carry the voices of gods and mortals alike. Following him was Hemera, the goddess of day, whose gentle touch would eventually part the curtains of night to reveal the wonders hidden in shadow. But among all of Nyx's offspring, 3 siblings were destined to govern the very structure of time itself, to create the rhythm by which all life would measure its days and seasons and years. These were the children who would bridge the gap between the cosmic and the personal, between the infinite and the intimate. Helios, eldest of the three, was born with fire in his veins and gold in his hair. His laughter rang like bronze bells across the void, and where his footsteps fell, light blazed into existence. He would drive the sun's chariot across the sky each day, his bronze shoulders gleaming as he carried illumination from the eastern edge of the world to its western boundary. Under his light, cities would rise, crops would grow, armies would march, and all the loud, busy work of civilization would unfold. Eos, the dawn goddess, emerged with rosy fingers that could part the veils between night and day, with the gentleness of a mother drawing back curtains from a child's window. She was the goddess of beginnings, of first light touching mountain peaks, of dew forming on spider webs, of birds stirring in their nests to greet each new day. Her beauty was the beauty of potential fulfilled, of hope made manifest, of the eternal promise that darkness never lasts forever, and between them, bridging the realms of blazing day and gentle dawn, was Selene, goddess of the moon, keeper of silver hours, mother of nightlight. Where Helios brought fire and Eos brought the soft warmth of morning, Selene brought something altogether different. The cool contemplative light that transforms rather than merely illuminates. Unlike her blazing brother with his team of fire-breathing stallions, or her blushing sister with her chariot of roses and gold, Selene moved through the heavens with a different kind of majesty entirely. Her chariot was wrought of silver so pure it seemed to capture starlight and hold it like water in a crystal bowl. Sometimes it was drawn by pale oxen, whose horns curved like crescents, and whose eyes held the deep wisdom of creatures who had gazed upon the birth of worlds. Other times, winged horses pulled her celestial vehicle, their coats shimmering like sea foam under starlight, their manes flowing like rivers of liquid mercury. When Selene first rose above the eastern mountains, ascending into the star-scattered darkness that was her natural domain, the entire world transformed in ways both subtle and profound. The restless ocean, which had churned and roiled in the endless darkness before her birth, suddenly stilled to mirror her luminous face. Each wave became a lens focusing her light, creating pathways of silver that stretched from horizon to horizon like roads built for the feet of wandering souls. Wolves who had howled through the endless night in loneliness and confusion before her coming fell quiet in reverence. They sensed in her presence something akin to their own nature, the knowledge that true power often moves silently, that the most important truths are whispered rather than shouted, that patience is a form of strength unknown to those who live only in daylight's urgency, lovers separated by the harsh necessities of daylight, the work that called them to distant fields, the duties that kept them in different parts of the city, the social conventions that forbade their meeting, stirred from uneasy rest and found their way to windows. They were drawn by silver threads of longing that seemed to connect heart to heart across any distance, guided by a light that revealed not just the physical landscape, but the geography of desire and devotion. Night-blooming flowers, which had remained tightly closed in the endless darkness, began to open their petals like hands reaching toward prayer. Jasmine released its intoxicating perfume. Night-blooming cereus unfurled its ghostly white blossoms, and moonflowers turned their pale faces upward to drink in the silver radiance that gave them life. The very air seemed to thicken with magic, with possibility, with the sense that in this transformed landscape anything might happen. Where Helios brought the clamour of commerce, the shouts of merchants hawking their wares, the ring of hammers on anvils, the creak of wagon wheels carrying goods to market, the clash of bronze on bronze as armies practiced their deadly arts, Selene brought something infinitely more precious: silence. But it was not the empty silence of absence. It was the full, rich silence of contemplation, of dreams taking root in fertile darkness, of souls expanding to meet the vast mystery of existence. In her gentle light, philosophers discovered they could think thoughts too delicate to survive in the harsh glare of day. Poets found words that seemed to come from some deeper source than their conscious minds, verses that carried the rhythm of tides and the whisper of wind through wheat. Mothers sang lullabies that would echo through generations, their voices blending with the night sounds, the hoot of owls, the rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of streams, to create a symphony of peace that settled over the world like a blessing. Craftsmen who worked in the refined arts, jewellers setting precious stones, scribes illuminating manuscripts, weavers creating tapestries of surpassing beauty, found that their hands moved with greater precision under moonlight, as if Celine's influence refined not just vision, but the very impulses that guided creative work. Healers discovered that certain herbs gathered under the full moon held greater potency, that wounds dressed by moonlight healed more cleanly, that the boundary between body and spirit grew thin enough for true healing to occur. Yet even in those ancient days, when the world was younger and the old ways still held sway over mortal hearts, there were whispers of change carried on the wind. The younger gods, Zeus with his thunderbolts and political cunning, Poseidon with his earthquakes and tidal ambitions, Hades with his stern dominion over the underworld's riches, cast envious eyes toward the primordial powers who had ruled since time began. They spoke in the marble halls of their palaces of progress, of civilization, of new ways that would make mortals forget the ancient rhythms that governed the turning of seasons and the flow of tides. They promised mortals adventure instead of contemplation, conquest instead of cycles, immediate gratification instead of patient wisdom, and mortals, always susceptible to the lure of novelty, began to listen. Celine felt the shifting winds of fate like a chill that touched her silver robes as she drove her chariot across the star-scattered sky. She sensed the change in prayers rising from temples below, the gradual shift from reverence for natural law to hunger for supernatural intervention. Yet she continued her nightly journey, faithful to the covenant she had made when time itself began, to light the darkness for all who needed guidance, to mark the passage of days and seasons, to provide the steady rhythm against which all other changes could be measured. She did not yet know that her greatest trial lay ahead, hidden in the political machinations of younger gods who mistook innovation for improvement. She could not foresee that her very name would nearly vanish from mortal memory, replaced by those who understood spectacle but not substance, who could command worship but not provide the deep nourishment that souls required. But the moon would remember, the moon which was her heart made manifest, her breath-given form, her love transformed into light. The moon would always remember, and in its faithful rising, night after night, phase after phase, the essence of what she represented would endure long after temples crumbled, and new gods rose to claim dominion over territories they had never truly understood. The first age of the world was ending, though few recognized the signs. But Celine, driving her silver chariot through the constellation-crowded darkness, felt the approach of changes that would test everything she believed about the nature of true power, the value of patient service, and the difference between being remembered and being essential. Long before mortals learned to mine silver from the earth's hidden veins, before they discovered how to polish metal into mirrors that could capture and reflect light, Selene undertook the greatest act of creation the heavens had ever witnessed. It was not enough, she realized, to simply traverse the night sky in her chariot, beautiful though that journey was. The world needed something more permanent, more constant, a celestial beacon that would remain visible even when she herself was occupied with other divine duties. In the cosmic forge of her imagination, she began to gather the raw materials of moonlight. From the mist of newborn stars, still warm with the breath of creation, she drew threads of luminescence so fine they could barely be seen even by divine eyes. From the foam of the cosmic sea that flows between the worlds, that vast ocean in which planets swim like islands and solar systems drift like archipelagos, she collected droplets of liquid starlight that held within them the memory of the universe's first moment. But these ethereal substances were only the beginning. To create a moon worthy of the name, Selene needed to infuse her creation with something far more precious, her own essence. Standing at the crossroads of night and eternity, she breathed upon the gathered star mist and sea foam, and under the influence of her divine breath, they began to coalesce and harden into a perfect sphere of luminous silver. This was no mere ornament for the night sky, no simple lamp to hang among the constellations. The moon was Selene's heart made manifest, connected to her by invisible threads of power and love that stretched across any distance. It was her soul given form, her breath transformed into light, her very life force shaped into something that could bless the world even when she was far away. As she breathed, the slow, deep respiration of a goddess whose every exhalation shaped reality, the moon waxed and waned in perfect harmony with her divine life. When she exhaled slowly, deliberately, pouring her energy into the world below, the moon grew full and bright, blessing the earth with abundant light that revealed hidden beauties and guided lost travellers home. When she drew breath back into her luminous being, conserving her power for the challenges ahead, the moon diminished to a slender crescent, its light becoming more focused, more intense, like a silver knife cutting through the darkness. The effect on the mortal world was immediate and profound. The ocean, which had moved in chaotic patterns since the world's birth, suddenly felt the pull of this new celestial body and began to rise and fall in response to its phases. Tides were born in that moment, the vast slow dance between sea and sky that would become one of the Earth's most fundamental rhythms. Sailors, who had once feared to venture beyond sight of land in the uncertain darkness, discovered that they could trust Selene's silver path across the water. Her light revealed hidden currents that could speed their passage, warned of approaching storms by the way it reflected off different types of clouds, and guided them safely back to harbours they could not have found by day. They learned to read her phases like chapters in a book of navigation. Full moon for long voyages when maximum light was needed, new moon for stealthy passages when concealment was more important than visibility. Fishermen found that certain fish rose to feed during specific lunar phases, that nets cast under the full moon brought in different catches than those thrown during the dark of the moon. They began to time their expeditions according to her cycle, learning to work with rather than against the cosmic rhythms she had established. The first age of the world was ending, though few recognized the signs. But Selene, driving her silver chariot through the constellation-crowded darkness, felt the approach of changes that would test everything she believed about the nature of true power, the value of patient service, and the difference between being remembered and being essential. Long before mortals learned to mine silver from the earth's hidden veins, before they discovered how to polish metal into mirrors that could capture and reflect light, Selene undertook the greatest act of creation the heavens had ever witnessed. It was not enough, she realized, to simply traverse the night sky in her chariot, beautiful though that journey was. The world needed something more permanent, more constant, a celestial beacon that would remain visible even when she herself was occupied with other divine duties. In the cosmic forge of her imagination, she began to gather the raw materials of moonlight. From the mist of newborn stars, still warm with the breath of creation, she drew threads of luminescence so fine they could barely be seen even by divine eyes. From the foam of the cosmic sea that flows between the worlds, that vast ocean in which planets swim like islands and solar systems drift like archipelagos, she collected droplets of liquid starlight that held within them the memory of the universe's first moment. But these ethereal substances were only the beginning. To create a moon worthy of the name, Selene needed to infuse her creation with something far more precious, her own essence. Standing at the crossroads of night and eternity, she breathed upon the gathered star mist and sea foam, and under the influence of her divine breath, they began to coalesce and harden into a perfect sphere of luminous silver. This was no mere ornament for the night sky, no simple lamp to hang among the constellations. The moon was Selene's heart made manifest, connected to her by invisible threads of power and love that stretched across any distance. It was her soul given form, her breath transformed into light, her very life force shaped into something that could bless the world even when she was far away. As she breathed, the slow, deep respiration of a goddess whose every exhalation shaped reality, the moon waxed and waned in perfect harmony with her divine life. When she exhaled slowly, deliberately, pouring her energy into the world below, the moon grew full and bright, blessing the earth with abundant light that revealed hidden beauties and guided lost travellers home. When she drew breath back into her luminous being, conserving her power for the challenges ahead, the moon diminished to a slender crescent, its light becoming more focused, more intense, like a silver knife cutting through the darkness. The effect on the mortal world was immediate and profound. The ocean, which had moved in chaotic pattern since the world's birth, suddenly felt the pull of this new celestial body and began to rise and fall in response to its phases. Tides were born in that moment, the vast slow dance between sea and sky that would become one of the Earth's most fundamental rhythms. Sailors, who had once feared to venture beyond sight of land in the uncertain darkness, discovered that they could trust Selene's silver path across the water. Her light revealed hidden currents that could speed their passage, warned of approaching storms by the way it reflected off different types of clouds, and guided them safely back to harbours they could not have found by day. They learned to read her phases like chapters in a book of navigation. Full moon for long voyages when maximum light was needed, new moon for stealthy passages when concealment was more important than visibility. Fishermen found that certain fish rose to feed during specific lunar phases, that nets cast under the full moon brought in different catches than those thrown during the dark of the moon. They began to time their expeditions according to her cycle, learning to work with rather than against the cosmic rhythms she had established. Farmers, too, felt her influence in ways both practical and mystical. Seeds planted during the moon's growing phases seemed to flourish with unusual vigour, as if they were drawing not just on the soil's nutrients, but on some celestial energy that flowed down with the moonlight. Harvests gathered during her full brightness lasted longer in storage, maintaining their freshness through the winter months, when such preservation could mean the difference between survival and starvation. Women discovered that their bodies echoed the moon's 28-day cycle, linking them to the cosmic pattern of creation and renewal in ways that made them partners in the great work of bringing new life into the world. Midwives learned to calculate the timing of births by the moon's phases, finding that children born under different lunar aspects carried different gifts and faced different challenges. But among all the mortals who felt Selene's influence, one captured her attention above all others. His name was Endymion, and he was both shepherd and astronomer, a man who had learned to read the night sky like a vast scroll written in languages of light and shadow. By day, Endymion tended his flocks on the slopes of Mount Latmos, guiding them to the sweetest grasses and protecting them from wolves and weather. But when darkness fell and other mortals retreated to the safety of their homes, he climbed to the mountain's highest peaks to pursue his true passion, the study of celestial movements. With instruments of his own devising, bronze circles for measuring angles, water clocks for timing stellar transits, carefully polished mirrors for focusing starlight, he mapped the wheeling constellations and learned to predict their seasonal changes. Selene first noticed him during one of her nightly crossings of the sky. While other mortals hurried through their necessary business under her light, eager to finish their tasks and return to the safety of indoor fires, Endymion stood on his mountain top with arms raised in greeting. He called out observations about star patterns, asked questions of the night sky as if he expected answers, and conducted himself with the reverence of a priest performing sacred rituals. His devotion touched something deep in the goddess's heart, Here was a mortal who understood that the night sky was not empty space decorated with pretty lights, but a vast library of knowledge waiting to be read by those with the patience and dedication to learn its languages. Night after night she found herself lingering above Mount Latmos, casting her brightest light upon Endymion's upturned face, illuminating his instruments and scrolls with unusual clarity. Eventually unable to resist the pull of connection she felt with this dedicated scholar, Selene began to descend from her chariot. Taking mortal form, though she could never fully disguise the luminous quality of her skin or the silver fire that danced in her eyes, she walked beside Endymion through the high meadows where night-blooming flowers opened in her presence, and nocturnal creatures emerged to witness their conversations. Together, they traced the paths of planets through the zodiacal houses, named new constellations after the heroes and monsters whose stories played out across the star-scattered darkness, and spoke of mysteries that only revealed themselves to those willing to spend entire nights in patient observation. Endymion taught Selene how mortals experience time, the urgency of brief lives measured in decades rather than eons, the poignancy of seasons that pass too quickly for human hearts to fully absorb their beauty, the bittersweet knowledge that all earthly beauty fades even as it reaches its peak perfection. In return, Selene revealed to him the eternal patterns that governed all existence, the great cycles that repeated across ages with variations so subtle that only divine perception could detect them. She showed him how the apparent chaos of planetary movements resolved into elegant harmonies when viewed from the proper perspective, how eclipses and conjunctions followed laws as predictable as the rise and fall of tides, how the entire universe danced to rhythms too vast for mortal comprehension, yet too beautiful to remain forever hidden. Their love affair became legendary, sung by poets around shepherds' fires and in the marble halls of kings. Mortals spoke of the moon goddess who descended nightly to walk with her beloved astronomer, of the way moonlight seemed more intense above Mount Latmos, of the remarkable accuracy of Endymion's predictions about eclipses and planetary movements. The story grew with each telling, until it became a symbol of the marriage between divine wisdom and human dedication, between celestial knowledge and earthly application. But even as mortal poets celebrated this union between goddess and scholar, disturbing changes were stirring in the halls of Mount Olympus. Zeus had consolidated his power over the younger generation of gods, establishing a new order that prioritized political efficiency over natural law. With his rise came a different vision of divine hierarchy, one that valued dramatic intervention over patient guidance, spectacular miracles over subtle influence. Artemis, Zeus's daughter, had already claimed dominion over the hunt, commanding the loyalty of archers and the reverence of those who lived on civilization's wild edges. But her ambitions reached far beyond forest clearings and mountain paths. She looked upon the night itself as unclaimed territory, ripe for conquest by a goddess with the will and skill to seize it. The darkness held so many possibilities, the mysteries that bred in shadow, the wild places where ordinary laws held no sway, the loyalty of creatures that emerged only when the sun had set. All of these could belong to her if she could somehow eclipse the gentle moon goddess who had ruled them since the world's youth. The challenge would be to accomplish this transition without appearing to usurp ancient rights, to make it seem like natural evolution rather than political coup. Mortals, always eager to curry favour with rising powers and always susceptible to novelty's appeal, began to redirect their prayers. Where once they had whispered Selene's name in rituals designed to ensure safe passage through dark hours, they now called upon Artemis the Huntress, protector of all who moved through night's domain. The shift was subtle at first, so gradual that even careful observers might have missed it. But Selene felt it like a cold wind blowing across her silver path through the constellations. Still, secure in the knowledge of her essential role in the world's functioning, she continued her nightly journey. The moon still waxed and waned according to her breathing, the tides still danced to her rhythm, The calendar still marked months by her phases. Surely, she thought, these fundamental connections would preserve her place in the cosmic order, regardless of shifting fashions in divine worship. She did not yet understand that in the new game of divine politics being played in Zeus's court, practical necessity counted for less than popular appeal, ancient wisdom for less than contemporary relevance. The ability to inspire awe through spectacular displays had become more valuable than the patient work of maintaining the natural order. And in this new environment, Selene's gentle constancy, which had once been her greatest strength, might prove to be a fatal vulnerability. The stage was being set for a transformation that would test everything she believed about the nature of true power, the relationship between gods and mortals, and the difference between being needed and being wanted. The transformation of divine worship happened slowly, like the imperceptible shift of seasons that mortals barely notice, until suddenly the familiar world has become foreign. It began in the temples where priests, ever sensitive to the changing currents of political power, started to reinterpret rituals that had been performed the same way for centuries. Where once the sacred vessels had been filled with silver wine and lifted towards Selene during the monthly ceremonies, priests now dedicated these same vessels to Artemis, claiming that the huntress goddess had always been the true patron of lunar rites. Where once pregnant women had gathered in temple courtyards during the full moon, calling on Selene's blessing for safe childbirth, for it was well known that women laboured more easily when her light shone bright, they now invoked Artemis as protector of young creatures, including the human children soon to be born. The changes were subtle at first, often consisting of nothing more than substituting one divine name for another, while leaving the essential structure of the rituals intact. To the casual observer, the ceremonies appeared unchanged. The same silver ornaments caught moonlight during the sacred hours, the same calendars marked the passage of lunar months, the same careful attention was paid to the moon's phases when timing important undertakings. But Selene, observing from her celestial height, felt each alteration like a small wound. These temples had been built with stones quarried by moonlight, consecrated with ceremonies performed under her direct blessing, filled with centuries of prayers addressed specifically to her. Now her name was being systematically erased from liturgies, her stories replaced with tales of Artemis's hunt, her gentle guidance reframed as the stern protection of a warrior goddess. Most painful of all was the rise of Hecate, the triple goddess who began to absorb Selene's more mysterious aspects. Mortals, in their need to understand and categorize divine influence, had begun to divide the moon's seemingly different moods among separate deities. The bright, nurturing full moon became Artemis's domain, the huntress in her aspect as protector of the innocent. The dark, invisible new moon was claimed by Hecate, the crone who governed magic, crossroads, and the passage between worlds. This left Selene with only fragments of her former completeness. The waxing moon, the waning moon, the subtle variations between one full moon and another. These became her diminished realm, important to astronomers and farmers but lacking the dramatic appeal that could command widespread popular devotion. She was being transformed from a complete goddess into a specialized function, from a divine person worthy of love and reverence, into a cosmic mechanism deserving only technical respect. The political machinery of Mount Olympus ground forward with ruthless efficiency. Zeus, ever the master strategist, understood that multiple goddesses claiming authority over the same celestial sphere created confusion among mortal worshippers and weakened the overall structure of divine hierarchy. Clear lines of responsibility were essential for maintaining order in both heavenly and earthly realms. One mistress of the moon is enough, he declared during a council session, held in the great hall where thrones of different gods ringed a central dais, like constellation points around a celestial pole. His voice carried the authority of thunder, the finality of earthquake, the inevitability of political necessity. Let the division of roles be clear and logical. Artemis shall govern the hunt and the bright aspect of the moon. Hecate shall rule magic and the moon's dark phase. All other lunar functions can be distributed as needed. Selene attended these councils, though her presence seemed to grow fainter with each session. Her silver robes, which had once blazed with inner light, now appeared merely pale in the overwhelming radiance of Zeus's court. When she spoke in defence of her ancient rights, her voice carried the soft authority of wind through wheat fields, of waves against distant shores, power so fundamental it had no need for volume or threats. But the younger gods had learned to mistake spectacle for substance, drama for depth. They valued the ability to inspire immediate awe over the capacity to provide lasting guidance. In their estimation, Selene's gentle constancy, which had once been her greatest strength, had become evidence of limitation rather than wisdom. "Sister," Artemis said, her tone carefully modulated to convey respect while simultaneously expressing pity, "your time was indeed glorious, and none can question your devotion to duty. But the world has changed. Mortals no longer want gods who simply maintain natural order. They need deities who actively intervene in their lives, who hunt beside them, who answer their prayers with visible results." Artemis gestured toward the marble columns that supported the council chamber's roof, each one carved with scenes of divine intervention in mortal affairs. "You offer contemplation, but they hunger for adventure. You provide cycles, but they want conquest. You give them peaceful nights, but they prefer the excitement of the hunt. It's not a matter of right or wrong, it's simply how the mortal heart has evolved." The debate might have continued indefinitely, with various gods weighing the merits of tradition against innovation, stability against change, natural law against supernatural spectacle. But then came an event that transformed theoretical discussion into immediate crisis. The eclipse that nearly shattered the cosmic order itself. Mortals had witnessed eclipses before, of course. These events followed predictable patterns that careful observers like Endymion could calculate years in advance. But always in the past, Selene had been present to guide the world through these temporary darkenings. Her voice had whispered in the minds of priests, explaining the celestial mechanics, calming fears, transforming terror into wonder. Her presence had provided stability, even when her light was temporarily obscured. This time, however, as the Earth's shadow began its slow consumption of the moon's silver face, Selene felt something she had never experienced in all her eons of existence. Doubt. The constant whisper of political pressure, the gradual erosion of her worshippers' faith, the systematic replacement of her name with others, all of this created a moment of uncertainty that manifested as a wavering in her very essence. The effect was catastrophic. As doubt clouded Selene's consciousness, her control over the lunar eclipse became unsteady. What should have been a smooth, predictable transition became erratic and frightening. The shadow's edge wavered across the moon's face like a living thing, pulsing in rhythm with the goddess's uncertain heartbeat. Across the mortal world, the consequences were immediate and terrible. People fled indoors, certain that the world was ending, that the stable order of a night and day was collapsing into chaos. Animals cried out in confusion. Birds that should have been roosting began to sing dawn songs in the middle of the night, while nocturnal creatures retreated to their daytime hiding places, unable to interpret the conflicting signals from sky and instinct. The ocean's tides turned chaotic, threatening coastal settlements with unpredictable surges and withdrawals. Ships caught at sea found themselves alternately stranded on exposed seabeds and lifted by enormous swells as the moon's gravitational influence fluctuated wildly. Even the gods on Mount Olympus felt tremors of unease as one of the cosmos's most fundamental rhythms seemed to stutter and fail. But Selene, remembering her true purpose in the moment of greatest crisis, steadied herself against the tide of doubt that threatened to drown her cosmic identity. She reached deep into her connection with the primordial forces that had shaped her at the universe's birth, drawing on the same creative power that had first separated light from darkness, order from chaos, meaning from void. With enormous effort of will, she began to guide the eclipse back into its proper pattern. Instead of fighting the Earth's shadow, or trying to prevent the temporary darkening of her moon, she embraced the eclipse as a teaching opportunity. She showed mortals that apparent endings could be moments of profound revelation, that darkness temporarily triumphant made the return of light more precious, that even the most reliable cosmic forces had their moments of mystery and change. You are appointed herald of the seas to carry your father's will to all corners of the ocean. Yet reports reach us that you have been acting with increasing independence, making decisions about the fate of mortals without consulting the proper divine hierarchy. Poseidon, seated at his brother's right hand, shifted uncomfortably. His love for his son was absolute, but even he was beginning to worry about Triton's growing autonomy. "My son," he said carefully, "your power has grown greatly since your appointment." This is as it should be. A herald must command respect, but perhaps it is time to discuss how that power should be used. Triton stood in the centre of the great hall, surrounded by the assembled gods, and for the first time in his existence he felt the weight of their combined attention. But instead of intimidation, what he experienced was a revelation. He realized that he was no longer the child who had been born clutching a conch shell. He was something new, something that perhaps even these ancient powers didn't fully understand. When he spoke, his voice carried undertones of the deep sea that made several of the gods lean forward in surprise. "Honoured uncle, beloved father, assembled gods of Olympus, I have served as herald faithfully, carrying the will of the sea to every corner of the ocean. But in doing so, I have learned things that perhaps cannot be learned from the heights of Olympus or even from the coral throne of my father's palace." Zeus's eyes narrowed slightly. "Speak plainly, young herald." "The sea is not merely a domain to be ruled," Triton continued, his confidence growing with each word. "It is a living entity with its own consciousness, its own will, its own desires. When I blow my conch shell, I do not simply command the waters, I converse with them. When I judge the actions of mortals upon the sea, I do not impose arbitrary divine will. I translate the ocean's own response to their presence." A murmur ran through the assembled gods. This was not the language of a herald explaining his actions to his superiors. This was the language of someone claiming an entirely different relationship with power itself. Hera, ever suspicious of family dynamics that might threaten the established order, spoke up. "You speak as if the ocean is separate from your father's dominion. Are you suggesting that Poseidon does not truly rule the seas?" The question hung in the air like a challenge, and Triton knew that his answer would determine not just his own future, but the entire relationship between the divine hierarchy and the oceanic realm. "I suggest," he said carefully, "that my father rules the seas as Zeus rules the sky, through power, wisdom, and divine right. But I have learned that the sea, like all living things, responds better to harmony than to domination. My role as herald has evolved into something more like translation. I help the ocean communicate with the divine realm, and I help the divine realm understand what the ocean truly needs." It was a diplomatic answer, but everyone present understood the implication. Triton was positioning himself not just as his father's messenger, but as an intermediary between two separate powers, the traditional divine hierarchy and the oceanic consciousness he claimed to represent. Zeus considered this for a long moment before rendering his judgment. "Your service as herald has been exemplary, nephew, and your innovations in that role show wisdom beyond your years. However, power without proper boundaries can lead to chaos. You will continue in your role, but with expanded responsibilities and expanded oversight. Tonight's story dives beneath the waves of Olympus's forgotten history, to the tale of Triton, the son of Poseidon. Few remember him today, but once he rivaled even his father in power. Before we begin, I'd love for you to comment below where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's one of my favourite parts of connecting with you. And if you enjoy these stories, please like and subscribe so you never miss another myth brought to life. In the earliest days of the world, when the Titans had fallen and the Olympians carved up creation between them, the sea was a realm of endless mystery. Zeus claimed the sky, Hades the underworld, and Poseidon, mighty Poseidon, took dominion over all the waters that embraced the earth. But even gods grow lonely in their vast kingdoms, and so Poseidon sought a queen to share his oceanic throne. Among the 50 Nereids, daughters of the ancient sea god Nereus, there was one whose beauty outshone even the pearls that adorned her hair. Amphitrite, graceful as the tide itself, danced through underwater gardens, where coral bloomed in impossible colours, and schools of silver fish moved like living constellations. When Poseidon first glimpsed her, spinning through the kelp forest with her sisters, he knew he had found his match. But Amphitrite was no easy conquest. She fled from the Earthshaker's advances, disappearing into the deepest trenches of the ocean, where even his trident's power could barely reach. For months, Poseidon searched, his frustration churning the seas into violent storms that battered every coastline. Ships were swallowed whole, coastal cities flooded, and mortals cowered as the very ocean seemed to rage against itself. It was a dolphin, one of Poseidon's sacred creatures, who finally found Amphitrite hiding in an underwater cave, weaving nets from moonbeams and sea foam. The clever dolphin spoke to her not of Poseidon's power, but of his loneliness. Even gods, the dolphin said, need someone who understands the weight of eternity. Moved by this wisdom, Amphitrite agreed to meet the sea god again. Their courtship was unlike anything the ocean had witnessed before. Poseidon created islands of black volcanic sand where they could walk together, called forth whales to sing them love songs, and stirred the northern waters until the aurora borealis danced not just in the sky, but reflected in mirror-perfect seas. When Amphitrite finally accepted his proposal, their wedding celebration lasted 7 days and 7 nights. Every sea creature attended, from the tiniest seahorse to the mighty kraken himself. The palace they built together defied all earthly architecture. It rose from the deepest part of the Mediterranean, its walls carved from living coral that grew in spirals and arches according to Amphitrite's will. Pearls the size of human heads provided light, and the floors were made of compressed sea glass that showed visions of the surface world above. Here, surrounded by gardens of sea anemones and attended by schools of tropical fish, the royal couple began their divine life together. It was in this underwater paradise that their son was born. Triton's birth shook the very foundations of the ocean. As Amphitrite's labour pains began, underwater volcanoes erupted in sympathy, creating new islands across the Aegean Sea. Dolphins sang lullabies, whales rose to the surface in reverent procession, and even the fierce kraken descended from the Arctic depths to witness the birth of the sea prince. When Triton emerged from the coral birthing chamber, he was unlike any divine child born before him. Where other gods' children possessed human forms, Triton's lower body curved into a magnificent fishtail, scaled in blue-green that shifted like the sea itself. His torso was muscled like his father's, but marked with patterns that resembled flowing water. Most remarkably of all, he was born clutching a conch shell in his tiny fist, a shell that would become the most feared and revered instrument in all the oceans. Poseidon lifted his newborn son with tears of joy streaming down his bearded face. "He is born of sea and divine blood both," the Earthshaker declared to the assembled sea spirits. "He shall be called Triton, the loud shouting one, and his voice shall carry my will across all waters." As if responding to his father's words, baby Triton lifted the conch shell to his lips and blew. The sound that emerged was impossible, a note that contained within it the crash of waves, the whisper of tides, the roar of tsunamis, and the gentle lapping of calm seas all at once. Every creature in the ocean felt it resonate in their bones. On the surface, sailors thousands of miles away reported hearing a mysterious horn that seemed to come from the depths themselves. Amphitrite smiled as she took her son in her arms. She understood something that even Poseidon in his joy had not yet grasped. This child would not be content to merely serve as his father's messenger. The power in that first cry spoke of destiny far greater than any Olympian had imagined. The infant Triton's palace was built in a coral grove not far from his parents' home. Here, master craftsmen among the sea spirits, the Cyclopes who had forged Poseidon's trident, the Telchines who could shape metal underwater, and ancient sea nymphs who could sing coral into any desired form, collaborated to create a home worthy of the sea prince. The palace walls were made of living coral that responded to Triton's emotions, shifting from peaceful blues and greens when he was content to deep purples and violets when he grew restless. The ceiling was a dome of transparent amber through which schools of luminescent fish swam, providing ever-changing patterns of light. In the centre of the main hall stood a throne carved from a single massive pearl, its surface inlaid with every precious metal that could be found in sunken ships. But it was Triton's companions that made his underwater realm truly magical. Unlike other divine children who were attended by nymphs and spirits, Triton's court was filled with creatures that bridged the gap between mortal and divine. There were the Nereids, his sea nymph aunts, who taught him the secret names of every fish and the hidden paths between underwater mountains. The Tritons, lesser sea gods who took their name from him and served as his personal guard, were born from sea foam when his conch shell sang particularly beautiful melodies. Most intriguingly, there were the mer-children, beings who, like Triton, possessed both human intelligence and fish-like bodies. Ancient texts suggest these were not born but created by Triton's own power, transformed from human children who had drowned in storms and been given new life beneath the waves. They became his closest companions, understanding as no fully divine being could the strange duality of his nature. As Triton grew from infant to child, his power over the conch shell developed in ways that amazed even Poseidon. When he blew gentle, lullaby-soft notes, sea storms would calm instantly, waves would flatten into mirror-smooth surfaces, and even the most turbulent waters would become as peaceful as a mountain lake. Sailors began to pray for this mysterious music during storms, not knowing they were invoking the mercy of a divine child. But when Triton's temper flared, or when he felt playful in the way that divine children do, the conch shell could produce sounds that split icebergs, drove whales to beach themselves in confusion, or created whirlpools that could swallow entire islands. Poseidon began to understand that his son's power was not merely an extension of his own. It was something entirely new, a force that commanded the sea not through dominion but through harmony. The sea spirits whispered among themselves that Triton's music could reach places even Poseidon's trident could not touch. They spoke of deep ocean trenches where ancient things stirred at the sound of the conch shell, of underwater realms that existed outside of time and space that opened their borders when the sea prince played. Some claimed that Triton's melodies could call to the sea creatures that had existed before the Titans, before the Olympians, before even chaos itself had been tamed. As his first century of life drew to a close, Triton had grown into a young god of extraordinary beauty and power. His voice could summon storms or calm them. His presence could part the sea or cause it to rage, and his conch shell had become an artifact of such power that even Zeus himself took notice of the strange music that sometimes echoed up from the depths. But perhaps most remarkable of all, Triton had begun to dream, and in those dreams he saw not just the vast oceans his father ruled, but glimpses of what those oceans could become under different guidance. He dreamed of underwater cities where mortals and sea spirits lived together, of music that could transform the very nature of water itself, of a time when the ocean would be not just a realm of Poseidon's power, but a kingdom of harmony between all who dwelt within it. These dreams, beautiful and troubling in equal measure, would soon lead the young sea god into conflict with powers he had never imagined. including the father who loved him more than the depths themselves. When Triton reached his divine majority, an event marked by a celebration that caused bioluminescent displays in every ocean on Earth, Poseidon formally named his son as Herald of the Seas. The appointment ceremony took place in the great amphitheatre of Atlantis, that legendary city that existed not as mortal scholars imagined, but as a meeting place between the underwater realms and the surface world. Representatives from every corner of the divine hierarchy attended. Zeus himself descended from Olympus, his arrival announced by lightning that struck the sea without causing harm, instead creating pillars of electric blue light that danced on the waves. Hera came in a chariot pulled by giant seabirds, her presence causing coral gardens to bloom in impossible colours. Even Hades rose from the underworld, his dark robes trailing ghostly mists that mixed strangely with the sea spray. But it was the younger generation of gods that truly caught Triton's attention. Apollo arrived in a burst of golden light that turned the water around him warm as a summer afternoon, his lyre already singing harmonies that complemented the rhythm of the waves. Artemis came with a pack of sea wolves, creatures that existed nowhere else in creation, running alongside her silver chariot. Athena rose from the depths wearing armour that had been crafted from abyssal pressures and deep-sea pearls. And then there was Ares. The god of war made his entrance characteristically dramatic, arriving in a whirlpool of blood-red water filled with the weapons of every warrior who had ever died at sea. His presence turned the peaceful ceremony grounds tense, as if the very water around him was spoiling for a fight. When his eyes met Triton's across the amphitheatre, both young gods felt an instant recognition and rivalry. The ceremony itself was magnificent. Poseidon presented Triton with the official herald's trident, smaller than the Earthshaker's own weapon, but no less powerful. Instead of commanding through force, Triton's trident was attuned to harmony. It could calm the most violent storms, but could also amplify the sea's natural power beyond any mortal comprehension. When Zeus stepped forward to offer the traditional blessing of the King of Gods, his words carried a weight that made every sea creature for thousands of miles fall silent. Triton, son of the depths, your father has named you herald of all waters that touch the earth. In this role, you shall carry Poseidon's will to every corner of the sea, from the shallowest tide pools to the deepest trenches where even light fears to venture. But know this, with such power comes the responsibility to maintain the balance between the mortal world above and the divine realm below. Zeus paused, his storm-grey eyes studying Triton with an intensity that seemed to peer into the young god's very soul. The sea is vast, young herald, and your father's domain is second only to my own. Use this power wisely, for the harmony of all creation depends upon the cooperation between sky and sea. Triton accepted the blessing with appropriate reverence, but those closest to him noted something troubling in his expression. Where other newly appointed heralds showed humble gratitude, Triton's face held a flicker of something that might have been ambition, or perhaps just the natural confidence of one born to power. The celebration that followed lasted for weeks, but it was during these festivities that the first signs of Triton's complicated relationship with his divine peers began to show. Apollo, ever competitive, challenged Triton to a contest of music. The sun god was confident that his golden lyre could outperform any instrument, even one as legendary as Triton's conch shell. They agreed to perform on a stage of floating ice that Poseidon created in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, with an audience of whales, sea spirits, and gods. Apollo played first, and his music was everything the world had come to expect from the god of harmony. His melodies were perfect, mathematical in their precision, beautiful in the way that sunrise over calm seas is beautiful. The whales sang along, the sea spirits danced, and even the other gods nodded in appreciation. When he finished, the aurora borealis itself seemed to applaud, dancing across the sky in patterns that matched his final chord. Then Triton raised his conch shell. When Triton reached his divine majority, an event marked by a celebration that caused bioluminescent displays in every ocean on Earth. Poseidon formally named his son as Herald of the Seas. The appointment ceremony took place in the great amphitheatre of Atlantis, that legendary city that existed not as mortal scholars imagined, but as a meeting place between the underwater realms and the surface world. Representatives from every corner of the divine hierarchy attended. Zeus himself descended from Olympus, his arrival announced by lightning that struck the sea without causing harm, instead creating pillars of electric blue light that danced on the waves. Hera came in a chariot pulled by giant seabirds, her presence causing coral gardens to bloom in impossible colours. Even Hades rose from the underworld, his dark robes trailing ghostly mists that mixed strangely with the sea spray. But it was the younger generation of gods that truly caught Triton's attention. Apollo arrived in a burst of golden light that turned the water around him warm as a summer afternoon, his lyre already singing harmonies that complemented the rhythm of the waves. Artemis came with a pack of sea wolves, creatures that existed nowhere else in creation, running alongside her silver chariot. Athena rose from the depths wearing armour that had been crafted from abyssal pressures and deep-sea pearls, and then there was Ares. The god of war made his entrance characteristically dramatic, arriving in a whirlpool of blood-red water filled with the weapons of every warrior who had ever died at sea. His presence turned the peaceful ceremony grounds tense, as if the very water around him was spoiling for a fight. When his eyes met Triton's across the amphitheatre, both young gods felt an instant recognition and rivalry. The ceremony itself was magnificent. Poseidon presented Triton with the official herald's trident, smaller than the Earthshaker's own weapon, but no less powerful. Instead of commanding through force, Triton's trident was attuned to harmony. It could calm the most violent storms, but could also amplify the sea's natural power beyond any mortal comprehension. When Zeus stepped forward to offer the traditional blessing of the King of Gods, his words carried a weight that made every sea creature for thousands of miles fall silent. Triton, son of the depths, your father has named you herald of all waters that touch the earth. In this role, you shall carry Poseidon's will to every corner of the sea, from the shallowest tide pools to the deepest trenches where even light fears to venture. But know this, with such power comes the responsibility to maintain the balance between the mortal world above and the divine realm below. Zeus paused, his storm-grey eyes studying Triton with an intensity that seemed to peer into the young god's very soul. The sea is vast, young herald, and your father's domain is second only to my own. Use this power wisely, for the harmony of all creation depends upon the cooperation between sky and sea. Triton accepted the blessing with appropriate reverence, but those closest to him noted something troubling in his expression. Where other newly appointed heralds showed humble gratitude, Triton's face held a flicker of something that might have been ambition, or perhaps just the natural confidence of one born to power. The celebration that followed lasted for weeks, but it was during these festivities that the first signs of Triton's complicated relationship with his divine peers began to show. Apollo, ever competitive, challenged Triton. The whales didn't just sing along, they wept, tears streaming from their eyes as the music touched something in their ancient souls that had been waiting eons to be awakened. The sea spirits didn't dance, they transformed, becoming beings of pure music that existed only as long as Triton's song continued. Even the other gods found themselves moved in ways they didn't fully understand. When the music ended, the silence stretched for long moments before Apollo graciously conceded defeat. But Triton noticed the way some of the other gods looked at him now, with a mixture of awe and something that might have been concern. The competition with Ares was less formal, but more dangerous. It began as a simple sparring match during one of the celebration's martial exhibitions. Ares, never one to back down from a challenge, suggested that he and Triton demonstrate combat techniques from their respective realms. What started as a friendly demonstration quickly escalated into something more serious. Ares fought with all the fury and skill that had made him feared across battlefields throughout the mortal world. His spearwork was flawless, his shieldcraft impenetrable, and his war cry could strike terror into the hearts of even immortal beings. But Triton fought with something Ares had never encountered before. He fought like the sea itself. Where Ares was direct, Triton was fluid. Where Ares attacked with overwhelming force, Triton responded with redirection and flow. Most unsettling of all, Triton seemed to be fighting not just with his trident and his physical strength, but with the very water around them. Currents would shift to deflect Ares' attacks, unexpected waves would rise to block his advances, and the pressure of the deep sea itself seemed to respond to Triton's will. The match ended in a technical draw, when both gods' weapons locked together and neither could gain advantage over the other. But as they separated, breathing hard from the exertion, Ares spoke words that would prove prophetic. "You fight like the ocean, cousin, patient and overwhelming. But remember, even the sea can be contained by the right barriers." It was during this period of celebration and competition that mortals first began to truly fear the sound of Triton's conch shell. Previously, the horn had been known primarily for its ability to calm storms and bring peaceful seas. But now, as Triton took on his official duties as herald of the seas, sailors began to report encounters that painted a different picture of the sea prince. Captain Theron of the merchant vessel Dolphin's Grace was among the first to record such an encounter in his ship's log. His vessel had been carrying a cargo of olive oil and wine from Athens to colonies in what would later be called Sicily, when a dead calm struck them in the middle of the Mediterranean. For 3 days their ship sat motionless on water so still it looked like polished bronze. The crew grew increasingly nervous. Such unnatural calms often preceded supernatural encounters. On the 3rd night, as the full moon hung directly overhead, they heard it, a sound like the ocean itself taking a deep breath. Then came the horn. The sound seemed to rise from the depth directly beneath their ship, starting as a low rumble that they felt in their bones before they heard it with their ears. As it rose in pitch and volume, the water around their vessel began to glow with phosphorescence, as if every sea creature for miles had suddenly decided to emit light in response to the music. The crew fell to their knees, some weeping, others laughing, all overwhelmed by the power of the sound. Captain Theron later wrote that the music contained within it every sea shanty ever sung, every sailor's prayer ever offered, every last word of every man who ever drowned in a storm. When the music ended, a figure rose from the water beside their ship. Triton appeared to them not as the young god celebrating with his divine peers, but as the herald of the seas in all his terrible glory. His tail, they said, was longer than their ship, and it moved through the water with hypnotic grace. His torso was that of a perfect man, but his skin held the blue-green colour of deep ocean water, and his hair flowed around him like seaweed touched by invisible currents. But it was his eyes that Captain Theron remembered most clearly. Eyes that held the depth of ocean trenches and the power of tsunami waves. When Triton spoke, his voice carried the sound of his conch shell, even without the instrument. "Mortals who sail upon my father's realm," he said, "know that these waters are not merely a road for your travels, but a living kingdom with its own laws and its own will. You have sailed here for 3 days, taking the sea's bounty for granted, never offering proper respect to the powers that allow your passage." Captain Theron, to his credit, found his voice. "Great Lord of the Sea, we meant no disrespect. Tell us how we might honour the ocean and those who rule it." Triton smiled, and the phosphorescence in the water pulsed brighter. "Pour wine into my waters at sunset each day of your journey, and sing songs, not to pass time, but to add your voices to the music of the waves. Do this, and the seas will carry you swiftly to your destination." The crew complied immediately, emptying several amphorae of their finest wine into the sea while singing every sea chanty they knew. Triton listened, nodding approval, then raised his conch shell once more. This time, the music was gentle, almost like a lullaby. Within moments, a wind rose from the north, filling their sails and carrying them towards Sicily at a speed that should have been impossible. They completed the rest of their journey in a single day, arriving at their destination with tales that would spread throughout the Mediterranean trading community. But not all of Triton's encounters with mortals were so benevolent. The merchant prince Melos made the mistake of boasting that his new ship, the largest ever built in his home city of Crete, was so sturdy that not even Poseidon himself could sink her. Such hubris rarely goes unpunished by the gods, but it was Triton, not his father, who decided to teach the mortal a lesson in respect. Melos had loaded his great ship with tribute meant for temples throughout the Greek islands: gold, silver, precious stones, and rare incense. He set sail with great ceremony, confident in his vessel's strength and his crew's skill. For the first day, the voyage proceeded perfectly. The winds were favourable, the seas calm, and the ship made excellent time. On the second morning they heard the horn. But this was not the beautiful music that had blessed Captain Theron's voyage. This was the sound of the conch shell blown in anger, a noise like mountains cracking, like the earth itself splitting open to release the fury of the depths. The sound was so overwhelming that several of Melos's crew members fainted on the spot, while others began praying desperately to every sea god they could name. The sea around the ship began to change. Where it had been blue-green and welcoming, it now turned dark as storm clouds. The water became thick, almost viscous, as if it were transforming into something other than water entirely. Waves began to rise around them, not the normal waves of a storm, but perfect geometrical walls of water that formed patterns too complex for mortal minds to fully comprehend. Then Triton rose from the depths, but this was not the diplomatically respectful sea prince who had blessed other voyages. This was Triton in his aspect as the ocean's wrath, terrible beyond mortal description. His tail lashed the water into foam, his eyes burned with the cold fire of the deep trenches, and when he spoke, his voice carried the sound of every ship that had ever been claimed by the sea. Melos of Crete, you have declared yourself beyond the reach of the sea's power. You sail upon waters that have existed since the beginning of time, carrying treasures that were meant to honour the gods, yet you show no reverence for the realm that bears your weight. Melos, terrified but still proud, managed to respond, "Great Triton, I meant no offence. My words were merely confidence in my ship's construction, not disrespect for your father's domain." Triton's laugh was like the sound of icebergs cracking. Words spoken in arrogance carry the same weight as intentional blasphemy, but I am not without mercy. I will give you a choice. Surrender half your cargo to the depths as proper tribute, or face the full power of the ocean's displeasure. Here, Melos made his fatal mistake. Thinking himself clever, he agreed to surrender half his cargo, but specified that he would choose which half. He then ordered his crew to throw overboard the least valuable items, some copper coins, a few clay vessels, and several amphorae of ordinary wine. The moment the final item hit the water, Triton's expression changed from stern to genuinely wrathful. He raised his conch shell and blew a single, devastating note. The sea around Melos's great ship didn't rage. It simply opened. A perfect circle of water formed around the vessel, extending down into the depths as far as the eye could see, as if Triton had commanded the ocean to step aside and leave the ship suspended in empty air. For a moment that lasted an eternity, the great vessel hung in space above the abyss. Then the sea rushed back in. The king of gods gestured, and a new trident materialized in the air before Triton. It was similar to his herald's weapon, but more elaborate, bearing inscriptions in the ancient language of the sea spirits, and crowned with a conch shell that seemed to be carved from living coral. "Accept this new trident as a sign of your expanded role," Zeus continued. You shall be known henceforth not merely as herald of the seas, but as prince of the ocean's voice. But with this title comes the responsibility to remember that all voices, even the oceans, must ultimately harmonise with the greater music of cosmic order. Triton accepted the new trident with appropriate ceremony, but as his fingers closed around its shaft, he felt something that Zeus and even Poseidon had not anticipated. The weapon was not just a symbol of divine authority, but a conduit that connected him directly to every drop of water on earth. Through it, he could sense the ocean's true thoughts, its ancient memories, its deepest dreams, and its growing restlessness with the limitations imposed by traditional divine rule. As the assembly dispersed, and the gods returned to their various realms, Triton remained behind for a private conversation with his father. Poseidon approached him with an expression of mingled pride and concern. "My son," the Earthshaker said quietly, "you handled that well. But I sense that there are things you did not say, thoughts you kept to yourself. Speak freely now. What have you truly learned in your role as herald?" Triton looked at his father with eyes that seemed older than his centuries would suggest. "Father, I have learned that the ocean remembers things that even the gods have forgotten. It remembers the time before the Titans, before the Olympians, even before chaos was first separated from order. And in those memories, I have seen glimpses of what the sea might become if it were allowed to grow beyond its current boundaries." Poseidon's grip on his own trident tightened. "What kind of glimpses?" "Dreams," Triton said simply. "Dreams of underwater cities where mortals and sea spirits collaborate to create new forms of life. Dreams of music that can transform the very nature of existence. Dreams of a time when the ocean is not just one realm among many, but the connecting medium through which all realms communicate and grow together." The two gods stood in silence for a long moment, father and son both understanding that something fundamental had shifted in their relationship. Poseidon had raised a son to be his herald, but what had emerged was something far more complex, a being who might eventually challenge not just his authority, but the very structure of divine rule itself. "Be careful, my son," Poseidon said finally. "Dreams can be beautiful things, but they can also be dangerous when they begin to seem more real than reality itself." Triton nodded respectfully, but as he departed Olympus for the depths of his ocean realm, both father and son knew that the conversation had resolved nothing. If anything, it had marked the beginning of a conflict that would eventually reshape the very nature of divine power, a conflict between the established order of Olympian rule and the wild, transformative possibilities that dwelt in the deepest places of the sea. The age of Triton as dutiful herald was ending. The age of Triton as something entirely new was about to begin, with steps measured not by strength alone, but by the weight of understanding that few could bear. Where his brothers Atlas and Menoetius thundered across the heavens with voices that shook mountains, Prometheus moved with quiet grace. His eyes, deep as winter pools, held reflections of futures others could not glimpse. While the other Titans revelled in their power, hurling boulders like pebbles and wrestling with storms, Prometheus preferred the solitude of high places, where he could watch and wonder. From his perch upon the marble cliffs that touched the clouds, he gazed down upon a world both beautiful and broken. The earth spread below like a vast tapestry, woven of forests and rivers, mountains and meadows, all bathed in the golden light that the sun god Helios carried across the sky each day. Yet as twilight painted the heavens in shades of amber and rose, shadows crept across the land like gentle fingers, bringing with them a profound stillness. It was in this stillness that Prometheus discovered them, the mortals. They were fragile creatures, these humans, with limbs pale as birch bark and eyes that reflected starlight. Unlike the beasts that roamed the earth with fur to warm them and instincts to guide them, mortals possessed something different, a spark of curiosity that flickered behind their gaze, a yearning that reached toward the heavens even as their bodies shivered in the growing cold. Each evening, As Helios's chariot disappeared beyond the western horizon, Prometheus watched these remarkable beings huddled together in caves and crude shelters. They pressed close to one another, sharing warmth and whispered words that carried the music of emerging language. Above them, the stars emerged like scattered diamonds across the velvet sky, distant and beautiful and utterly unreachable. The mortals would gaze upward at those celestial lights with a longing that touched Prometheus's ancient heart. In their eyes, he saw reflections of the very stars they admired, tiny lights of intelligence and dreams and possibilities waiting to be born. Yet they remained bound to darkness, dependent upon the rhythms of sun and moon, helpless when shadows fell across their fragile world. By day, they ate fruits and roots they could gather, meat they could catch with their bare hands or simple snares. They drank from streams and sheltered from rain beneath whatever refuge they could find. They were magnificent in their persistence, heartbreaking in their limitations. They knew cold that cut through their skin like invisible blades, hunger that gnawed at their bellies when winter painted the world white, and fear that crept into their hearts when strange sounds echoed through the darkness. Prometheus saw how they tried to create beauty even within their struggles. With muddy fingers they traced patterns on cave walls, spirals that echoed the shells they found by distant shores, handprints that declared their existence to the world. They wove grasses into simple baskets, carved wood into tools that helped them survive another day. They created songs that rose like incense into the evening air, melodies that spoke of hope even when their voices trembled from cold. The Titan's foresight showed him glimpses of what these mortals might become. In his mind's eye, he saw them building great cities that stretched toward the sky, crafting works of art that captured the very essence of beauty, discovering truths about the world that even the gods had not yet grasped. He saw them creating warmth, not just for their bodies, but for their spirits, light that would push back every shadow, knowledge that would illuminate the mysteries of existence itself. Yet all of this remained locked away, like seeds buried too deep in frozen ground. The key to their transformation blazed eternally in the realm above. Fire, the sacred flame that belonged to the gods alone. It danced in Hephaestus' forge, crackled in Zeus' lightning, burned in the hearts of stars that wheeled across the heavens. Fire was more than mere heat and light. It was the essence of creation itself, the power to transform raw materials into tools, to cook food and forge metals, to create warmth that could defy the longest winter. But fire was also something deeper, something that made even the gods handle it with reverence. It represented knowledge and the courage to challenge the natural order. It was rebellion given form, the audacity to say that darkness need not triumph, that cold could be conquered, that mortals need not accept the limitations imposed upon them by fate. Prometheus understood what his fellow gods did not, that fire belonged not to the divine realm alone, but to any being brave enough to tend its flame. The mortals deserved more than mere survival. They deserved the chance to reach for their dreams, to warm themselves against the cruel indifference of winter, to cook their food and forge their tools and gather in circles of light where stories could be shared and laughter could echo. As he watched them night after night, a plan began to form in the Titan's far-seeing mind. It was a plan born of compassion and nurtured by defiance, watered by his growing certainty that the current order of things was not justice, but mere habit. The gods hoarded their gifts not from wisdom, but from fear that mortals might prove themselves worthy of divine power, might rise beyond their appointed place in the cosmic hierarchy. Prometheus knew the price of such thoughts. He could see the future as clearly as he could see the present, and in that future he glimpsed shadows of punishment that would make even a Titan tremble. Yet the image of mortals huddled in darkness, the sound of their chattering teeth and whispered prayers, drowned out any consideration of personal cost. The stars wheeled overhead in their ancient patterns, indifferent and eternal. Below, the mortals settled into their restless vigil, waiting for dawn to bring them another day of struggle and small victories. And high on his mountain perch, Prometheus made his choice. He would steal fire from the gods. Above the mortal realm, beyond clouds that drifted like islands in an ocean of sky, rose the shining peaks of Mount Olympus. Here, where marble columns caught the light of eternal flame and golden halls echoed with divine laughter, the gods held court in splendour that would blind mortal eyes. At the heart of this celestial realm sat Zeus upon his throne of ivory and obsidian, lightning dancing between his fingers like obedient serpents. The king of the gods possessed a majesty that commanded both reverence and fear. His beard flowed like storm clouds, silver-streaked and crackling with barely contained power. When he spoke, thunder rolled across the heavens. When he frowned, the very foundations of Olympus trembled. Yet for all his might, there was something in Zeus' eyes that Prometheus recognized with growing unease, the narrow watchfulness of one who guards his power jealously. Fire blazed throughout the divine realm. In the great hearth that warmed the assembly hall, in the forge where Hephaestus crafted wonders from bronze and gold, in torches that lined the pathways between palaces. But this fire was different from any earthly flame. It burned with colours mortals had never seen, cast shadows that seemed to dance with lives of their own, and whispered secrets in languages older than time itself. Zeus regarded this sacred flame as the most precious of divine treasures. It represented the gods' supremacy over creation, their right to shape the world according to their will. To Zeus, fire was not merely a tool, but a symbol, proof that some gifts were too dangerous, too powerful, too divine to be shared with lesser beings. The mortals have what they need, Zeus would say when the subject arose in divine councils. His voice carried the weight of absolute authority, the certainty of one who had overthrown his own father to claim his throne. They have the sun's warmth by day, shelter from the storm, fruits that grow without their tending. What more could they require? But Prometheus saw beyond the thunder god's proclamations to the fear that lay beneath. Zeus worried not that mortals were too weak to handle fire, but that they might prove too strong. With flame would come transformation, and with transformation would come questions about the natural order that Zeus had fought so hard to establish. The debates between the Titan and the God-King grew more frequent as seasons passed. In the great hall where ambrosia flowed like honey and divine voices raised in eternal celebration, their conversations cut through the revelry like blade through silk. "You speak of order," Prometheus would argue, his voice calm but unwavering. "Yet what order is there in watching creatures of such promise huddle in darkness? They possess minds that could comprehend the movement of stars, hands that could craft beauty to rival our own. Is it order to deny them the tools they need to flourish?" Zeus would lean forward on his throne, eyes flashing with the dangerous light that preceded his legendary rages. "You speak as one who has never ruled, nephew. Power shared carelessly becomes chaos. These mortals you champion, do you truly believe they would use divine fire wisely? Or would they burn themselves and their world in their ignorance?" Perhaps they would make mistakes, Prometheus would concede, though his voice carried no defeat. But is it not better to stumble while reaching for greatness than to remain forever on one's knees? Even we gods were not born knowing all we know now. Other deities would shift uncomfortably when these exchanges grew heated. Athena, wise beyond her years, often watched with thoughtful eyes, while Hephaestus tended his forge with unusual intensity, hammer blows ringing like punctuation marks in the tense silence. Even Apollo, god of light and prophecy, seemed to find the discussions unsettling, his golden lyre producing melodies that spoke of change and uncertainty. But Zeus remained unmoved. If anything, Prometheus' persistence only strengthened his resolve. The thunder god had not claimed dominion over gods and mortals alike merely to see his divine prerogatives questioned by a titan with too much sympathy for lesser beings. The matter is decided, Zeus would declare, his voice carrying the finality of thunder. Fire remains with the gods, where it belongs. Let the mortals be content with their lot, as we are content with ours. Yet Prometheus was never content. As the debates continued and Zeus's position hardened into implacable law, the Titan's resolve crystallized into something harder than diamond, more enduring than bronze. His foresight showed him paths forward that Zeus could not see, futures where mortals rose to heights that would astonish even the gods themselves. The plan he conceived was both simple and impossibly dangerous. The sacred fire burned brightest in Hephaestus' forge, where the smith god crafted weapons for Zeus and jewellery for the goddesses. If someone could reach that flame undetected, if they could carry away even the smallest spark, it would be enough to kindle 1,000 mortal hearths. Prometheus began to study the rhythms of Olympus as carefully as he had once studied the movements of stars. He learned which hours found the halls empty, which paths were watched by divine sentries, which shadows offered concealment even from immortal eyes. He observed how the fire in Hephaestus' forge burned day and night, tended but never extinguished, accessible to anyone bold enough to approach it. The vessel for his theft revealed itself in the mortal realm below. In the forests where humans gathered food and shelter, tall fennel stalks grew in abundance. These plants harboured a secret that even many gods did not know. Their hollow stems could carry fire within them, protecting the flame from wind while allowing it to breathe just enough to survive. Mortals had long used dried fennel to kindle flames from larger fires, but none had thought to employ it for grander purposes. Prometheus descended to earth and carefully selected the finest stalk he could find, tall, straight, and perfectly hollow. As he held it in his hands, he felt the weight of destiny settling upon his shoulders. This simple plant would become the bridge between divine fire and mortal need, the key to transformation that Zeus feared to turn. The night he chose for his theft was moonless, when shadows pooled deepest in the corners of divine halls. Olympus slumbered in the way that immortal places do, not truly asleep, but wrapped in a quietude that spoke of eternal confidence. The gods believed their realms secure, their treasures protected by their very divinity. Prometheus moved through the golden corridors like a whisper given form. His Titan heritage served him well. He knew these halls from the time before Zeus's reign, when the cosmos was younger and boundaries between divine and mortal were less rigidly drawn. Each step was measured, each breath controlled, as he made his way toward the forge that glowed like a captured star in the heart of Olympus. The workshop of Hephaestus sprawled across a vast chamber carved from living mountain stone. Anvils of sizes to suit every purpose lined the walls, while tools hung in perfect order from hooks of gleaming metal. The forge itself dominated the centre of the space, a construct of stone and bronze and divine will that contained fire older than memory. Prometheus approached the sacred flame with reverence rather than haste. This was not mere theft he contemplated, but transformation, the moment when divine hoarding would yield to divine generosity, when the natural order would bend to accommodate compassion. The fire danced before him in colours that had no names, each flame a tiny dancer performing in honour of creation itself. With movements careful as prayer, he extended the fennel stalk toward the sacred fire. The moment contact was made, he felt power surge through the hollow stem like lightning through his very bones. The divine flame embraced the plant's core, settling within its chamber as naturally as breath-filled lungs. Light leaked through the stalk's pores in hairline threads, but the main body of the fire remained safely contained. As he drew the fennel back, Prometheus felt the weight of what he carried. This was not merely fire, but possibility made manifest. Within this simple plant burned the future dreams of mortals, their cities and songs, their discoveries and triumphs, their long journey from darkness into light. He retraced his path through the divine halls, moving more carefully now that he carried such precious cargo. Each shadow seemed alive with potential discovery. Each distant sound might herald his exposure. Yet his foresight guided him true, showing him the moments between heartbeats when even divine attention wandered elsewhere. The descent from Olympus felt eternal and instantaneous, like falling through layers of dream toward waking reality. Below him, the mortal world spread dark and patient, waiting for the gift that would change everything. In caves and crude shelters, humans huddled together as they had for countless generations, unaware that their age of darkness was about to end. Prometheus touched Earth with fire still burning in his hands, and the world held its breath. The discovery came with dawn, as discoveries often do, sudden, inevitable, and terrible in their clarity. Hephaestus arrived at his forge to find the sacred fire diminished by exactly one spark, the absence as obvious to divine senses as a missing star in a familiar constellation. The smith god's cry of alarm echoed through the golden halls like a bronze bell struck by lightning, summoning gods from their morning revels with an urgency that made even immortal hearts quicken. Zeus appeared in the workshop as thunder given form, his presence filling the vast chamber until the very air seemed to crackle with barely restrained fury. His eyes, storm-dark and merciless, took in the scene with the precision of divine judgment. The missing spark, the lingering trace of titanic essence that even hurried departure could not entirely mask, the truth written in patterns of disturbed dust and displaced shadow. Prometheus. The name fell from Zeus's lips like a curse and a sentence combined. Around him, the assembled gods stirred with the uncomfortable awareness that they were witnessing something that would echo through eternity. Athena's grey eyes reflected troubled wisdom, while Apollo's golden radiance dimmed with foreboding. Even Aphrodite, goddess of love and beauty, turned her face away from the terrible arithmetic of divine justice taking shape before them. But Zeus's rage was not content to burn in silence. It erupted across Olympus like wildfire, sending tremors through marble foundations and causing the very sky to darken with premature storm clouds. When the thunder god spoke again, his voice carried the weight of cosmic law and the fury of a king whose authority had been challenged by one he had trusted. "He dares!" Zeus raged, lightning dancing between his fingers like living serpents hungry for prey. "A titan dares to steal from the gods, to overthrow the order we have established, to grant divine gifts to creatures who have not earned them. This cannot stand. This will not stand." The gods gathered in the great assembly hall, their usual laughter silenced by the gravity of judgment. Here, where decisions were made that shaped the fate of mortals and immortals alike, Zeus pronounced a punishment that would make even the stones weep with pity. Yet before he dealt with the thief, Zeus turned his attention to a subtler revenge, one directed not at Prometheus alone, but at the mortals he had sought to aid. If the Titan believed humanity deserved divine gifts, then they would learn the true cost of divine attention. In the workshops where Hephaestus crafted wonders, Zeus commanded the creation of something beautiful and terrible. A woman formed from clay and given life by divine breath. Each god contributed to her making. Aphrodite granted her beauty that would stop mortal hearts. Athena gifted her with skill in weaving and craft. Hermes provided her with persuasive speech and curiosity that knew no bounds. They named her Pandora, the All-Gifted, and in her lovely hands Zeus placed a sealed vessel. The jar's contents would remain secret, he declared, though his smile held the coldness of winter winds when he spoke of the gift that mortals would receive along with their stolen fire. But the woman and her mysterious burden were merely the prelude to justice. Zeus's true wrath was reserved for Prometheus himself, and the punishment he devised would echo through ages as a warning to any who might dare challenge divine will. "Bring him!" Zeus commanded, and his words carried the weight of cosmic law. They found Prometheus among the mortals, teaching them to nurture their new gift. Around small fires that glowed like fallen stars, humans gathered with wonder and gratitude lighting their faces. They cooked meat that no longer needed to be consumed raw, warmed themselves against the night's chill, and marvelled at the dancing flames that pushed back darkness with such graceful authority. The Titan did not resist when divine hands seized him. His foresight had shown him this moment 1,000 times, had revealed every detail of the price he would pay for his compassion. Yet as Hermes and Apollo bound his wrists with chains that hummed with Zeus's power, Prometheus felt no regret, only a profound sadness that it had come to this. They bore him across the world to the uttermost ends of the earth, where the Caucasus Mountains thrust their peaks toward heaven like stone prayers, frozen in eternal supplication. Here, where few mortals had ever ventured, and the very air tasted of endings, they would make Prometheus's punishment a monument to the consequences of defying divine will. The chains that bound him were works of art in their terrible efficiency. Hephaestus himself had forged them from bronze and adamant, metals that would never corrode or break, that would hold firm until the very foundations of the world crumbled to dust. Each link was inscribed with words of binding in languages older than mortals, each joint sealed with Zeus's own lightning. As the smith god secured the final manacle, his scarred hands trembled with reluctance. Prometheus had been his friend once, in the days before this cosmic drama began. They had shared conversations about the nature of creation, had admired each other's craftsmanship in the art of bringing new things into being. Now duty demanded that one friend become the instrument of the other's endless torment. "Forgive me," Hephaestus whispered as he stepped back from his completed work. Prometheus, chained to the living rock with arms spread wide as if embracing the world's suffering, managed a smile that held no bitterness. "There is nothing to forgive, old friend. You do what you must, as I have done what I must. The fire burns, and that is enough." But Zeus's punishment was not complete with mere binding. From the heart of divine wrath, he summoned a creature to serve as his agent of daily justice, an eagle whose wings spanned half the sky, whose eyes burned with the reflected fury of storm clouds, whose talons could rend even titanic flesh. Each dawn, as the sun painted the mountain peaks in shades of gold and rose, the great bird would descend from its eyrie in the heights of heaven. Each dawn it would feast upon Prometheus's liver, tearing through immortal flesh with savage precision. And each night, as stars emerged to keep vigil over the suffering Titan, his body would heal, regenerating the flesh that would be torn away again when morning came. The cycle began with the first sunrise after his binding, and the mountain peaks echoed with the sound of divine agony. Yet Prometheus endured, his voice never rising in plea or complaint, his spirit never bending before the inexorable rhythm of punishment and restoration. Day followed day in endless succession, each one bringing its measure of pain and healing. The seasons turned, spring's gentle warmth giving way to summer's blazing heat, autumn's painted leaves yielding to winter's stark beauty. Through it all, Prometheus remained, a monument to the price of defiance and the power of sacrifice. The gods who passed by in their journeys across the sky would sometimes pause to observe the punishment they had witnessed ordered. Some felt stirrings of pity for the bound Titan, while others nodded approval at this demonstration of Zeus's justice. But none dared speak against the sentence, for each understood that to question this judgment would be to invite similar fate. Yet for all the pain that racked his immortal frame, Prometheus found a strange peace in his suffering. His foresight, undimmed by torment, showed him futures where mortals would build civilizations that touched the stars, where they would create beauty that rivaled the works of gods, where the fire he had given them would kindle not just hearth flames, but the light of knowledge itself. In the evenings, when the eagle had departed and healing began its nightly work, Prometheus would lift his eyes to the sky and watch the stars wheel overhead in their ancient patterns. Among them, he could see the tiny sparks of mortal fires scattered across the world below, each one a reminder that his sacrifice had meaning, that divine gifts could serve compassionate purposes. The wind that moaned through the mountain passes carried whispers of mortal prayers, gratitude spoken in languages that grew richer with each passing generation. They remembered the Titan who had brought them fire, though many knew him only as a name spoken reverently around their hearths. Their thanks rose like incense to comfort him in his chains, a balm more powerful than ambrosia for his wounded spirit. And so the punishment continued, measured not in days or years, but in the slower rhythm of cosmic time. Prometheus endured, sustained by the knowledge that every flame kindled in the mortal realm was a small victory over the darkness that Zeus would have left unchallenged. His pain was real, his sacrifice enormous, but the gift he had given burned eternal, and that was a comfort no chain could bind. Across the wide world, where rivers carved their ancient paths through valleys and forests whispered secrets older than memory, the gift of Prometheus took root and flourished. In every corner of the mortal realm, small flames danced like tiny stars that had chosen to live among humans, bringing warmth and wonder to lives that had known only the cold embrace of darkness. The transformation began slowly, as all true changes do. In the first days after the theft, mortals gathered around their fires with the reverence of those witnessing a miracle. They fed the flames with careful hands, tending them as they might tend a sick child or a precious garden. The fire asked little of them, only fuel and attention, and the breath that kept it live. Yet it gave so much in return that many wept with joy at the magnitude of the gift. No longer did they huddle in caves when the sun fled beyond the western hills. Now they could carry light with them, torches that turned night pathways into roads of possibility. The fear that had haunted their evenings, dread of unseen predators and unknown sounds, began to fade as firelight pushed back the shadows that had hidden so many terrors. The first cooked meal was a revelation that rippled through human communities like pebbles dropped in still water. Meat that had once been tough and dangerous when consumed raw now became tender and safe, its flavours enhanced by the magic of controlled flame. Grains that had been barely digestible could now be transformed into bread that nourished both body and spirit. Roots and fruits took on new character when touched by fire's alchemy, becoming feasts that turned mere survival into celebration. But fire's gifts reached far beyond the preparation of food. In the dancing flames, mortals discovered the birth of technology, the marriage of human ingenuity with divine power that would reshape their world. They learned to heat stones until they glowed red hot, then to shape metals that had been mere pretty rocks into tools that could cut and carve and build with precision their ancestors had never imagined. Bronze flowed like liquid sunlight in crucibles heated by Prometheus's gift, cooling into weapons that could defend their makers and implements that could tame the wilderness. Gold and silver submitted to the flame's persuasion, becoming ornaments that spoke of beauty and status and the human need to create meaning through craft. Iron, most stubborn of metals, eventually yielded to fires hot enough to work its transformation, opening an age of tools that would last generations. The forges that sprang up in human settlements glowed like earthbound constellations, each one a temple to the marriage of divine fire and mortal ambition. Smiths became figures of respect and wonder, wielding flames that could transform the very bones of the earth into objects of utility and art. The ring of hammer on anvil became a new music that echoed across the growing communities, a rhythm that spoke of progress and possibility. Around these fires, something else began to bloom, the birth of true community. Where once families had scattered at sunset to seek individual shelter, Now they gathered in circles of light that welcomed sharing and storytelling. The flames became focal points for social bonds that would endure long after the last ember had faded. Children who had once feared the darkness now played games in the firelight, their laughter adding music to the crackling of burning wood. Elders found new purpose as keepers of flame and wisdom, teaching the young how to nurture fire and pass down the stories that gave shape to human experience. Around these glowing hearths, language itself seemed to grow richer and more complex, as if the fire had unlocked not just physical warmth, but intellectual illumination as well. The arts flourished in fire's generous light. Painters mixed pigments by flame light, creating images on cave walls that captured not just the forms of animals and humans, but their spirits as well. Musicians gathered around fires to share melodies that had been conceived in darkness, but found their true voice in the dancing shadows cast by flame. Dancers moved in rhythms that echoed fire's own fluid grace, their bodies telling stories that words could never fully capture. Potters discovered that fire could transform clay from mere earth into vessels that could hold water, store grain, and serve the countless needs of growing civilization. The kilns that fired their creations became sacred spaces where the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire, combined in acts of creation that felt almost divine in their transformative power. As generations passed and mortals spread across the face of the earth, they carried fire with them like a portable piece of heaven. Caravans crossing vast deserts navigated by the stars, but found comfort in the small fires they kindled each night, flames that created islands of home in the vastness of wilderness. Sailors venturing onto unknown seas carried fire in special vessels, ensuring that no matter how far they travelled from familiar shores, they could always kindle the warmth and light that made any place habitable. The knowledge that fire represented proved as important as its physical benefits. From tending flames, mortals learned patience and planning, discovering that the future could be shaped by present preparation. They understood that some gifts required constant attention to maintain their blessings, but that such attention was repaid 1,000-fold by the security and comfort that resulted. Cities began to rise where once only scattered settlements had existed. Their growth centred around great fires that burned day and night in public squares. These eternal flames became symbols of community continuity, tended by citizens who took turns ensuring that their city's fire never died. Around these central hearths, markets flourished, laws were debated, marriages were celebrated, and leaders were chosen through discussions illuminated by the democratic light of shared flame. The seasons took on new meaning when humans possessed fire. Winter, once a time of desperate survival, became a season of gathering and reflection when families and communities drew closer around their hearths to share stories, plan for spring, and create the arts that flourished in fire's generous glow. The cold winds that rattled their shelters no longer threatened death but merely discomfort, held at bay by flames that burned as warm and constant as hope itself. Yet the greatest gift that fire brought was not warmth or light, or the ability to craft tools, but the knowledge that mortals were capable of more than mere existence. The flame that danced on their hearths whispered constantly of transformation, of the power to change raw materials into finished goods, darkness into light, cold into warmth. In tending fire, mortals learned that they too possessed the power to transform themselves, their communities, their world. This realization bloomed into philosophy and science, religion and art, all the endeavours that would eventually raise human civilization to heights that even Prometheus, in his darkest moments chained to the Caucasus rocks, had not dared imagine. Every discovery made by firelight, every problem solved in the glow of burning wood, every moment of beauty created in fire's warm embrace was a vindication of his sacrifice. In their prayers and stories, mortals remembered the Titan, who had brought them this transformative gift. They spoke his name with gratitude around fires that descended in an unbroken chain from that first stolen spark. Children learned tales of the god who had loved mortals enough to defy the King of Heaven, who had chosen eternal punishment rather than leave them shivering in darkness. These stories travelled as fire itself travelled, from hearth to hearth, community to community, generation to generation. They grew richer with each telling, acquiring details that spoke of human understanding of sacrifice and love. Some tales told of Prometheus's wisdom, others of his courage, but all recognized him as the divine friend who had seen potential in humanity when the other gods saw only weakness. Pilgrims journeyed to the Caucasus Mountains where the Titan remained bound, bringing offerings of gratitude and prayers for his eventual freedom. They could not ease his physical torment, but their presence reminded him that his sacrifice had meaning that stretched far beyond the daily cycle of pain and healing. Each flame they kindled in his honour was a small rebellion against the cosmic order that had decreed his punishment, a declaration that love and generosity were forces more powerful than law and authority. The fire burned on, in hearth and forge and lamp and torch, in the warm glow of human achievement and the bright flame of human dreams. It burned in the eyes of lovers meeting by firelight, in the concentrated gaze of artisans perfecting their craft, in the steady regard of parents watching their children play in the warm circle of flame-cast safety, and in a mountain fastness where chains held a suffering Titan to cold stone, Prometheus lifted his eyes to watch the stars wheel overhead in their eternal dance. Below those celestial lights scattered across the dark face of the earth, 10,000 fires twinkled like earthbound stars, each one a testament to the power of compassion over cruelty, of gifts freely given over treasures hoarded. The flame he had stolen from the gods burned eternal now, no longer dependent on any divine permission or cosmic law. It lived in every human heart that refused to accept darkness as final, in every hand that struck flint to tinder, in every voice that told the story of the god who loved mortals enough to suffer for them. This was immortality more complete than any the gods possessed, to live forever in the gratitude of those he had served, to be remembered not as a ruler or conqueror, but as a friend who had given everything so that others might have light. The fire danced on, warm and bright and eternal, a piece of heaven brought down to earth by one who understood that the greatest divine act is not to demand worship, but to kindle hope. In that understanding, in that warmth, in that eternal flame, Prometheus found his peace at last. Eternal, its marble halls gleamed with an inner light that never dimmed, and its golden columns reached toward heights that even eagles dared not attempt. Here, in this realm of impossible beauty, Zeus ruled with absolute authority, or so he believed. The throne room stretched vast as a valley, its ceiling lost in perpetual mist that shimmered with the colours of dawn. Zeus sat upon his throne of polished obsidian and lightning-struck oak, the very air around him crackling with barely contained power. His beard, dark as storm clouds, rippled with each breath, and his eyes held the deep blue-grey of an approaching tempest. When he spoke, his voice rolled like distant thunder, and when he gestured, the very foundations of Olympus trembled in acknowledgement. But power, even divine power, breeds its own peculiar breed of loneliness. Zeus gazed down upon the assembly of gods before him, noting the way their eyes never quite met his, how their smiles carried the practiced perfection of courtiers rather than the warmth of family. They bowed when required, laughed at his pronouncements, and offered their counsel when asked. Yet something had changed in the golden halls of Olympus. The air itself seemed to thicken with unspoken words, and shadows lingered longer than they should, in corners where whispered conversations died the moment Zeus drew near. Hera sat to his right, her beauty terrible and perfect as carved marble. but her jaw held a tension that spoke of grinding teeth and swallowed words. Her peacock-feathered gown rustled with each controlled breath, and her ringed fingers pressed against the arms of her throne with enough force to crack lesser stone. When their eyes met, Zeus saw not the passionate love that had once burned between them, but something colder, a resentment crystallized by centuries of public humiliation and private betrayal. To his left, Apollo reclined with studied grace, his golden hair catching light that seemed to emanate from within. Yet beneath that divine radiance, Zeus detected something brittle. The young god's smile was too bright, his laughter too quick, and his hands trembled almost imperceptibly when he thought no one was watching. The memory of recent punishment still stung. Zeus had sent him to serve a mortal king for daring to question divine justice, and the taste of that humiliation lingered like bitter wine on Apollo's perfect lips. But it was Poseidon's presence that truly unsettled the king of gods. The Sea Lord sat with his trident across his knees, its bronze points dulled by the palace's soft light. His hair, the colour of deep ocean currents, moved as if stirred by underwater breezes, and his beard held tiny droplets that caught and scattered light like captured stars. Poseidon's eyes, green as the deepest trenches, studied Zeus with an intensity that made the thunder god shift upon his throne. There was calculation in that gaze, and something else, a measuring look, as if Poseidon was seeing his brother not as an eternal ruler, but as a rival who had simply been winning too long. The three siblings had once stood together against their father Cronus, united in purpose and bound by shared suffering. They had divided the world among themselves with the solemnity of sacred oath, Zeus the sky, Poseidon the sea, Hades the underworld, equal domains for equal brothers, or so they had sworn. But equality, Zeus had discovered, was a word that lost meaning when spoken from a throne that cast its shadow over all others. "My lords and ladies," Zeus began, his voice carrying easily through the vast chamber, "today we speak of mortal affairs that require our guidance. The harvest festivals approach, and several kingdoms petition for our favour." The assembled gods stirred, some leaning forward with interest, others maintaining the polite attention that court demanded. But Zeus noticed how Poseidon's fingers tightened around his trident's shaft, how Apollo's golden eyes narrowed slightly, how Hera's breath caught for just a moment before she composed herself. "The kingdom of Aegina offers fine sacrifices," Zeus continued, gesturing toward the mortal realm far below. "Their king has built temples of remarkable beauty and filled them with treasures that honour our glory. And I suppose," Poseidon's voice cut through the formal atmosphere like a blade through silk, "you have already decided which of us should bestow our blessing upon them." The throne room fell silent. Even the eternal flames in their golden braziers seemed to flicker uncertainly. Zeus turned slowly to face his brother, his expression calm but his eyes beginning to spark with warning light. "I was preparing to seek the wisdom of this council," Zeus replied, his tone carefully neutral, "as I always do." "As you always do," Poseidon repeated, and now his voice carried the sound of waves breaking against rocks. "After you have already made your decision, after you have already sent your eagles to survey their lands and your dreams to their king, as you always do, brother." The word brother fell like a stone into still water, sending ripples of tension throughout the assembled gods. Hera's knuckles had gone white where they gripped her throne, and Apollo sat forward with the predatory interest of one who scented conflict. Zeus rose from his throne, and the movement was like the first rumble of an earthquake. Lightning began to play around his shoulders, casting writhing shadows on the marble walls. "You forget yourself, Poseidon. We rule together, but someone must guide. Someone must choose. The mortals look to Olympus for leadership, not endless debate among squabbling gods." "Squabbling gods?" Poseidon's laugh was like the crash of tsunami against shore. "Is that what we are when we dare to voice opinions that differ from the great Zeus?" When we remember that 3 brothers cast lots for 3 equal domains? Equal domains, Zeus said, his voice dropping to a dangerous whisper that nonetheless carried to every corner of the throne room. But not equal responsibilities. The mortals pray to Zeus when they seek justice. They call upon Zeus when they need protection from chaos. They build their greatest temples to Zeus because they understand what some gods seem to have forgotten, that power shared too widely becomes power lost entirely. The silence that followed was pregnant with violence. Poseidon's trident began to gleam with an inner light, its bronze points taking on the blue-green glow of deep ocean phosphorescence. Apollo's golden radiance flickered like a flame in high wind, and Hera's perfect composure cracked just enough to reveal the fury burning beneath. "Perhaps," Hera said, her voice honey-sweet but edged with poison, "we should remember that even the mightiest eagle sometimes needs to rest. Even Zeus cannot watch every horizon at once." Zeus turned his attention to his wife, and the air between them crackled with 10,000 years of marriage, passion, betrayal, and barely controlled rage. "And perhaps," he replied, "some should remember that those who mistake rest for weakness often find themselves learning painful lessons about the difference." The threat was clear, and it hung in the air like the scent of approaching storm. But instead of backing down, Hera smiled, the expression as beautiful and terrible as dawn breaking over a battlefield. "Of course, my lord," she said, inclining her head with perfect mocking courtesy. "We would never mistake your moments of repose for anything but the confident rest of absolute power." Apollo laughed then, a sound like golden bells, but there was nothing joyful in it. Indeed, Father Zeus shows such confidence in his rule that he need never concern himself with the loyalty of his family. After all, what god would dare to question the wisdom of one who has never made an error, never shown favoritism, never allowed personal desire to cloud divine judgment? The words struck home with the precision of silver arrows, and Zeus felt something cold settle in his chest. He looked around the throne room and saw what he had been blind to before, the careful neutral expressions of gods who had chosen sides without declaring them, the subtle positioning that spoke of allegiances formed in whispered conversations, the way divine gazes slid away from his own not in deference, but in concealment. "You speak in riddles," Zeus said, but his voice had lost some of its thunder. "If any among you have grievances, speak them plainly. I am your king, but I am also your brother, your father, your friend. This is Olympus, not some mortal court where words must be wrapped in layers of deception." Poseidon stood slowly, water seeming to cascade from his robes, though they remained perfectly dry. "Very well, brother. Let us speak plainly." He raised his trident, and the sound it made against the marble floor was like waves hammering against cliffs. "When did you last ask for our counsel before making a decision that affected all our domains? When did you last consider that the Sea Lord might have wisdom worth hearing before sending your eagles to judge coastal kingdoms? When did you last remember that Apollo's light illuminates mortal hearts as surely as your lightning illuminates their skies?" Zeus felt the ground shift beneath him, not physically, for his power kept the very foundations of Olympus stable, but politically, emotionally. The rebellion he had sensed was not the distant rumble of approaching thunder. It was the earthquake already upon him. "I am king," he said, and the words sounded hollow even to his own ears. "The responsibility is mine. The burden you chose," Hera interrupted, rising from her throne in a whisper of silk and contained fury. "The burden you claimed. The burden you used to justify every slight, every dismissal, every moment when you forget that gods who helped you overthrow Cronus might occasionally deserve more than the privilege of watching you rule." The throne room had become an arena, with lines drawn and sides chosen. Zeus could see it now with terrible clarity. Not every god had joined the growing resistance to his authority, but enough had. Enough to matter. Enough to threaten the stability of Olympus itself. But Zeus was still Zeus, and power, true power, was not easily surrendered. Thunder rolled through the palace, shaking dust from ancient stones. Lightning began to dance around Zeus's form, and his eyes blazed with the light of stars being born. When he spoke, his voice carried the authority of cosmic force, the weight of natural law itself. "You forget who I am," he said, and the words were like the voice of the universe speaking its own name. "You forget what I have done, what I have sacrificed, what I have endured to keep this realm stable and our rule secure. You think kingship is a crown that can be passed around like a wine cup at a feast. You think power is a toy to be shared among children who grow bored with taking turns." The light around Zeus intensified until even divine eyes had difficulty looking directly at him. "I am the thunder that splits mountains. I am the lightning that writes law across the sky. I am the storm that humbles kings and the calm that follows, bringing peace. You're my family, my counsel, my beloved companions, but you are not my equals in this. You cannot be, because someone must bear the weight of absolute decision. Someone must stand alone when the choice means the difference between order and chaos." The words echoed through the throne room, and for a moment Zeus thought he had won. The sheer force of his presence, the reminder of his power, the weight of his authority, surely it would be enough to restore the proper balance, to remind them all why he ruled and they served. But Poseidon stepped forward, and his trident sang with the power of all the world's oceans. "Then you have chosen to stand alone," the Sea Lord said, and his voice carried the inexorable power of tides. "Remember that choice, brother, in the hours that come." Zeus felt a chill that had nothing to do with temperature. Around the throne room, gods were rising from their seats, and the pattern of their movement spoke of rehearsal, of plans made and positions prepared. Not all of them. Athena remained seated, her grey eyes troubled but loyal, and Hermes shifted nervously but made no move to join either side. But enough. More than enough. Hera stepped down from her throne with liquid grace, her beauty terrible as a sword's edge. Apollo followed, his golden light taking on the harsh brilliance of desert sun, and Poseidon, trident in hand, approached the throne where Zeus stood wreathed in lightning and isolation. "We offered you partnership," Hera said softly. "We offered you family. We offered you love tempered with respect rather than fear seasoned with resentment. Instead," Apollo added, his voice like music played in a minor key, "you chose to be our king rather than our brother." Poseidon raised his trident, and the bronze point seemed to pierce the air itself. "So be it. Let Zeus the king discover what it means to rule without love, without trust, without the willing service of those who once called him family." The rebellion was no longer brewing. It was here, in the throne room of Olympus, crystallized in the space between lightning and trident, between the god who would rule alone and the gods who would no longer serve. Zeus stood at the centre of the storm he'd created, and for the first time in an age, he was not certain he could control the forces he had unleashed. The Garden of Memory lay hidden in a forgotten corner of Olympus, where even Zeus's all-seeing eagles rarely ventured. Ancient olive trees grew there, their silver leaves whispering secrets to winds that carried no tales back to the throne room. It was here, among flowers that bloomed with the light of stars and springs that bubbled with liquid moonlight, that three gods met in the deep watches of the night. Poseidon arrived first, materializing from a fountain whose waters had suddenly taken on the salt taste of distant seas. His form condensed from spray and foam, and as he stepped onto the moss-covered path, tiny droplets fell from his robes like captured pearls. The Sea Lord's usual grandeur was muted here. His trident served as a walking staff, his bearing that of a god weary beyond measure rather than one preparing for war. But in his eyes, green as the deepest ocean trenches, burned a light that spoke of decisions made and lines crossed beyond any hope of return. Hera came next, emerging from between the olive trees as if she had always been part of the garden's shadows. Her gown was simple here, unadorned by the jewels and golden threads that marked her as Queen of Olympus. But simplicity could not diminish her terrible beauty, and the air around her seemed to shimmer with barely contained power. She moved with the fluid grace of one who had learned to mask fury behind perfect composure, yet tonight the mask was slipping. Her peacock eyes held depths of resentment that 10,000 years of marriage had carved into her immortal heart. Apollo was the last to appear, stepping from a shaft of moonlight as if it were a doorway. His golden radiance was dimmed to a soft glow that would not betray their meeting, but even muted, his divine light made the garden seem touched by perpetual dawn. The god of prophecy and healing carried no bow tonight, bore no crown of laurel leaves. Instead, he seemed younger somehow, more like the deity who had once served mortal kings and learned the bitter taste of humiliation from those who should have been beneath him. They stood in a triangle at the garden's heart, where a spring bubbled up between ancient stones carved with symbols that predated even the Titans. For a long moment, none spoke. The weight of what they contemplated hung heavy in the flower-scented air, and even gods who had helped overthrow Cronus found themselves daunted by the magnitude of their intended rebellion. "He grows more insufferable with each passing century," Hera finally said, her voice barely above a whisper but carrying clearly in the garden's perfect acoustics. "Today he dismissed my counsel regarding the harvest festivals without even the pretense of consideration. The Queen of Heaven surely has more pressing concerns than mortal grain," he said, as if my domain over marriage and family makes me ignorant of the connections between abundance and social stability. Poseidon's laugh was like waves breaking over rocks, but there was no humour in it. "At least he bothered to dismiss your counsel. When the coastal kingdoms petition for protection from sea monsters, does he consult the Lord of all oceans? No, he sends his eagles to survey the threats, and his lightning to burn away what his limited understanding deems dangerous, as if the sea and all its creatures were merely extensions of his sky realm, subject to his uninformed judgment." Apollo's golden light flickered with emotion. "And when plague strikes the southern cities, when the people cry out for healing and guidance, does he remember that Apollo's arrows can bring both disease and cure? Does he recall that prophecy might offer insight into mortal suffering? Instead, he pronounces from his throne that mortals must learn to endure hardship, that struggle builds character. Easy enough to say when you've never been forced to serve a mortal king, never felt the humiliation of being bound by another's will." The three gods fell silent again, each lost in memories of slights and dismissals, of decisions made without consultation, of a brother and husband who had gradually transformed from beloved family into an increasingly distant and autocratic ruler. The garden around them seemed to pulse with sympathetic energy, as if the very air recognized the justice of their grievances. "I have tried," Hera said, and now her voice carried the pain of centuries. "I have tried to be the wife he needs, the Queen Olympus deserves. I have swallowed my pride when he takes mortal lovers, have maintained dignity when his bastard children are elevated to divine status, have smiled graciously when his adventures become the stuff of mortal legend. But he interprets my patience as weakness, my loyalty as submission." She raised her hand and small flowers bloomed between her fingers. Not the elaborate peacock orchids that usually marked her presence, but simple daisies, their white petals edged with frost. "He has forgotten that Hera ruled her own realm before their marriage, that the Queen of Heaven brought her own power to their union. He sees only a wife who should be grateful for the privilege of sharing his throne." Poseidon struck his trident against the stones, and the spring's waters bubbled higher, taking on the green-blue colour of storm-tossed seas. "I remember when we drew lots for our domains," he said, his voice heavy with memory. "3 brothers, 3 equal shares of creation. The sky, the sea, the underworld, each vast, each necessary, each requiring wisdom and strength to govern properly. But somehow, Zeus's realm became the highest, and from height came the assumption of superiority. The Sea Lord's eyes reflected depth that even other gods found unsettling. He forgets that the sea covers more of the earth than land and sky combined. He forgets that every river, every lake, every drop of rain that falls from his precious clouds belongs ultimately to my domain. He forgets that without the sea's currents, his weather patterns would be meaningless, his storms powerless to bring the life-giving rains that mortals depend upon. Apollo's form began to pulse with a rhythm like a heart beating, his divine radiance shifting through the spectrum from gold to silver to the deep red of sunset. "And I am tired," he said quietly, "of being treated like a child who occasionally shows promise. My prophecies have guided mortals and gods alike through countless crises. My healing has preserved heroes who shaped the course of history. My music has brought harmony to disputes that might have torn Olympus apart. Yet when the oracle at Delphi speaks, Zeus claims credit for the wisdom she delivers. When plague ends and health returns, he points to his own beneficence in allowing suffering to cease." The god of prophecy and healing looked up at the star-scattered sky, and for a moment his perfect features showed the weight of immortal exhaustion. "He sent me to serve King Admetus as punishment for questioning his justice. Do you know what I learned there? Scrubbing floors and tending cattle. I learned that even mortal kings understand the value of counsel, that even human rulers recognize that wisdom can come from unexpected sources. I learned that true leadership requires humility, something our brother seems to have forgotten in the comfort of his unquestioned dominion." Hera moved closer to the spring, her reflection wavering in its disturbed waters. "What we speak of is not simple rebellion," she said, her voice steady despite the magnitude of her words. "It is revolution. It is the overturning of an order that has stood since the defeat of the Titans. Are we prepared for the consequences?" "The consequences of action," Poseidon replied, "or the consequences of continued inaction?" Each year, Zeus grows more isolated from his family, more convinced of his own infallibility, more willing to rule by fear rather than love. If we do nothing, we become complicit in our own diminishment. Apollo nodded, his light taking on the silver quality of moonbeams. "My gift of prophecy shows me many possible futures, but in most of them, Zeus's reign continues unchanged until some greater catastrophe forces change upon us all. The paths where we act now, where we force a reckoning while there is still hope for reconciliation, lead to better outcomes than those where we wait for external pressures to shatter what remains of our unity." "Then we are agreed?" Hera asked, though the question was rhetorical. They all knew they had passed the point of return the moment they had accepted the invitation to meet in the Garden of Memory. "We move against Zeus." "Not against him," Poseidon corrected gently. "For him. To save him from himself, to restore the brother we once knew, to remind him that even gods need the love and support of family. This is intervention, not assassination." The distinction mattered, and they all knew it. What they planned was not the death of Zeus, even if such a thing were possible, but his temporary restraint, his forced education in the value of partnership and the cost of isolation. "How?" Apollo asked, his practical nature asserting itself. "Zeus is not merely powerful, he is power itself given form. His strength, his speed, his command of lightning and storm. How do we overcome forces that shape the very fabric of reality?" Poseidon smiled, and it was like watching sunlight play across deep water. "The same way we overcame Cronus. The same way David will one day fell Goliath. With cunning rather than strength, with strategy rather than brute force. Zeus's power is absolute when he is awake and aware, but even gods must rest. Even Zeus must eventually surrender to the embrace of divine repose." Hera's eyes widened as she grasped the implications. "You mean to take him while he sleeps? To bind him before he can wake and defend himself? With chains forged by Hephaestus himself," Apollo added, his prophetic sight already seeing the possibility made manifest. adamantine bonds that not even Zeus's lightning can break, secured while divine sleep holds him motionless. It was audacious beyond measure, terrifying in its implications, and yet possible. They had all seen Zeus in the deep sleep that came to gods after great exertions, the profound rest that made even divine forms as still and vulnerable as marble statues. If they could approach during such a moment, if they could work swiftly and silently. The chains exist, Poseidon said quietly. Hephaestus forged them long ago during the war against the Titans. They were meant to bind Cronus himself, though in the end we had no need of them. They lie now in the deepest vaults of Olympus, forgotten by all save those who know where to look. And you know where to look, Hera said. It was not a question. The sea remembers everything that has ever touched it, Poseidon replied, including the tears of a young smith god who wept over his forge while creating bonds strong enough to hold his own father. Yes, I know where they lie. Apollo's radiance pulsed with excitement and terror in equal measure. If we do this, there is no retreat, no claiming it was merely a jest or a lesson in humility. Zeus will know we moved against him with serious intent. And perhaps, Hera said softly, that knowledge will shock him into remembering what he has become, what he has lost in his pursuit of absolute authority. Perhaps waking in chains will teach him the value of willing cooperation. They stood silent again, each contemplating the magnitude of their intended action. Around them, the garden of memory seemed to hold its breath. Ancient flowers and timeless trees bearing witness to a conspiracy that would reshape the order of divine rule. When? Apollo asked. Soon, Poseidon replied. Zeus has been pushing himself harder lately, using more of his power to enforce his will upon both gods and mortals. Such expenditure will require rest, and when that rest comes... We will be ready, Hera finished. Her voice carried the resolution of 10,000 years of frustration crystallized into purpose. We will remind our king that even Zeus needs his family, needs their love and support and willing service. We will teach him that true strength comes not from inspiring fear, but from inspiring loyalty. The three gods joined hands around the spring, and their combined divine essence caused the water to glow with inner light. They spoke no formal oath, their word was bond enough, but in that moment of contact they sealed their pact with the full weight of immortal determination. The rebellion was no longer a possibility spoken in whispers. It had become inevitability, waiting only for the right moment to unfold. As they prepared to leave the Garden of Memory, Apollo paused, his prophetic senses tingling with the complex web of potential futures. There is something else, he said quietly, a complication we have not considered. Hera and Poseidon turned to him, and in the god of prophecy's golden eyes they saw shadows of concern. Thetis, Apollo said simply, and the name fell like a stone into still water. The sea nymph loves Zeus still, despite everything. She will not stand idle if she perceives threat to him. Poseidon nodded slowly, his expression troubled. Thetis sees more than most realize, and her loyalty to Zeus runs deeper than gratitude or duty. She will be a complication. Then we must plan for that complication, Hera said firmly. We must be prepared for intervention from unexpected quarters, for allies Zeus may call upon even in his extremity. The three gods exchanged glances heavy with new understanding. What they had planned was already complex and dangerous. Now they realized it might also require contingencies within contingencies, preparations for scenarios they had not originally considered. But they had come too far to retreat, and the garden around them pulsed with the energy of decisions made and courses set. Whatever complications arose, whatever unexpected allies Zeus might call upon, the die was cast. The rebellion would proceed. The palace of Zeus slumbered in the deep hours before dawn, when even immortal consciousness sought refuge in divine rest. Marble halls that usually rang with godly voices lay silent as tombs. their golden decorations dimmed to soft glows that barely illuminated the intricate mosaics beneath divine feet. The eternal flames in their jewelled braziers had been allowed to sink to mere whispers of light, and the very air seemed thick with the profound quiet that comes only when omnipotent beings surrender themselves to the vulnerability of sleep. In the heart of the palace, within the royal chambers where Zeus lay in divine repose, shadows moved with purpose and deadly intent. The king of gods rested upon a bed carved from a single block of celestial marble, its surface inlaid with veins of gold that pulsed gently with his divine heartbeat. His massive form was relaxed in sleep. The tension and authority that usually defined his bearing softened into something almost mortal in its peaceful vulnerability. His dark hair spilled across pillows stuffed with clouds from the edge of the world, and his breathing was deep and steady, causing tiny flickers of lightning to play across his closed eyelids with each exhalation. This was Zeus as few had ever seen him, unguarded, defenceless, momentarily stripped of the terrible power that made him king of gods and mortals alike. In sleep, he looked less like the thunder-wielding tyrant his conspirators had come to resent, and more like the brother they remembered from their youth, the one who had rallied them against Cronus, who had shared both victory and burden with equal grace. For just a moment Poseidon hesitated at the chamber's threshold. The Sea Lord's divine senses could detect the ebb and flow of Zeus's consciousness, could feel the depth of his brother's rest, could measure the complete trust Zeus had placed in the safety of his own palace. It would have been so easy to turn back, to abandon their plan and accept the status quo, to return to the familiar patterns of resentment and silent rebellion. But then he remembered the dismissive wave that had silenced his council just hours earlier, the casual arrogance with which Zeus had overruled decisions affecting mortal kingdoms that bordered the sea. He remembered the gradual erosion of partnership into dictatorship, the slow transformation of beloved brother into distant despot. The hesitation passed. Hera moved like liquid shadow, her divine grace allowing her to cross the marble floor without the slightest sound. In her hands, she carried chains unlike anything mortals had ever seen, links of adamantine forged in fires that burned hotter than stars, tempered in waters from the primordial depths of creation, and blessed with bindings that could constrain even divine power. The chains seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, their surface drinking in the soft glow of the chamber's few active braziers and giving back only deeper darkness, experience, and his hands, though soft from royal living, possessed the restless energy of a mind always in motion. But it was not his physical presence that made Sisyphus legendary. It was his mind, quick as Mercury, cunning as a fox, endlessly curious about the workings of fate itself. Where other kings ruled through strength of arms or divine blessing, Sisyphus wielded intelligence like a finely honed blade. The stories of his cleverness spread like ripples across the wine-dark sea. When King Autolycus began stealing Corinthian cattle, Sisyphus didn't send armies. Instead, he had his servants carve identifying marks into his cattle's hooves. When next his herds were raided, he simply followed the marked hoofprints to Autolycus's palace, confronting the thief with irrefutable evidence. When Phoenician merchants formed a cartel to control eastern trade routes, Sisyphus appeared to capitulate, hosting a great feast for their leaders. But during the banquet he revealed he had already dispatched ships on northern routes, carrying letters about alternative trade networks to every major port. The cartel collapsed within days. Perhaps most telling was his contest with King Nissos of Megara over a disputed valley. They agreed to settle the matter with riddles. Nissos posed his first. What moves without legs, speaks without voice, and conquers without weapons? Sisyphus answered immediately, fame. Then Sisyphus offered his riddle. A man has something that belongs to him completely, yet everyone who sees him knows what it is. He cannot give it away, sell it, or hide it. yet it makes him different from every other man. What is this? When Nisos admitted defeat, Sisyphus revealed his fate. This reputation brought satisfaction, but also divine attention. The gods, initially amused by the clever mortal king, began sensing something troubling. Sisyphus seemed to believe wisdom itself could elevate him beyond the boundaries separating human from divine. His palace filled with scholars and philosophers who came to test their wits against his. Sisyphus delighted in these contests, posing questions that left learned men stammering, solving paradoxes that had puzzled thinkers for generations. His library contained scrolls from every corner of the known world, and he spent long hours studying the patterns of fate, the movements of stars, the relationships between cause and effect. It was during these studies that Sisyphus formulated the dangerous idea that would lead to his downfall. If fate followed patterns, he reasoned, then those patterns could be understood and perhaps manipulated. If gods operated according to rules, then a clever mortal might find ways to work around those limitations. In his palace of marble and gold, surrounded by the fruits of his cunning, Sisyphus grew confident he could outwit any opponent. He began believing his intelligence made him equal to gods. That understanding fate gave him power over destiny itself. The king who had solved the riddle of fate began thinking he might rewrite it entirely. From Mount Olympus, this growing arrogance didn't go unnoticed. Zeus himself began watching as Sisyphus solved problem after problem, won victory after victory, accumulated wealth and power through pure intellect. There was something unsettling about the mortal's confidence, something suggesting he might not know when to stop pushing boundaries. As winter gave way to spring in the 23rd year of his reign, as olive trees bloomed white against hillsides and ships ventured forth after winter storms, Sisyphus received visitors. They came not from any earthly kingdom, but from the shadowed corners of existence where few mortals dared look. The hero who thought he understood fate was about to discover that fate had been studying him in return. On a morning when the Mediterranean lay like polished silver beneath impossible blue skies, when the air carried jasmine's scent and promised another perfect day, Death came walking through Corinth's gates. He didn't announce himself with trumpets or arrive in shadow-wreathed chariots. Thanatos came quietly, as death always does, unexpected despite being inevitable, gentle despite being final. Those few mortals who glimpsed him saw only a tall figure wrapped in deep grey, moving with unhurried pace of someone possessing all time because he mastered time's ending. The cloak flowed around him like liquid shadow, and though morning sun shone bright, no light touched the fabric. At his side hung chains unlike any forged by mortal smiths, links gleaming not with metal's shine, but with something far more precious and terrible. These were mortality's chains, each link representing a soul's binding to earthly form, and when Thanatos chose to break them, that bond would dissolve forever. He walked through the marketplace where merchants hawked wares, past harbours where sailors prepared for voyages they'd never complete, up winding roads toward the palace. Deep instinct made people step aside, though none could say why. Dogs whimpered and slunk away. Birds fell silent. Even the Gulf's ever-present breeze seemed to still itself. In his throne room of polished marble, with sunlight streaming through windows and fountain water creating peaceful backdrop, Sisyphus reviewed tax reports when he felt it. Sudden chill having nothing to do with temperature. Air atoms seemed to grow heavy, pressing against his skin with finality's weight. Oil lamp flames flickered despite no wind. "Your Majesty," came a voice like autumn leaves, like dying breath, like sand through hourglasses. "It is time." Sisyphus looked up to see the grey-cloaked figure standing in his throne room's centre. No guards had announced this visitor. No servants had opened doors. He was simply there, inevitable as sunrise, undeniable as tide. For a moment, stretching like years, mortal king and death's incarnation regarded each other. Sisyphus felt his heart hammering, mouth going dry with primal fear reaching back to humanity's earliest days. Every instinct screamed to run, fight, bargain, anything except accept what seemed utterly inevitable. But Sisyphus was no ordinary mortal. Even as his body screamed in terror, his mind began working with crystalline clarity that had made him legendary. He'd spent a lifetime studying fate, puzzling out patterns governing mortal existence. Now, facing fate's final messenger, he did what came naturally, began examining the situation like a problem to be solved. "Thanatos," he said steadily, "Lord of the final journey, this is indeed an honour, though somewhat surprising." The figure inclined his hooded head. "Surprising? You've lived 47 years, King of Corinth. You've ruled wisely, accumulated wealth, sired strong sons. Your thread has been measured and cut by the fates. Surely you knew this moment would come." "Oh, I knew death would come," Sisyphus replied, rising with surprising grace. "What surprises me is your personal arrival. Is it usual for you to collect every mortal soul personally? I'd have thought someone of your stature would have subordinates for such routine matters." Something like amusement flickered in the hood's depths. "Routine? King Sisyphus, nothing about you is routine. Your reputation has spread to the underworld's halls. Hades himself suggested I might find collecting your soul educational." This was exactly what Sisyphus hoped to hear. If Hades had sent Thanatos personally, they expected something interesting, suggesting they might not be entirely certain of handling him through ordinary means. "Educational," Sisyphus mused, beginning to pace with measured steps. "Intriguing. And these chains, might I examine them? I confess scholarly curiosity about your trade's tools." Thanatos tilted his head, then raised one pale hand. The chains began glowing with inner light, each link inscribed with symbols that writhed and shifted when observed directly. "These are mortality's chains," Thanatos said with apparent pride, "forged by the fates at creation's dawn. Once bound by these, no soul can remain in the mortal realm. They ensure proper existence order, that those whose time has ended must journey to their final destination." "Fascinating," Sisyphus breathed, stepping closer. "And they work automatically once applied." "Nothing so crude," Thanatos replied, pleased to have an appreciative audience. "They require the wielder's will and focus power to activate. The process creates mystical connection between chains, wielder, and bound soul. Observe." He lifted the chains, which began moving with serpentine grace towards Sisyphus, glowing brighter as they approached. But instead of retreating, the king stepped closer, eyes bright with apparent scholarly fascination. "Remarkable craftsmanship," he said admiringly. "But I noticed something curious about the binding mechanism. See here, where this symbol joins that one, it creates a connection that seems to bind the wielder as well as the target temporarily. A mystical feedback loop, perhaps to prevent incorrect usage." Thanatos paused, chains hovering between them. "You have an observant eye, mortal king. Yes, there is indeed temporary binding between chains, wielder and target during the death process. It prevents outside interference with natural order. No force, mortal or divine, can break the connection once properly established." "How elegant," Sisyphus said with genuine appreciation. Then, with lightning-quick reflexes that had served him in countless encounters, he lunged forward and grasped the chains directly. The moment his fingers closed around the mystical bonds, several things happened at once. The chains blazed with cold fire, running up his arms like liquid lightning, symbols spinning like wheels within wheels. Sisyphus felt power unlike anything he'd experienced, as if grasping mortality's very essence and channeling it through his mortal frame. More importantly, he felt the binding take hold as Thanatos had described, not just between himself and death, but between death and the chains, creating a three-way connection, locking all participants until the process completed. "What have you done?" Death's voice carried genuine surprise. Sisyphus smiled charmingly, though his hands burned with supernatural fire. "I've done what I do best, Lord Thanatos. Found the flaw in an otherwise perfect system. The chains prevent outside interference. But what if interference comes from inside the process? What if the target grasps chains at the binding moment?" The grey-cloaked figure tried stepping back, tried releasing the chains, but found he could not. The mystical bonds ensuring death's proper functioning had become death's own trap. "The connection cannot be broken," Sisyphus continued conversationally, despite enormous effort maintaining his grip. "You said so yourself. No force can interfere once binding is established. But I'm not interfering, am I? I'm participating. Since I'm now part of the binding mechanism, the process cannot complete until I choose to release my hold." For the first time in eons beyond counting, Thanatos found himself trapped by his own instruments. The chains that had never failed now held him as surely as they would have bound the Corinthian king. "This is impossible," Death whispered. "Is it impossible?" Sisyphus asked, "or simply unprecedented? This has never happened because no mortal has been foolish enough to grab Death's chains while being used against him. But I've never been known for excessive caution." And so in a throne room filled with Mediterranean sunshine, where fountain sounds still played and jasmine still drifted on breeze, Death himself became prisoner to his own power, bound by chains of his own design to a mortal king who had proven even existence's most fundamental forces contained exploitable weaknesses for those clever enough to find them. But Sisyphus was about to learn that while he might outwit death itself, such unprecedented cleverness would create consequences rippling far beyond his palace walls. The imprisonment of death created ripples spreading across the mortal world like cracks in winter ice, and within days, existence's very fabric began straining under the weight of Sisyphus's cleverness. In Corinth's great amphitheatre, gladiators fought with unprecedented fury, delivering mortal wounds only to watch opponents rise again and again, bleeding but unable to die. On battlefields across the Mediterranean, armies clashed in conflicts stretching beyond all reason. Warriors pierced through hearts continued fighting. Soldiers with severed limbs crawled forward to attack, and ground grew thick with wounded who could suffer but never find peace. In peaceful villages throughout Greece, the elderly lay on deathbeds month after month, growing ever frailer but unable to cross the threshold that should have been their natural right. The natural order's fundamental rhythm had been shattered by one man's refusal to accept fate. From his throne of black marble in the underworld's depths, Hades felt the disturbance like physical pain. For the first time since Cosmos was ordered, no souls were arriving in his domain. The river Styx, which had carried endless processions of the dead since time immemorial, flowed silent and empty. Charon sat idle in his ferry, polishing his oar with nervous energy that comes from having nothing to do when one's entire existence is built around purposeful action. The fields of Asphodel, usually populated by constant soul arrivals, remained static and unchanging. But it wasn't merely absent arrivals concerning the Lord of the Dead. Without death, life itself lost meaning, urgency, precious fragility. The mortal realm was becoming overpopulated with beings who should have passed on, creating dangerous spiritual energy build-up threatening to tear holes in carefully maintained boundaries between worlds. Hades rose from his throne, wrapped in shadows deeper than space between stars, and made his way to the chamber of cosmic consultation, where he could commune with his brothers ruling other existence realms. The conversation between Hades and Zeus lasted moments, but would echo through eternity. When the Lord of the Dead explained how a single mortal king had trapped death itself, Zeus's wrath became a force of nature sending tremors through Mount Olympus's foundations. "Ares," Zeus commanded, voice shaking marble columns, "go to Corinth. Free Thanatos and bring this king to divine justice. The god of war, magnificent in bronze armour gleaming like captured starlight, descended from Olympus with devastating divine retribution. He found Sisyphus still locked in standoff with death both figures glowing with supernatural binding energy. The mortal king had grown pale and thin from constant effort, maintaining his hold on divine bonds, but his eyes still blazed with unconquered intelligence. For days he'd stood there, matching will against mortality's fundamental force, refusing to release his grip despite effort draining his strength. Ares didn't negotiate. With mountain-moving strength and air-igniting fury, he simply separated the figures, using pure divine force to break Sisyphus's grip and shatter the mystical binding holding Death prisoner. The moment connection broke, Thanatos straightened his cloak with dignified bearing, nodded once to the god of war, and vanished into shadow without word. Within moments, natural order began restoring as delayed deaths finally claimed their due. Gladiators collapsed, warriors fell, and the elderly found peaceful rest so cruelly delayed. Sisyphus found himself seized by invisible divine hands and hurled through Earth's foundations, plummeting through rock layers and root systems, past underground rivers flowing with liquid starlight and crystalline caverns, singing otherworldly music, until landing with jarring force on the river Styx's shores in the grey twilight realm of the dead. The underworld wasn't the fiery torment pit later ages would imagine, but a vast realm of haunting beauty wrapped in eternal dusk. Silver trees bore glowing fruit, strange flowers bloomed in nameless colours, and rivers of liquid light flowed between black sandbanks soft as silk. But for all its ethereal beauty, it was undeniably a place of endings, where every breath reminded visitors they were no longer among the living. Hades awaited the rebellious king on a throne carved from massive geode, its interior surfaces reflecting dead souls like stars in endless night sky. The lord of the underworld was tall and imposing, with marble-pale skin and bottomless pool eyes containing all accumulated sorrow and wisdom since world's beginning. Sisyphus of Corinth, Hades intoned, each word falling like earth on coffin lids. You have committed unprecedented crimes. You've disrupted existence's fundamental order, caused immeasurable mortal realm suffering, and brought chaos to cosmic balance upon which all reality depends. What defence do you offer? But Sisyphus, even standing before the Lord of Death's throne with divine judgment pressing down, wasn't finished with cleverness. During his terrifying Earth journey, his mind had worked with desperate intensity. He'd realised something that might provide one final gambit, one last dice roll where stakes were eternal damnation or impossible escape. Great Hades, he said, bowing low with apparent contrition, I offer no defence, having none worthy of your infinite wisdom. I acted from contemptible motives, pride, arrogance, foolish belief that mortal cleverness could elevate me beyond natural order you so wisely govern. I accept full responsibility and submit to whatever judgment you deem appropriate. Hades leaned forward, intrigued by this apparent humility from the mortal who just caused more existence disruption than any being in history. However, Sisyphus continued confessionally, before you pronounce my fate, I must beg indulgence for one final confession that may compound my crimes, but which honour demands I reveal. In my arrogance, great lord, I failed preparing properly for death's possibility. Specifically, I gave my beloved wife Merope strict instructions that should I die under any circumstances, she must not perform traditional burial rites or make proper offerings ensuring my dignified passage to your realm. This was true, though not as Hades understood it. Before encountering death, Sisyphus had indeed given his wife specific funeral instructions, but not from defiance. He'd suspected his growing cleverness reputation might attract unwanted divine attention, and reasoned that if ever dragged to the underworld, having compelling reason to return might prove useful. Proper burial customs obligation was one of few circumstances permitting the dead to revisit the living realm. I told her, Sisyphus continued shamefully, that if gods took me, she should leave my body unburied as defiance sign, contempt gesture for divine powers separating us. By now she'll have obeyed, meaning I've arrived in your domain without proper ritual preparation, customary offerings, or respectful observances that are your due. Surely this compounds my offences and represents additional insult to your dignity." Hades frowned darkly. Proper funeral rites were critically important to Underworld's smooth functioning and respectful dead treatment. Souls arriving without appropriate ritual preparation sometimes had difficulty finding proper afterlife places. More importantly, it was divine dignity matter. He expected mortals to show proper death and realm respect. "This is deeply troublesome," Hades admitted displeasedly. "Proper funeral rite performance isn't merely tradition, it's cosmic order's essential part, ensuring souls arrive in appropriate condition for designated afterlife places. And you say your wife committed this grave propriety breach at your direct instruction." "I'm mortified to confess it, my lord, but yes," Sisyphus replied, voice breaking with apparent emotion. "In foolish pride, I thought I could cheat death through various stratagems, fearing proper burial preparations might make it easier for death to claim me. I see now how utterly misguided this reasoning was, but damage is done. My poor wife, acting from love and loyalty, has inadvertently dishonoured both you and me through obedience to my misguided commands." Hades was quiet for long moments, divine mind working through implications. An improperly buried king could create underworld problems, and the divine authority slight was genuinely concerning. More than that, Hades was a stickler for proper procedure, and souls arriving without appropriate ritual preparation genuinely bothered him. "What do you propose?" Hades asked finally. Sisyphus bowed lower. "Allow me to return to the mortal realm just long enough to scold my wife for disobedience and ensure proper rites are performed posthumously. I swear by the river Styx that I will return to your realm immediately thereafter to face whatever punishment you deem appropriate for my crimes." The Styx oath was binding even on gods. No being who swore by that sacred river could break their word without facing consequences, making death seem pleasant. Hades knew this, and knew Sisyphus knew this. The mortal was offering to bind himself by existence's most sacred oath to return and face divine justice. What Hades didn't realise was exactly how Sisyphus planned interpreting those oath terms. "Very well," the Lord of the Dead said after consideration. "You may return to correct this oversight. But know I'll be watching, and any attempt to evade promised return will bring consequences beyond your comprehension." "I understand completely, my lord," Sisyphus replied. "You are most gracious." And with that, Sisyphus found himself transported back to the sunlit world above, emerging in his palace courtyard like a plant sprouting from fertile soil. His wife Emerope, who had indeed been following his instructions about avoiding burial rites, rushed to embrace him with joyful tears. "My beloved," she cried, "I thought you were lost forever." "Not quite yet," Sisyphus replied, familiar smile returning as Mediterranean sunshine warmed his face. "Though I'm afraid our situation has become somewhat complicated." But instead of scolding his wife and arranging proper burial rites as promised, Sisyphus did what came naturally. He began planning. He'd sworn to return to the underworld, true, but hadn't specified when. While he couldn't break a Styx-sworn oath without dire consequences, he might fulfill it in ways Hades hadn't anticipated. For months stretching into years, Sisyphus lived openly in Corinth, ruling his kingdom and enjoying mortal existence pleasures. He hosted feasts becoming legendary throughout Greece, regaling guests with stories of outwitting death itself and convincing Hades to let him return to life. The tale grew in telling, and soon poets across the Mediterranean spun variations of the legend about the king who cheated death twice. But in the underworld's depths, Hades was growing increasingly angry. He'd been patient, assuming Sisyphus needed time for proper funeral arrangements and earthly affair settlement. But as months turned to years and still the mortal king didn't return, it became clear he'd been tricked again. The Lord of the Dead's fury when he finally understood the deception was terrible to behold. His realm's foundations shook with rage, and the river Styx boiled with supernatural fire. He'd been made a fool by a mortal, something that had never happened in all the eons since world's beginning. This time, when he sent agents to retrieve Sisyphus, there would be no escape possibility, no loophole to exploit, no clever words to delay the inevitable. The king, who thought himself wiser than gods, would learn that some games have consequences beyond mortal mind's ability to anticipate. The agents who came for Sisyphus the final time were not death himself, nor a single god of war. They were the Furies, ancient beings of divine vengeance whose very existence predated the Olympian gods themselves. Alecto, Megaera, and Tisiphone emerged from earth cracks like smoke-given form, their eyes burning with fires that had witnessed justice's birth itself. There was no conversation this time, no opportunity for clever words or last-minute schemes. The Furies simply surrounded the king who had twice made fools of gods, and reality bent around them like heated metal. One moment Sisyphus stood in his sunlit palace courtyard. The next he found himself once again on river Styx shores. But this time the journey felt different, final. The underworld had changed during his absence. Where before there had been solemn beauty atmosphere, now there was unmistakable anticipation current. Every shade, every spirit, every minor deity in Hades' realm seemed knowing that something unprecedented was about to occur. Word had spread through the Twilight Kingdom that the mortal who had dared trick death and deceive Hades himself was finally being brought to justice. Hades waited on his black crystal throne, but he was not alone. Beside him stood Zeus, crackling with barely contained lightning, his presence making air hum with divine power. The king of the gods had descended personally to witness punishment of the mortal who had disrupted cosmic order so thoroughly. Sisyphus of Corinth! Zeus's voice rolled like thunder across the vast hall. You have committed crimes against existence's very foundations. You trapped death, preventing natural order from functioning. You deceived the underworld's lord with false oaths and empty promises. You've shown such contempt for divine authority that your name has become synonymous with hubris itself. The mortal king stood before existence's two most powerful gods, but even now his mind continued working. He analysed his situation with methodical precision that had served him so well in life, looking for weaknesses, seeking loopholes, searching for some desperate gambit that might save him. But for the first time in his existence, Sisyphus could find no clever escape, no hidden flaw in opponent's reasoning, no unexpected attack angle. He was well and truly trapped, surrounded by beings whose power dwarfed his mortal understanding, and whose patience he had exhausted beyond redemption. What punishment, Zeus continued, could possibly fit such unprecedented crimes? Death would be too simple. You've proven you can evade or delay it. Exile to Tartarus would be too common. Many have been condemned to that dark pit. No, your punishment must be as unique as your crimes, as eternal as your arrogance. Zeus raised his hand, and thunder rolled through the underworld like angry gods' laughter. You who were so clever in life, so certain that intelligence made you God's equal, will spend eternity in the most perfect futility demonstration ever devised. You will push a boulder up a mountain, and when you near the summit, the boulder will roll back down. Then you will begin again, and again, and again, forever. But, Hades added with something like grim amusement, this will not be any ordinary boulder, nor any ordinary mountain. Both are crafted specifically for you, with divine power, perfectly calibrated to your strength and determination. The boulder will always be just light enough that you can move it, just small enough that you can see hope of reaching the summit. The mountain will always be just low enough that success seems possible, just smooth enough that each forward step feels achievable. You will never be able to dismiss the task as impossible. You will always believe that this time, perhaps, you might succeed. Sisyphus felt something cold and heavy settle in his chest as he began understanding his punishment's true brilliance. An impossible task would break his spirit quickly, but a task seeming perpetually achievable would torture his mind far more effectively than any rack or flame. Moreover, Zeus said, your memory will remain intact. You will remember every failed attempt, every hope moment followed by crushing disappointment. You will retain all your intelligence, all your analytical ability, all your problem-solving skills, and you will be forced to apply them eternally to a task designed specifically to defeat them. The mortal king who had prided himself on finding solutions to every problem was to be given a problem with no solution, a puzzle designed by gods themselves to be unsolvable. There is, however, one mercy in your punishment, Hades said, though his tone suggested the mercy might be crueler than kindness. Should you ever truly, completely abandon hope, should you ever reach absolute despair where you no longer believe success is possible, the punishment will end and you will be allowed to take your place among ordinary dead in the fields of asphodel. Sisyphus understood immediately why this was his sentence's cruelest aspect. His mind, trained to analyse and solve problems, would never be able to completely abandon hope. There would always be some part of him calculating angles, measuring distances, searching for key insight that might make the difference this time, and so the king who had cheated death twice was led to his eternal mountain, a peak of black stone rising from the underworld's grey plains like a monument to divine justice. The boulder waited at its base, perfectly sized and weighted, crafted by the gods themselves to seem forever conquerable yet never conquered. As Sisyphus placed his hands against the stone for the first time, feeling its weight and texture, understanding the magnitude of what lay before him, he realised this requires the memory of companionship. Perhaps it was curiosity, though curiosity needs questions, and there were no questions yet to ask. Perhaps it was simply the inevitable truth that existence, once possible, becomes inevitable. The first stirring was so subtle, it might have been imagination if there had been anyone to imagine it. A tremor in the fabric of non-being, a whisper in the language of not yet, a single, impossible vibration that rippled through dimensions that did not exist, carrying a message in a tongue that had never been spoken. I am. From this moment, the first moment, the moment that created moments, came the violent, beautiful birth of chaos. Picture it now, as your mind begins to drift at the edges. Chaos was not the villain of later stories, not mere disorder and destruction. Chaos was pure potential incarnate, a swirling maelstrom of every possibility that could ever be, every dream that could ever be dreamed, every reality that could ever unfold. It was the cosmic womb from which all existence would eventually emerge, vast beyond imagining, wild beyond containing. Within that endless storm of becoming, colours that had no names danced with concepts that had no form. The very idea of existence learned to breathe. Mathematics fell in love with poetry. Physics waltzed with metaphor. Time flirted with the notion of sequence, while space discovered the joy of dimension. Chaos was consciousness without identity, power without purpose, love without object. It was the universe learning to dream and finding itself astonished by its own capacity for beauty. For eons uncountable, chaos danced alone in the vast theatre of possibility. But creation, once begun, has its own momentum. From the wild overflow of infinite potential, from the places where possibility touched impossibility and sparked into something new, the first children began to emerge, not through union, for there was nothing yet with which to unite, not through intention, for intention requires choice, and choice requires alternatives, and chaos was still all alternatives at once. They emerged through the simple, inevitable overflow of a container that had grown too full of itself. First came Gaia, Mother Earth herself, solid and warm and infinitely patient. She condensed from chaos like a pearl of stability in the storm of becoming, her emergence as natural and necessary as gravity. Where chaos was pure motion, Gaia was perfect rest. Where chaos was infinite potential, Gaia was focused fulfillment. Feel her now in the bed that holds you, in the floor that supports your home, in the planet that carries you through space. Gaia was not merely dirt and stone, but the very principle of foundation, of something solid to stand upon, something real to call home. Her body became vast continents of rich, dark soil. Her breath became the first winds that would ever blow. Her heartbeat became the rhythm that would one day pulse in the chest of every living thing. From the deepest places where Gaia's new solidity met the dancing chaos above, Tartarus carved himself into existence, the first depths, the necessary darkness that gives meaning to height and light. Not evil, not yet, simply the profound below that makes the glorious above possible. He was the cosmic basement, the foundation's foundation, the deep place where things could be hidden and stored and transformed in the patient darkness. Then, like a flower of pure longing blooming in the space between earth and void, came Eros, not merely physical desire, but the fundamental force that would draw all things together. Eros was the gravity of the heart, the magnetism of souls, the force that would one day convince atoms to hold hands and stars to dance in galaxies and lovers to find each other across impossible distances. Eros was love before love had an object, attraction before there were things to be attracted to, connection before there were separate things to connect. He was the universe's first recognition that existence might be sweeter if it were shared. And finally, born from the spaces between chaos's wild thoughts, born from the pauses between one cosmic heartbeat and the next, came the twins who would shape the rhythm of all existence. Nyx and Erebus, night and darkness, shadow and deeper shadow, mystery and the mystery beyond mystery. Nyx emerged like evening settling over a world that had never known day, bringing with her the concept of gentle rest, of mysteries that soothed rather than terrified, of darkness that embraced rather than consumed. Where she moved through the early cosmos, the first stars began to glimmer. Not points of light, but seeds of wonder, promises that even in darkness there could be beauty. Erebus was different, deeper, more primal. His darkness was the absolute dark that exists in the heart of black holes, in the spaces between thoughts, in the pause between one heartbeat and the next. Where Nyx brought dreams, Erebus brought the dreamless void. Where she offered mystery, he offered oblivion. Not cruel oblivion, but the perfect peace of the unthought thought, the unspoken word, the path not taken. As your eyes grow heavy now, imagine these first beings in their pristine glory, before jealousy, before conflict, when the universe was still learning what it meant to be. Picture them moving through dimensions that had no names, establishing the fundamental patterns that would govern all existence, foundation and space, love and depth, mystery and peace. For countless eons they existed in perfect harmony, each playing their part in the cosmic symphony that was just beginning to compose itself. Gaia spread her stability across the formless void, creating the first solid foundations where things could take root and grow. Eros moved between them all, weaving the invisible connections that would hold reality together like golden threads. Tartarus provided the necessary depth, the profound below that gave meaning to above. And in the vast spaces between earth and void, Nyx and Erebus began their first, innocent dance. Night and darkness, mystery and peace, taking turns across the early cosmos in a rhythm so perfect it seemed it could never be broken. But even in paradise, change whispers its arrival. Even in perfection, the seeds of transformation are already sprouting. For the universe had learned its first great lesson. Existence is not a state but a process. Not a destination, but a journey. Not a being, but a becoming. And somewhere in the deep places of reality, barely perceptible even to the primordial forces themselves, the future was beginning to stir. The harmony lasted for ages beyond counting, through epochs that had no names because there was no one yet to name them. The primordial beings moved in perfect synchronization, like instruments in a cosmic orchestra, each playing their essential part in the growing symphony of existence. Gaia continued to spread and solidify, her body becoming ever more complex and beautiful. Valleys carved themselves in her flesh, and mountains rose from her dreams. Rivers began to flow across her surface, following paths traced by her sleeping thoughts. She was learning the joy of landscape, the pleasure of providing a stage upon which greater dramas could unfold. Tartarus deepened his realm, creating vast caverns and hidden spaces, building the infrastructure of secrets. His darkness was not malevolent but simply profound, the necessary shadows that would one day house mysteries too delicate for the bright surface of things. Eros danced between them all, his touch causing new connections to spark into being. Where his influence touched Gaia's surface, the first stirrings of what would one day become life began to pulse. Where he brushed against Tartarus, the deep places learned to dream. His was the force that taught the universe that separation was just an illusion, that everything was connected to everything else by invisible threads of affection and attraction. And above it all, Nyx and Erebus continued their eternal dance, taking turns across the growing cosmos, establishing the fundamental rhythm that would one day beat in every heart, flow in every tide, pulse in every star. But as reality grew more complex around them, as the simple became complicated and the unified began to differentiate, a subtle tension began to emerge between the twin shadows. It started with a philosophical question so fundamental that its asking would eventually reshape the entire universe. What was the true nature of the dark? Nyx believed, if belief is the right word for the deep knowing of primordial beings, that darkness was meant to be gentle, mysterious, filled with soft possibilities. Her night was the darkness of dreams, of rest, of the sweet mystery that comes when the harsh light of day finally fades and the softer truths can emerge. When she moved across a realm, she filled it with silver starlight and gentle shadows, with the kind of darkness that invites exploration rather than demanding submission. In Nyx's darkness, things could hide without being lost, rest without ceasing to be, dream without losing touch with reality. Her night was pregnant with possibility, rich with potential, alive with the gentle movements of things growing in the dark. Erebus understood darkness differently. His darkness was primal, absolute, perfect in its completeness. It was the darkness that exists before the first star ignites and after the last one dies, the darkness between thoughts, the pause between heartbeats, the perfect stillness that needs nothing because it is already everything. In Erebus's darkness there was no need for stars because there was no incompleteness to illuminate. There was no need for dreams because reality itself was already perfect. There was no need for mystery because truth was simply the absence of questions. "Sister," he began to whisper, his voice like the space between notes in a cosmic song, "why do you clutter the pure dark with these small lights? Why fill the perfect silence with dreams? True peace lies in perfect darkness, complete and undisturbed." "Brother," she would reply, her voice like wind through midnight leaves, like the sound of secrets being shared between lovers. "Darkness without. Mystery is not peace, it is mere ending. The lights I kindle do not diminish the darkness, they give it depth, make it beautiful, transform it from empty void into living mystery." At first, their discussions were gentle, philosophical, the kind of cosmic conversation that primordial beings might have while arranging galaxies or deciding the optimal length for eons. But as reality continued to grow and change around them, As their different approaches to darkness began to have practical consequences, their disagreement deepened. The conflict began subtly, almost playfully. Nyx would spread her gentle night across a realm, filling it with soft shadows and twinkling possibilities, weaving dreams into the fabric of space itself. But Erebus would follow, and where his absolute darkness touched her mystical night, something profound would happen. The dreams would not disappear. That was not Erebus's way. Instead, they would deepen, become more fundamental, sink below the level of conscious awareness into something more primal. The gentle mysteries would intensify into questions so deep they could not be answered, only experienced. The soft stars would not be extinguished but absorbed, their light transformed into something richer, more essential, more perfectly dark. From Nyx's perspective, her brother was destroying her careful work, reducing her living darkness to mere void. From Erebus's perspective, he was perfecting her incomplete vision, helping her darkness achieve its true potential. Neither was wrong, both were absolutely right. And therein lay the seed of cosmic war. The philosophical difference became practical conflict. Where once they had danced in perfect alternation, they now began to overlap, each trying to demonstrate the superiority of their vision. Reality itself became their canvas, and their disagreement, their paint. Picture it now, as sleep draws you deeper into the soft darkness behind your eyelids. Imagine the early universe convulsing as these two fundamental forces began to clash. Where they battled, the fabric of reality itself began to strain and tear. Space developed wrinkles, time hiccuped. The laws of physics discovered they had opinions. Nyx would weave dreams into the quantum foam, and Erebus would unravel them thread by thread, not to destroy but to perfect, to show their deeper truth. She would kindle stars in previously empty space, and he would embrace them so completely that their light became indistinguishable from darkness itself. She would create vast nebulae of gentle mystery, and he would deepen them until they became profound beyond naming. The war raged across dimensions that existed only in the overlap between possibility and actuality, through spaces that could be reached only by travelling in directions that had no names. It was a war fought not with weapons, but with fundamental forces, not with violence, but with competing visions of what darkness could and should be. Gaia trembled in her depths, feeling the cosmos shake around her like a house in a storm. Mountains crumbled and reformed as the space they occupied flickered between different versions of itself. Her carefully crafted landscapes twisted into impossible shapes, then snapped back into new configurations, then twisted again. Tartarus roared with the echoes of their conflict, his deep places reverberating with cosmic forces that had no names. The caverns he'd carved began to connect in ways that violated every principle of geometry, forming networks of causality that looped back on themselves, creating chambers where effect preceded cause and past mixed freely with future. Even Eros found his work disrupted. The connections he had woven between things began to vibrate in harmony with the conflict above, creating resonances that transformed simple attraction into complex tangles of interdependence. Love became more complicated, connection more nuanced, relationship more layered with possibility and shadow. And chaos himself, watching from the place beyond places where all potentials converge, began to stir with something that might have been concern, or might have been fascination. His children were growing up, becoming forces in their own right, capable of reshaping the reality he had dreamed into being. The universe was no longer his alone. It belonged now to all of them, and they were learning to use their inheritance. But the most profound casualties of the war between night and darkness were neither of the combatants themselves. As they fought, as reality buckled and reformed around their cosmic struggle, something entirely new began to emerge in the wounded spaces between night and void. Time. Not just duration, not just sequence, but linear, irreversible, flowing time. Born from the rhythm of their eternal conflict, marking each moment when night defeated darkness, or darkness embraced night. Time emerged like a river from their war, carrying moments downstream from past to future, making change not just possible but inevitable. And where time flowed, consequence followed. Where consequence walked, mortality took its first tentative steps into the universe. Feel that rhythm now in your own heartbeat, in the way your breath moves in and out, marking the eternal dance between holding on and letting go, between the mysteries of night and the peace of deeper darkness. The war between Nyx and Erebus was transforming the universe at its most fundamental level, writing the basic rules of existence in the grammar of their cosmic disagreement. They were teaching reality how to change, how to grow, how to become something more than it had been. And in the deep places of Gaia's consciousness, something new was beginning to stir. Not concern exactly, but recognition. The time for harmony was passing. The time for complexity had begun. And complexity would require children capable of standing in the space between opposites, holding contradictions without being torn apart by them. The time of the Titans was approaching. The war between night and darkness raged for eons, reshaping reality with each cosmic heartbeat. Space learned to curve, time discovered rhythm, matter began to dream of consciousness. But with each transformation, each fundamental alteration of the basic laws of existence, Gaia felt the strain in her vast patient body. She was the foundation upon which everything stood, and foundations must be stable. She was the mother from whom all solidity emerged, and mothers must provide security. But the universe was shaking itself apart above her, and even her infinite patience had limits. Where Nyx and Erebus battled overhead, Gaia's surface cracked. Mountains split down their middles, releasing pressures that had built up over impossible ages. Oceans boiled and froze by turns, their waters confused about what state of matter they were supposed to maintain. Her carefully tended gardens of proto-reality withered and flourished randomly, caught between competing visions of what existence should become. In the deep places of her consciousness, Gaia began to understand that the age of simple harmony was ending. The primordial beings had been content to exist in perfect balance, each playing their role in a cosmic symphony that never changed its tune. But their children, for all conscious beings were her children, in the deepest sense, would need something more complex. They would need the capacity to hold contradictions without being destroyed by them. They would need the wisdom to find balance not in static perfection, but in dynamic tension. They would need the strength to heal wounds that seemed unhealable, to bridge gaps that seemed unbridgeable. They would need to be both earthly and cosmic, both stable and flexible, both peaceful and powerful. So in the richest depths of her body, in valleys so profound they touched the realm of Tartarus himself, Gaia began to dream. Not the gentle dreams that Nyx wove, nor the perfect voids that Erebus sought, but something new, dreams of children who could heal a wounded cosmos, dreams of beings powerful enough to restore balance to a universe learning to tear itself apart. From the places where her earthly substance mixed with the chaotic forces still flowing from the original creation, from the intersections where her stability met the dynamic tensions of the war above, Gaia began to give birth. First came Uranus, Sky himself, vast and encompassing, born from her need for a partner who could match her scope and depth. Where she was the foundation, he became the infinite expanse. Where she provided the solid ground of being, he offered the limitless space of becoming. Uranus rose from Gaia's embrace, not yet as lover. That would come later, with complications that would shake the cosmos. But as complement, as the other half of a cosmic equation that required both earth and sky, both foundation and infinite possibility, to balance. As he stretched himself across the growing universe, Uranus brought something new, the concept of perspective. From his vast height, the war between Nyx and Erebus looked different, not like a conflict to be resolved, but like a dance to be appreciated. He could see patterns that were invisible from ground level, connections that spanned distances too vast for earthbound consciousness to grasp. But even Uranus's cosmic perspective could not heal the fundamental tensions that were tearing reality apart. Gaia needed children who could work at a more intimate scale, beings who could stand in the wounded places and knit them back together with their own substance. From the most ancient places in her body, from stone so old it remembered the first crystallization of matter from chaos, came the mountains, her elder children, patient and strong like herself, but reaching always upward towards solutions. They stood like witnesses across her surface, their peaks touching Uranus's domain, their roots anchored in her deepest heart. The mountains were healers by nature, collectors of stress and strain. Where the cosmic war above created pressure, they absorbed it into their stone flesh, transforming destructive force into creative height. They became the first mediators, the first beings capable of taking opposing forces and finding ways to make them work together. But the war continued, and the wounds in reality grew more complex. From the restless places where her consciousness touched the ongoing battle between night and darkness, from the margins where her stability met the chaos of cosmic forces, Gaia birthed Pontus, the primordial sea. Pontus was not yet the domain of any particular god, but the raw churning potential of all waters, reflecting like liquid mirrors both the gentle mysteries of Nyx and the absolute depths of Erebus. In his flowing embrace, contradictions could coexist without destroying each other. Night and darkness could mingle and separate and mingle again, learning through repetition how to dance rather than fight. The sea became the first laboratory of transformation, the place where opposing forces could meet and merge and separate again without violence. Learning through endless experimentation the steps of the dance that would eventually heal the cosmos. But even as her first children found their places in the cosmic order, as the mountains absorbed strain and the sea taught the art of fluid transformation, Gaia felt the incompleteness. The war above continued. Night and darkness still tore at each other across dimensions, and time continued to flow from their conflict like an open wound, carrying change and consequence and mortality into a universe that had once been eternal and perfect. She needed children not just of substance, but of power. Not just witnesses and mediators, but active healers. Children who could stand in the space between order and chaos, between dream and void, between time and eternity, and hold the centre while reality transformed around them. So Gaia reached deeper than she had ever reached before, into the places where her own substance mixed with the primordial forces themselves. She drew upon the wild chaos from which she had originally emerged, the patient darkness of Tartarus below, the binding force of Eros that held all things together, and the flowing time that now pulsed through the cosmos like blood through cosmic veins. From this rich mixture, from the marriage of her earthly wisdom with the fundamental forces of creation itself, she began to birth the Titans. They emerged not all at once, but in pairs and groups, each designed to address specific wounds in the fabric of reality, each carrying within their divine essence the capacity to transform cosmic problems into cosmic solutions. Cronus came first, time made flesh, born from Gaia's desperate need to heal the temporal wounds left by the cosmic war. But he was not yet the child-devouring tyrant of later stories. In his first incarnation, Cronus was time as the healer, the one who could take the linear, irreversible flow that had emerged from conflict and bend it into more graceful shapes. Under his influence, time learned to curve back on itself in gentle spirals rather than rushing forward in destructive straight lines. He taught the universe that change did not have to mean loss, that transformation could preserve essence while altering form, that the flow of moments could be a river of renewal rather than a flood of destruction. Rhea followed close behind, not just the flow of time, but its cycles, the eternal return that promises that nothing is ever truly lost, only transformed. Where Cronus was time's forward motion, Rhea was its circular wisdom, the understanding that endings are always beginnings, that every death carries the seed of new life. Together, they began to transform the chaotic temporal flow created by the cosmic war into something more like music, rhythmic, patterned, beautiful in its repetitions and variations. Then came the others, each pair born to heal a specific wound in reality's fabric, each carrying complementary aspects of the cosmic forces they were meant to balance and integrate. Oceanus and Tethys emerged to give form and flow to the chaotic waters, to teach the seas and rivers and rains how to move in patterns that sustained rather than destroyed. Where Pontus had been raw potential, they became skilled craft, taking the art of liquid transformation and refining it into something that could nurture life. Hyperion and Theia rose to regulate the confused and flickering lights that danced uncertain between Nyx's gentle stars and Erebus's profound darkness. They became the first to understand that light and darkness were not enemies but partners, each defining and enriching the other. Under their influence, the first true dawn broke across the cosmos, not the victory of light over darkness, but their marriage, their recognition that beauty required both illumination and shadow. Coeus and Phoebe were born to bring order to knowledge itself, to preserve memory and wisdom in a universe where each moment of cosmic war had threatened to unravel the past. They became the first librarians of existence, the keepers of patterns and the guardians of understanding. In their careful hands, the chaotic experiences of the cosmic war were transformed into wisdom, into stories that could teach future generations how to avoid the mistakes of the past. Crius and Eurybia emerged to master the wild forces of storm and sea, to take the violent energies unleashed by cosmic conflict and channel them into creative power. They became the first engineers of weather, the architects of the systems that would one day bring rain to thirsty lands and wind to fill the sails of mortal ships. Iapetus came alone, the odd one among the Titans, born to hold the space of questions that had no easy answers, the guardian of the boundaries between known and unknown. He was the first philosopher, the one who would ask the uncomfortable questions that would drive progress and change. And finally, as the cosmic war began its slow transformation into cosmic dance, came Themis, divine order herself, born to establish laws not through force, but through recognition of natural harmony. She was the one who could see the patterns that connected all things, the underlying justice that made cooperation more powerful than conflict. Hemera rose like honey poured into darkness, her skin glowing with a light that was not harsh or blinding, but gentle as morning mist touched by sun. Her hair caught light like spun gold, and her eyes held the clarity of perfect understanding. Where Nyx brought rest, Hemera brought awakening, not the sudden jolt of alarm, but the slow, natural emergence from sleep that comes with dawn's first touch. The sisters looked upon each other with neither rivalry nor jealousy, but with the recognition of perfect balance. Nyx smiled, and shadows danced at her feet. Hemera smiled in return, and warmth spread through the void like the first rays of sunrise through a forest glade. "Sister," Nyx spoke, her voice like the whisper of wind through night-blooming flowers, "we are two halves of one eternal truth." "Indeed," replied Hemera, her voice carrying the sound of streams awakening from winter ice. "For without darkness, light has no meaning, and without light, darkness cannot know its own depth." And so began the first cycle, the rhythm that would govern all of time. As Nyx spread her starry cloak across the heavens, Hemera would wait patiently in the depths of Oceanus, that vast encircling river that bounded the world. There, in caverns of pearl and coral, she would rest and gather her strength, preparing for her daily journey. Each morning, before even the first hint of dawn could touch the eastern sky, Hemera would rise from her ocean sanctuary. She moved not with the dramatic flair that would later characterize the Olympian gods, but with the steady, inevitable progression of natural law. Her ascent was gradual, like water slowly filling a vessel, or like the way warmth gradually penetrates winter earth in spring. As she rose, trailing veils of soft light behind her, the very air would begin to change. The deep, dream-heavy atmosphere of Nyx's domain would gradually thin and clarify. Stars would fade, not from any violence or banishment, but simply because day was returning to reclaim its time. Birds, still centuries away from existing, would eventually learn this rhythm from her passage. Flowers would turn to follow her path before Helios ever thought to drive his chariot across the sky. For Hemera did not merely announce the day, she was the day itself. Her presence brought with it the quality of light that allows growth, understanding, and conscious thought. While her sister Nyx ruled the realm of dreams, intuition, and the subconscious depths of the mind, Hemera governed clarity, reason, and the awakened world. Yet neither sought to dominate the other, for they understood that all life required both rest and activity, both reflection and action. In those early ages when the Titans were but distant thoughts, and the Olympians not even conceived, Hemera's role was crucial beyond measure. She established the fundamental rhythm of existence, the heartbeat of the cosmos itself. Her patient daily journey across the sky created the first reliable pattern in a universe still finding its form. Mountains learned to catch her light and hold it in their stones. Waters learned to reflect her passage and carry her warmth to distant shores. The early mortals, when they finally came to walk the earth, knew her presence instinctively. Though they had no name for her yet, they felt the difference between the soft illumination of her realm and the sharp, focused power of Helios when he later took his place in the sky. Hemera's light was the light of understanding, of gentle awakening, of the moment when solutions to problems suddenly become clear. It was the light that makes the dewdrop visible on the grass, that reveals the intricate pattern of a spider's web, that allows the eyes to distinguish one colour from another. But as the ages turned and the cosmos grew more complex, as Titans rose and fell and the Olympian gods claimed their thrones, something began to change. The simple, eternal dance between Nyx and Hemera became overlaid with more dramatic narratives. Helios, magnificent in his solar chariot, captured the imagination of mortals with his blazing journey across the sky. Eos, the rosy-fingered dawn, won hearts with her beauty and her tragic love affairs. Selene, the silver moon, enchanted with her mystery and her romance with the sleeping Endymion. And gradually, quietly, Hemera began to fade from memory, though her work continued as faithfully as ever. The mortals still felt her presence each morning, still experienced the gentle transition from night to day, but they began to attribute these gifts to the more visible, more dramatic deities. Her temples, when they built them at all, were small and simple affairs, not because she was less important, but because her very nature was one of quiet service rather than grand gesture. Yet still she rose each morning from the depths of Oceanus, still she spread her gentle light across the world, still she created the space between night and dawn where all possibilities dwelt. For Hemera understood something that the louder gods sometimes forgot. True power lies not in being seen, but in being essential. In the timeless rhythm that governs all existence, there is a moment each day when the universe holds its breath. It comes in the deep hours before dawn, when night has reached its fullest depth and day begins its inevitable return. This is the hour when Nyx and Hemera meet at the boundaries of their realms, passing like ships in the cosmic deep, each acknowledging the other's eternal duty. Picture this sacred exchange. As Nyx completes her journey across the star-scattered sky, her cloak of darkness begins to grow thin at its eastern edge. She has spent the night hours shepherding dreams, guarding the sleep of mortals and gods alike, nurturing the seeds of inspiration that bloom only in darkness. Her work is profound but subtle, healing minds worn by days' labours, weaving prophetic dreams, allowing the subconscious wisdom to rise like underground springs. Now, sensing her time drawing to its natural close, Nyx descends toward the western horizon, where the river Oceanus waits to carry her to rest. As she moves, her starry mantle begins to fold inward upon itself, constellation by constellation returning to their hiding places beyond the dawn. But this is not a retreat or a defeat. It is the graceful completion of her portion of the eternal dance. From the eastern depths of Oceanus, Hemera begins her ascent. She rises slowly, naturally, like mist lifting from a quiet lake, or like the waylight gradually returns to a room as curtains are drawn back. Her emergence is not dramatic or sudden. There are no trumpet fanfares, no blazing announcements. Instead, she moves with the steady inevitability of a tide returning to shore, bringing with her the subtle but transformative gift of daylight consciousness. The moment of their passing is beautiful beyond description. As Nyx's trailing robes brush the western mountains, Hemera's first light touches the eastern peaks. For just an instant, the sisters exist together in the same sky. Darkness and illumination, rest and awakening, the completion of one cycle and the beginning of another. In this brief overlap, the world holds infinite possibility. "Sister," Nyx whispers as they pass, her voice carrying the contentment of work well done. "I leave them peaceful and dreaming." "And I shall wake them gently, sister," Hemera replies, her words warm as honey and sunlight, carrying the wisdom you have planted in their sleep into the light of understanding. This exchange, repeated each day since the beginning of time, represents more than a mere changing of the guard. It embodies the profound truth that existence requires both states, the receptive darkness where ideas germinate and grow, and the active light where those ideas can be expressed and shared. Nyx provides the fertile void where creativity dwells, while Hemera offers the illumination necessary to bring that creativity into manifestation. As Hemera ascends higher, her influence begins to transform the world. The change is gradual, like the way a flower opens to receive the morning light. The heavy, dream-thick air of night slowly clears, becoming transparent and bright. Colours that were hidden in darkness begin to emerge. First the muted blues and greys of pre-dawn, then the subtle variations of brown and green, and finally the full spectrum as her light gains strength. But this is not yet the time of Helios, not the hour when the sun god will drive his blazing chariot across the heavens. That drama comes later, when day has fully established itself. Hemera's realm is the quieter time, the gentle morning when consciousness gradually returns, when birds begin their first tentative songs, when dew still clings to grass and spiderwebs, and when the air holds the cool freshness of night mixed with the warming promise of day. In this sacred hour, mortals experience something profound, though they rarely pause to name it. It is the moment when the mind clears from sleep, when problems that seemed overwhelming in darkness suddenly reveal their solutions, when creative insights that gestated through the night hours finally break through to consciousness. Students burning the midnight oil finally understand the concepts that eluded them. Artists see clearly the vision that had been dancing just beyond reach. Lovers separated by distance feel most acutely their connection across the miles. This is Hemera's gift. Not just light, but clarity. Not just awakening, but understanding. She brings the quality of illumination that allows the inner eye to see as clearly as the outer eye. Under her gentle influence, confusion lifts like morning fog, and the path forward becomes visible. Yet as the ages passed and human civilization grew more complex, mortals began to take this daily miracle for granted. They named the dramatic sunrise after Helios, attributed the beautiful colours of dawn to Eos, and reserved their worship for the gods who announced themselves with thunder and lightning, with grand gestures and obvious displays of power. Hemera did not protest this oversight. Her nature was not one that demanded recognition or tribute. Like the air itself, she was so essential that she became invisible, so constant that she seemed unremarkable. The very qualities that made her indispensable, her reliability, her gentleness, her perfect consistency, also made her easy to overlook in favour of the more spectacular deities. But there were always a few who sensed her presence. Philosophers walking in the early morning would feel the clarity of thought that came with her light. Mothers nursing babies in the pre-dawn hours would experience the peace that flowed from her gentle illumination. Farmers heading to their fields would unconsciously time their work to her rhythm, knowing instinctively that certain tasks were best done in the soft light of her realm, rather than under the blazing intensity of Helios's domain. These sensitive souls sometimes built small shrines to her, not grand temples with towering columns and elaborate ceremonies, but simple altars where morning light could fall unobstructed, where one could sit quietly and feel the daily renewal she brought. They would leave offerings of fresh bread, newly picked flowers, clear water, and other simple gifts that honoured her uncomplicated nature. And still the eternal cycle continued, as it continues to this day. Each night, Nyx spreads her healing darkness over the world, tending the dreams and rest that restore both body and spirit. Each morning, Hemera rises to bring the light of consciousness, the clarity of understanding, and the energy of awakening life. Neither sister envies the other's portion, neither seeks to extend her reign beyond its natural boundaries. They understand that their partnership is perfect, their balance essential to the continuation of all existence. For in the deepest wisdom, day and night are not opposites in conflict, but partners in an eternal dance, each giving meaning to the other, each making the other's gifts possible and precious. As the great wheel of ages turned and the cosmos evolved from its primordial simplicity into increasing complexity, the time of the Titans gave way to a new era. Zeus, wielder of thunder and king of gods, rose to claim dominion over heaven and earth. Around him gathered the magnificent Olympian pantheon, Hera the queen, Poseidon, master of seas, Athena born from thought itself, Apollo the far shooter, Artemis the huntress, and all the rest whose names would echo through human history in endless tales of glory, passion, and divine intervention. In this new order, the cosmic stage became more crowded, more dramatic. Where once the fundamental forces of existence, Chaos, Gaia, Nyx, and Hemera, had moved in stately, eternal rhythms, now personalities clashed and competed. The gods of Olympus loved grand gestures, spectacular displays of power, and the worship of mortals who would build them temples, reaching toward the clouds and offer sacrifices whose smoke would rise to please their divine nostrils. Helios, the radiant sun god, seized the imagination of this new age with his daily journey across the sky, in a chariot drawn by fire-breathing horses. His light was brilliant, obvious, impossible to ignore. Poets sang of his golden crown and his blazing steeds. Mortals built great temples to honour his life-giving rays and prayed to him for favour in their crops and endeavours. Eos, the rosy-fingered dawn, won hearts with her beauty and her tragic love affairs. Artists painted her spreading her pink and golden veils across the morning sky, and lovers invoked her name in their poetry. Her tears became the morning dew, and her sorrow over her mortal beloved Tithonus touched even hardened hearts with sympathy. Selene, the silver moon, enchanted with her ethereal beauty and her romance with the eternally sleeping shepherd Endymion. Night after night, she would pause in her lunar chariot to gaze down upon her beloved's peaceful face, and mortals would look up at the full moon and sigh with understanding of love's sweet torment. but in all the magnificent halls of Olympus, in all the grand assemblies where Zeus held court and the gods debated the fates of mortals and immortals alike, one throne remained empty. One voice was absent from the divine councils. Hemera, the primordial goddess of day itself, found herself displaced, overshadowed, gradually fading from the active pantheon of worshipped deities. It was not that she'd lost her power or ceased her eternal function. Each morning still, she rose from the depths of Oceanus to bring the gentle light of day. Each dawn still carried her essence, her gift of clarity and understanding. The cycle she'd established with her sister Nyx continued as faithfully as ever, the fundamental rhythm upon which all other divine activities depended. But in the eyes of mortals, and even in the attention of her fellow deities, she became invisible, not through any dimming of her nature, but through the very perfection of her service. The new gods were dramatic. They loved to interfere in mortal affairs, to take sides in wars, to fall in love with beautiful humans, to punish those who offended them and reward those who pleased them. Their stories were full of passion and conflict, triumph and tragedy. Mortals could relate to these gods because despite their immortality and power, they seemed recognizably emotional, capable of jealousy and love, anger and joy. Hemera, by contrast, was constant. She neither played favourites nor held grudges. Her gift of daylight fell equally on the just and the unjust, on those who honoured her and those who forgot her entirely. She had no dramatic love affairs, no legendary conflicts with other deities, no famous interventions in mortal wars. Her story was the quiet story of faithful service, of endless reliability, of love expressed through consistency rather than grand gestures, and so her temples grew few and far between. While magnificent structures rose to honour Zeus on mountain tops and Poseidon by the shores, while Apollo's oracle at Delphi drew pilgrims from across the known world, and Athena's Parthenon crowned the heights of Athens, Hemera's shrines remained small and simple. Those who did remember to honour her built modest altars in gardens and courtyards, places where the morning light could fall naturally, and where one could sit in quiet contemplation rather than participate in elaborate ceremonies. There were still those who sensed her presence, though they were often the forgotten themselves, the humble rather than the mighty. An old woman tending her herb garden would pause in her work as the first light touched her plants, feeling in that moment the gentle blessing of the goddess who made growth possible. A scholar puzzling over ancient texts would suddenly find clarity as dawn broke, understanding flooding in with the morning light that was Hemera's gift. A mother rocking a feverish child through the night would feel hope return, as darkness gradually gave way to the soft illumination of early morning. But these quiet devotions left no grand monuments, wrote no epic poems, created no legends that would be passed down through generations. Hemera's worshippers were content to receive her gifts in silence and gratitude, without feeling the need to proclaim their devotion from the housetops. Sometimes, in the deep peace of early morning, Hemera would walk among the forgotten places, the ruined temples whose roofs had fallen in, the abandoned shrines where wildflowers now grew between the altar stones, the quiet groves where her small circle of faithful had once gathered to greet each dawn. She felt no bitterness at their neglect, no anger at being displaced by more spectacular deities. Her nature was too fundamental, too rooted in the essential rhythms of existence, to be diminished by lack of recognition. Instead, she experienced a kind of melancholy understanding, the way an old friend might feel watching children prefer new toys to familiar treasures. She knew that mortals were drawn to novelty, to drama, to gods who seemed to share their own passions and struggles. She understood that her very perfection, her unwavering reliability, her complete freedom from petty emotions, made her seem distant to beings whose lives were ruled by change and uncertainty. Yet in her wanderings among the forgotten places, she would sometimes pause to listen to the dreams of sleeping mortals, and in those dreams she heard her own influence still at work. the clarity that came with morning, the sense of renewal and possibility that each dawn brought, the feeling of gentle awakening from rest. These were her gifts, still given freely whether recognised or not. She heard too the deeper dreams, the ones that touched on the eternal rhythms she and her sister maintained, the dreams of farmers who knew instinctively when to plant and when to harvest, of mothers who understood the natural cycles of rest and activity, of wise elders who had learned to value the quiet hours of contemplation as much as the active hours of work. And sometimes, in the dreams of poets and artists, she found herself remembered in ways that pleased her more than any grand temple ever could. A line of verse about the gentle bringer of morning peace, a painting that captured the soft moment when night fades into day, a song that spoke of clarity dawning like morning light. These touched her more deeply than the smoke of 1,000 sacrifices. For Hemera understood a truth that escaped many of the younger, more dramatic gods. True immortality lay not in being worshipped, but in being essential. She could fade from conscious memory and still remain as vital to existence as breath itself. Her gifts could be attributed to others and still continue to flow uninterrupted. Her name could be forgotten, and her presence still be felt in every dawn, every moment of clarity, every gentle awakening from sleep to full consciousness. The empty throne in the halls of Olympus did not diminish her. If anything, it freed her to focus on her true calling. The endless, faithful service that made all other divine activities possible, the constant tending of the boundary between night and day that allowed both rest and activity to exist in perfect balance. In the deepest hours of night, when even the gods of Olympus sleep and dream, when the moon has set and the stars burn with their most distant light, there is a stirring in the depths of Oceanus. It is subtle, barely more than a whisper of movement in the darkest water, but it carries with it the promise that has never once been broken since time began. Hemera wakes, not from sleep, for she who brings awakening to others knows no true rest, but from her quiet contemplation in the pearl-bright caverns beneath the eastern sea. She rises slowly, as she always has, as she always will. The water parts before her like silk curtains, and the first faint luminescence begins to gather around her form. This is not yet light as mortals know it, but the precondition for light, the gentle preparation of space and time for the miracle of day. Fish in the deepest trenches sense her passage and turn toward the surface, following an instinct older than their species. Currents shift to carry her toward the world above, eager to participate in the daily renewal she brings. As she ascends, Hemera's thoughts turn, as they often do in these quiet moments, to the nature of her existence. She's the most forgotten of the great primordial powers, yet perhaps also the most present. Every morning, in cottage and palace alike, mortals feel her gifts flowing through their lives. They stretch and yawn and feel the fog of sleep clearing from their minds. They look out windows to see a world made visible, colours emerging from the monochrome of night, details becoming distinct and clear. They do not think her name. Most have never heard it. And those who have often misremember her as a minor deity, a footnote in the greater stories of gods they find more interesting. But they live in her blessing nonetheless. The student who suddenly understands a difficult concept as morning comes, the artist who sees clearly how to complete the painting that puzzled her in darkness, the parent who finds patience returning with the dawn, all these experience her presence without knowing her name. This morning, like all mornings, she crests the surface of the eastern sea just as her sister Nyx's work draws toward completion in the west. The moment of their daily meeting arrives, that sacred instant when night and day exist together, when the boundary between rest and waking becomes visible as the thinnest line of light along the horizon. "Sister," Nyx murmurs, her voice carried on the wind that moves between worlds. "Another night's dreams safely tended." "And I shall guard their waking hours as carefully," Hemera responds. her words warming the air around them both. This exchange, repeated countless times since the cosmos first knew order, never loses its meaning for either goddess. They are the two halves of existence itself, and their perfect cooperation makes all other life possible. As Nyx gathers her starry robes and descends toward the rest, Hemera begins her slow spread across the awakening world. She moves differently now than in the earliest days, when hers was the only light the world knew. Then she had filled all the hours between sunset and sunrise with her gentle radiance. But as the cosmic order grew more complex, as Helios claimed the blazing noon and Eos painted the dramatic colours of dawn, Hemera's domain became more subtle, more specialised. She now ruled the quiet hours of early morning, the time of gentle awakening, the space between the dramatic darkness of deep night and the spectacular arrival of the sun. But this diminishment of her visible role has not weakened her essential nature. If anything, it has refined it, concentrated it into something more precious for being less obvious. The light she brings now is the light of understanding itself, the illumination that allows the mind to see clearly, to make connections, to find meaning in experience. A philosopher walking the hillsides in the early morning feels this light filling his thoughts, and the arguments that seem tangled and contradictory in lamplight suddenly reveal their underlying harmony. A mother nursing her infant in the pre-dawn darkness feels peace flow through her, as Hemera's influence spreads, and knows with deep certainty that she has everything she needs to care for this precious life. An old man sitting by his window, watching the world emerge from night, feels his memories becoming clearer and more vivid, as if her light is illuminating not just the present moment, but the treasured past as well. These small, perfect moments are Hemera's true worship now, not the grand ceremonies and elaborate sacrifices that honour the more dramatic gods, but the quiet recognition of her gifts, the grateful appreciation of her constant service. They may not know her name, these mortals who pause in their morning routines to appreciate the clear air and gentle light, but their gratitude reaches her as surely as any temple incense, and it pleases her more than the greatest cathedral ever could. For she has learned, through eons of faithful service, that true divinity lies not in being worshipped, but in being beneficial, not in demanding recognition, but in providing blessing, not in the grand gesture, but in the constant gift. She has become something that the younger gods, for all their power and glory, rarely achieve, truly essential rather than merely impressive. As the morning progresses and Helios prepares to harness his blazing steeds, Hemera begins her gentle withdrawal. She does not disappear entirely. Her influence remains in the clarity of thought that daylight brings, in the energy that flows through all growing things, in the rhythm of waking life that she first established. But she steps back to let her more dramatic colleagues take the stage, content to work behind the scenes, to provide the foundation that makes their spectacular shows possible, eternal patience and unwavering purpose. Her form shifts like mist at dawn, sometimes appearing as a woman of middle years with eyes that have seen the rise and fall of countless kingdoms, sometimes manifesting as a younger figure whose gentle smile carries the weight of infinite understanding. In her hands she holds the symbols that would become legendary among those who sought to understand the nature of divine justice. There is the sword, not a weapon of war, but an instrument of precision, its blade honed not for violence, but for the careful separation of truth from falsehood, of what is from what should be. The scales rest in her other hand, their golden plates catching light that seems to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. These are not the scales of human law courts bound by precedent and argument, but the cosmic scales that weigh intentions against actions, pride against wisdom. Behind her, vast wings spread like those of a great swan, their feathers shifting between silver and obsidian. These wings do not carry her through the sky as one might expect, but rather through the invisible currents of cause and effect, allowing her to appear wherever the balance has been disturbed. And always, always, the great wheel turns at her feet. The wheel of fortune that ancient philosophers would later call the fundamental truth of existence, that all things rise and all things fall, and in this eternal cycling lies the deepest wisdom of all. The Greeks understood something about justice that we have perhaps forgotten in our modern age. To them, justice was not merely the enforcement of laws or the punishment of crimes. Justice was the very fabric of reality itself, the force that ensured winter followed summer, that ensured the proud would eventually know humility, that ensured no mortal could rise so high that they forgot their place in the grand tapestry of existence. Nemesis was this force given form. She was the answer to the question that plagued ancient minds. What happens when mortals forget their mortality? What cosmic mechanism ensures that hubris, that dangerous pride that leads men to believe they are equal to gods, does not tear apart the careful order of the universe? In the soft darkness of her mother's realm, Nemesis learned patience. She learned to watch and wait, to recognize the precise moment when intervention was required. Unlike the dramatic entrances of Zeus with his thunderbolts, or Poseidon with his earth-shaking rage, Nemesis worked with the subtle certainty of tide and season. Her justice was not the lightning strike, but the steady erosion of stone, not the earthquake, but the gradual shifting of sand that eventually brings down the mightiest walls. The ancient stories tell us that she dwelt not in a golden palace on Mount Olympus, but in a grove of ash trees at Rhamnus near Athens. Here, in the quiet shade of those sacred trees, she would sit and listen to the prayers of those who had been wronged, not by crime or violence, but by arrogance and presumption. To this grove came those who had been humiliated by the proud, who had watched in silence as others claimed credit for their work, who had seen the wicked prosper while the good suffered in obscurity. And Nemesis would listen with the infinite patience of night itself, weighing each plea not against legal precedent, but against the deeper laws that governed all existence. Her response, when it came, was never hurried, never dramatic. It unfolded like a flower blooming in slow motion, like water finding its way through stone, like the inevitable arrival of dawn after the longest night. This, then, was the birth of balance made manifest, not in thunder and flame, but in the quiet certainty that all debts would eventually be paid, all pride would eventually meet its match, and all who forgot their place in the cosmic order would be gently, inexorably reminded of their humanity. The stories of Nemesis at work are like ripples in a still pond, beginning small, barely noticeable, then spreading in ever-widening circles until they reshape the entire landscape of a life. Her interventions were never cruel, never vindictive, but they carried the terrible weight of absolute certainty. When Nemesis moved against someone, it was not because she bore them ill will, but because the very structure of reality required their humbling. Consider the tale of Narcissus, perhaps the most famous of her interventions, though few who know the story realise her hand in its unfolding. He was a young man of such extraordinary beauty that mortals and immortals alike fell under his spell. But with this gift came a pride so profound, so complete, that he could see worth in no one but himself. He rejected every suitor, spurned every advance, left a trail of broken hearts in his wake like fallen leaves in autumn. Among those who loved him was the nymph Echo, whose own tragic story of lost voice made her affection all the more poignant. When she tried to express her love, she could only repeat his words back to him, a haunting mirror of sound that mocked even as it worshipped. Narcissus' rejection of her was not merely cold, it was contemptuous, dismissive of her very humanity. From her grove at Rhamnus, Nemesis watched and weighed. She saw not just the cruelty of his rejection, but the cosmic imbalance it represented. Here was a mortal who had forgotten that beauty is a gift, not an achievement, who had mistaken divine grace for personal superiority. The scales in her hands grew heavy with the accumulated weight of his prideful acts. Her response, when it came, was elegant in its simplicity and terrible in its appropriateness. Leading him to a pool of perfect stillness, she arranged that he should see his own reflection, and for the first time in his life, experience the overwhelming love that others had felt for him. But this love turned inward, became a prison. Unable to touch or possess the object of his newfound desire, Narcissus wasted away by the pool's edge, finally understanding the anguish he had caused others. The pool became his world, his reflection, his only companion. Day after day he gazed into those unchanging features, reaching out only to shatter the image with his touch, pulling back only to see it reform in mocking perfection. In this endless cycle of desire and frustration, he learned the true nature of the love he'd so carelessly discarded, and in learning it, he was consumed by it. Nemesis did not gloat over his fate. She did not appear to deliver speeches about justice served or lessons learned. She simply watched as the wheel of fortune completed its turn, as the scales found their balance. When Narcissus finally faded away, transforming into the flower that would bear his name, she nodded once, a small sad acknowledgement that the cosmic order had been restored, but Narcissus was far from her only intervention. The ancient world was full of kings and warriors who confused their temporary power with permanent superiority, who believed that their successes in battle or politics elevated them above the natural laws that governed all mortals. There was King Candoles of Lydia, who was so proud of his wife's beauty that he insisted his bodyguards spy on her while she bathed, treating her like a prize possession rather than a person. Nemesis' response came through the very man he had forced into complicity. When the queen discovered the violation, she gave Candole's bodyguard a choice: kill the king or die himself. The proud king fell victim to the very display of generosity that had revealed his deep disrespect for those he claimed to love. Then there was Croesus, also of Lydia, whose wealth became legendary throughout the ancient world. Rich as Croesus became a saying that outlasted his kingdom by millennia. But with his riches came a pride that bordered on the divine. He believed his wealth proved his superiority not just to other mortals, but to fate itself. When the oracle at Delphi warned him that if he attacked Persia, a great kingdom would fall, Croesus assumed it would be his enemy's kingdom. The irony was perfect and complete. The great kingdom that fell was his own. In each of these stories, we see the same gentle, inexorable pattern. Nemesis does not strike like lightning or roar like an earthquake. Instead, she works through the natural consequences of prideful actions, arranging circumstances so that those who have forgotten their humanity are reminded of it in the most personal, undeniable way possible. Her justice is poetic not because it is ornate or elaborate, but because it reveals the hidden connections that bind all actions to their consequences. The proud king falls not through external conquest, but through internal betrayal. The beautiful youth who cannot love others becomes unable to love anything but an untouchable image of himself. The wealthy ruler who believes money can buy divine favour discovers that it cannot even buy accurate interpretation of divine warnings. These are not random punishments inflicted by an angry deity. They are the universe's way of correcting imbalances, of ensuring that the great wheel keeps turning, that winter follows summer and humility follows pride as surely as night follows day. And Nemesis, patient and eternal, serves as the gentle hand that guides this wheel, ensuring that its turning serves not vengeance, but the deeper justice that keeps the cosmos in harmony. Even in the golden halls of Olympus, where immortal voices rang with laughter and divine wine flowed like starlight, there were whispered conversations that fell silent when certain names were mentioned. Zeus might thunder, Poseidon might shake the earth, Hades might open the ground itself, but when Nemesis stirred in her grove, even the gods paused, and considered their actions with uncharacteristic care. The Olympians, for all their power and glory, were not immune to the very human failing of hubris. Their immortality, their vast abilities, their dominion over the forces of nature, all of these could become sources of dangerous pride. And so, even among the divine, there needed to be someone who remembered that power without wisdom leads to chaos, that strength without humility corrupts even the noblest intentions. This role fell naturally to Nemesis, though she never sought it and certainly never flaunted it. She was not numbered among the 12 great Olympians who held court with Zeus. She did not demand temples or sacrifices or grand festivals in her honour. Instead, she maintained her quiet vigil from the mortal world, watching, weighing, ready to act when even divine power threatened to upset the cosmic balance. Consider the tale of Zeus himself and his pursuit of the Titaness Leto. In his ardour, the king of the gods cared little for the suffering his desire might cause. When Hera, in her jealous rage, decreed that no land should give shelter to Leto for her childbirth, Zeus initially did nothing to counter his wife's cruel edict. Here was divine power used carelessly, immortal desire pursued without regard for consequences. From her grove, Nemesis observed this unfolding drama with her characteristic patience. She did not confront Zeus directly. Such was not her way. Instead, she began to weave the subtle web of cause and effect that would restore balance. Through her influence, the floating island of Delos finally offered sanctuary to Leto, but not before the Titaness had wandered in agony across the earth, learning the full cost of divine passion. And Zeus, witnessing Leto's suffering, was forced to confront the consequences of his actions, to understand that even gods must consider the full weight of their desires. The twins born from this union, Apollo and Artemis, would themselves become gods associated with justice and restraint, as if the universe itself had ensured that Zeus's moment of thoughtless passion would ultimately contribute to cosmic balance rather than detract from it. But perhaps the most telling example of Nemesis's power over divine affairs came when Zeus himself attempted to seduce her. Stories of this encounter vary in the ancient sources, whispered as they were in hushed tones even among the immortals. Some say Zeus pursued her across land and sea, both of them changing forms repeatedly, she becoming a goose, he a swan, in an eternal chase across the heavens. Others claim she transformed herself into countless creatures to escape his advances, finally becoming a fish in the deepest waters before he matched her form and achieved his purpose. But here is the crucial detail that marks this as a story of Nemesis rather than of Zeus. The consequence of their union was not another divine hero or goddess destined for glory. Instead, their coupling produced an egg, and from that egg would eventually hatch Helen of Troy, she whose beauty would launch 1,000 ships and bring about the greatest war the world had ever known. Even in being conquered, Nemesis ensured that balance would be maintained. Zeus's moment of triumph would ultimately lead to consequences that would humble gods and mortal alike. The other Olympians learned to approach Nemesis with a combination of respect and wariness that they showed to few others. Ares, god of war, might rage against any opponent, but he was careful never to let his bloodlust become mere cruelty, knowing that Nemesis would ensure that cruelty repaid itself in kind. Aphrodite, goddess of love, might weave her spells around mortals and immortals alike, but she remembered that love forced upon the unwilling would find its own revenge. Even Athena, goddess of wisdom, would sometimes consult with Nemesis when faced with particularly complex matters of justice. For while Athena's wisdom was vast and her strategic thinking unparalleled, Nemesis possessed something different, an intuitive understanding of balance that went beyond logic or planning, a sense for the deeper patterns that connected all actions to their ultimate consequences. The lesser gods and spirits learned to invoke Nemesis's name when seeking protection from their more powerful brethren. A river god threatened by Poseidon's wrath might whisper prayers to her. knowing that she would ensure even the Sea King's anger had its proper limits. A wood nymph fleeing Apollo's unwanted advances might call upon her protection, trusting that the god of prophecy would remember that forced love brings only bitter fruit. This divine deference to Nemesis was not based on fear of her power in the traditional sense. She commanded no legions of demons or monsters. She wielded no weapons that could wound immortal flesh. Her strength lay in something far more fundamental, her perfect alignment with the deepest laws of existence itself. To oppose her was not merely to fight another deity, it was to war against the very structure of reality. And so, in the bright halls of Olympus, amid the feast and revelry of the immortals, there was always an undercurrent of awareness, a quiet recognition that somewhere in a grove of ash trees a patient goddess sat with scales in her hands, ensuring that even divine power would be held accountable to the greater good. The gods might rule the world, but Nemesis ruled the rules themselves, and in that quiet authority lay a power greater than thunder, deeper than the sea, more enduring than the mountains themselves. As the old gods faded and new empires rose from the dust of ancient Greece, the name of Nemesis travelled with the conquering legions and the spreading languages of civilization. The Romans, with their practical approach to divine matters, recognised her immediately. They called her by the same name and honoured her with temples throughout their growing empire, understanding that any lasting civilization requires some force to check the ambitions of its rulers. In the grand Colosseum, gladiators would sometimes whisper her name before entering the arena, asking not for victory but for balance, that if they were to die, it would be fairly, and if they were to live, it would be without hubris. Roman generals, celebrating their triumphs in parades through the capital, traditionally had a slave stand beside them whispering, "Remember, you are mortal," a custom that echoed Nemesis's ancient role as the goddess who reminded all people of their proper place in the cosmic order. Medieval Christian scholars found themselves grappling with the goddess's legacy in fascinating ways. Unable to dismiss the obvious truth that pride leads to downfall, they wove her essence into their understanding of divine providence. The great wheel that had always been her symbol became the wheel of fortune in medieval imagery, turning endlessly to bring the high low and lift up the humble. Dante, in his Divine Comedy, placed proud souls on the lowest terrace of purgatory, forced to carry massive stones that bent them low, a punishment that perfectly captured Nemesis's understanding that pride must be balanced by humility. The Renaissance brought a renewed interest in classical mythology, and artists began depicting Nemesis again, though often with a Christian interpretation. She appeared in paintings as divine justice, her scales weighing souls, her sword ready to cut through deception and pretense. But always in these depictions there remained something of her original nature. The quiet certainty, the patient wisdom, the understanding that true justice unfolds like a flower, slowly and inevitably. As the centuries passed, her name took on new meanings in the growing tapestries of human language. In English, Nemesis came to mean one's greatest enemy, or the source of one's downfall, but this was a diminishment of her true nature. She was never anyone's enemy in the personal sense. She was simply the force that ensured balance. To have Nemesis as one's opponent meant that one had set oneself against the natural order of things, a battle that could have only one outcome. Shakespeare understood this when he wrote of hubris and its consequences. In his tragedies, we see Nemesis's hand at work, though she is never named. Macbeth's ambition brings its own punishment. King Lear's prideful demand for flattery destroys the very love he sought to measure. These characters fall not because of external enemies, but because they have violated the fundamental balance between humility and power, and the universe itself corrects the imbalance. The modern world, with its rapid changes and technological marvels, might seem to have moved beyond the need for such ancient wisdom. We speak of disruption and innovation, of breaking rules and challenging conventions, yet Nemesis's influence persists in ways both subtle and profound. Every tale of corporate arrogance leading to spectacular failure echoes her ancient interventions. Every story of a powerful person brought low by their own excesses follows the patterns she established in the dawn of recorded history. In our legal systems, we still struggle with the balance between justice and mercy that Nemesis embodied so perfectly. In our economic theories, we debate the role of regulation and market forces, never quite achieving the elegant balance she maintained between freedom and restraint. In our personal lives, we still face the same fundamental question that occupied ancient Greek philosophers. How do we achieve success without succumbing to the pride that success can bring? Perhaps this is why Nemesis, unlike her flashier divine colleagues, was never truly forgotten. Apollo's oracle at Delphi fell silent. Athena's temples crumbled. Zeus's thunderbolts became metaphors. But Nemesis, patient, quiet Nemesis, simply continued her work under different names, through different mechanisms, with the same eternal purpose. She appears now in the natural consequences that follow unethical business practices. She manifests in the way that arrogant leaders eventually alienate their followers. She works through the psychological toll that cruelty takes on those who practice it, the way that dishonesty eventually becomes a trap for the dishonest, the manner in which those who show no mercy eventually find themselves in desperate need of it. In our interconnected world, her influence may be stronger than ever. Social media can amplify pride to dangerous levels, but it also ensures that hubris is more quickly and publicly corrected than ever before. A thoughtless comment, a moment of revealed arrogance, a display of casual cruelty, all can lead to consequences that Nemesis herself would recognise as perfectly appropriate. And so she continues her ancient vigil, no longer from a grove of ash trees, but from the very structure of cause and effect that governs our universe. Her scales are digital algorithms that surface truth from lies, social mechanisms that reward humility and punish arrogance, psychological laws that ensure pride comes before a fall. As you settle into sleep tonight, consider the gentle wisdom of this often forgotten goddess. In your daily life, when you achieve success, remember that it is a gift to be shared rather than a proof of superiority. When you encounter those who have forgotten their humanity in their pursuit of power or wealth or fame, remember that balance will eventually be restored, not through your anger or judgment, but through the patient working of forces far deeper than human emotion. Listen carefully in the quiet moments, and you might hear what the ancients heard. The soft whisper of wings in the darkness, the gentle settling of scales finding their perfect equilibrium, the almost inaudible turning of a great wheel that ensures all things find their proper place in the eternal dance of existence. Nemesis asks nothing of us but awareness. Awareness that we are part of something larger than ourselves, that our actions ripple outward in ways we cannot imagine, that true strength lies not in domination, but in balance. In this awareness lies a peace deeper than victory, a security greater than power, and a justice more lasting than any human law. Rest now in this knowledge, and let your dreams be guided by the quiet wisdom of balance, where all accounts are settled not in anger but in love, and all pride is gently transformed into the humility that opens the heart to wonder. Welcome back to Mythical Dreams. Tonight, we dive into the tale of Ares, the god who was feared by mortals and despised by gods. But was he truly the god of war, or the god of chaos? Before we begin, take a second to hit like, and drop a comment telling me where in the world you're listening from and what time it is for you right now. Let's step into the battlefield of Olympus and uncover the forgotten story of Ares. In the beginning, there was thunder without purpose, lightning without aim. Before the first mortal ever raised a sword in anger, before the first drop of blood stained the earth in battle, there was already chaos stirring in the golden halls of Olympus. It began with a child who should have been celebrated but was instead hidden away, a son who would embody the very contradictions that tear at the heart of war itself. Zeus, king of gods, father of lightning and law, sat upon his marble throne and felt the weight of disappointment settle like storm clouds across his immortal brow. In his arms lay a newborn whose cries could shake the pillars of heaven, not with joy, but with an uncontainable fury that seemed to emanate from his very essence. This was Ares, son of Zeus and Hera, and from the moment he drew his first breath, the Olympian court knew he was different. Hera, queen of the gods, gazed upon her child with a mixture of fierce love and troubled recognition. She had birthed this boy in the hopes of creating a worthy heir, a son who might stand beside his father as a paragon of divine authority. Instead, she found herself cradling something wilder than she had ever imagined, a force that seemed to pull chaos from the very air around him. When baby Ares cried, servants dropped their golden chalices. When he reached for objects, they often shattered in his tiny fists. The peacocks in Hera's garden would scatter at his approach, sensing something in the child that even they, creatures of divine beauty, could not understand. The contrast became apparent almost immediately when Zeus's other children came to meet their new brother. Athena, already wise beyond her years despite her recent birth from Zeus's head, approached the cradle with measured steps and thoughtful eyes. Where Ares brought disruption, she brought calm. Where his presence made mortals and immortals alike uneasy, hers inspired confidence and reverence. The court watched in fascination as she stood beside the cradle, her grey eyes studying the red-faced, screaming infant with the analytical gaze that would later make her the goddess of strategic warfare. "He is powerful," Athena observed, her young voice carrying the weight of ages, "but power without purpose is merely destruction." Zeus felt his heart sink. Even then he could see the truth in his daughter's words. Ares possessed strength that might one day rival his own, but it was raw, unrefined, chaotic. Where Athena's power flowed like a perfectly engineered aqueduct, channeling force towards specific calculated ends, Ares' strength was like a flood, devastating, unpredictable, and ultimately beyond control. As the child grew, these differences only became more pronounced. Athena spent her days in the great libraries of Olympus, studying the art of war as one might study architecture or poetry, as a craft requiring patience, intelligence, and careful planning. She learned to see battles as complex puzzles to be solved, armies as instruments to be conducted with precision. The other gods would often find her bent over ancient maps, tracing supply lines and analysing terrain, her silver eyes bright with the joy of intellectual challenge. Ares, meanwhile, was drawn to the practice yards where the minor gods and heroes trained, but he showed no interest in technique or strategy. Instead, he seemed intoxicated by the clash of bronze on bronze, the spray of blood, the primal roar that erupted from warriors locked in mortal combat. While Athena studied war, Ares lived it, breathed it, became it. He would watch mortals fight with an intensity that made even hardened veterans uncomfortable, his dark eyes following every brutal strike, every moment of pain and triumph, with an hunger that seemed bottomless. The isolation began subtly. At first it was merely a matter of preference, the other gods gravitating naturally toward Athena's measured wisdom, while finding themselves inexplicably disturbed by Ares' raw intensity. But as time passed, the distance grew more deliberate. Zeus, despite his paternal love, found himself making excuses to avoid his son's company. Hera, torn between maternal devotion and divine politics, began to feel the strain of defending a child that even she struggled to understand. The breaking point came during Ares' adolescence, when the young god witnessed his first mortal battle from the heights of Olympus. A small war between neighbouring city-states had erupted over disputed territory, and the gods watched with the detached interest of immortals observing mortal folly. Athena pointed out the tactical errors being made by both sides, analysing their formations and predicting the likely outcome based on terrain and troop movements. She spoke of the battle as a teacher might discuss a mathematical proof, intellectually engaging but emotionally distant. Ares watched in silence, but his silence was not peaceful. It was the stillness of a predator before the strike, the quiet before the storm. His hands gripped the marble balustrade of Olympus so tightly that fine cracks began to spread through the divine stone. His breath came in shallow gasps, and his eyes burned with a light that made nearby gods step unconsciously away from him. When the battle reached its climax, when bronze spears found their marks and warriors fell screaming to the blood-soaked earth, Ares threw back his head and laughed. It was not a sound of joy or amusement, but something far more primal. The laugh of a wolf in a sheep pen, of fire consuming dry grass, of storm winds tearing apart anything foolish enough to stand in their path. "Beautiful," he whispered, and the word carried such raw hunger that several goddesses actually shuddered. Beautiful and perfect and necessary. Zeus felt ice form in his immortal veins. This was his son, his blood, but in that moment he saw something that chilled him more than the depths of Tartarus. This was not merely appreciation for the martial arts or even bloodthirst as he had seen in other war gods. This was something else entirely, a fundamental attraction to chaos itself, to the moment when order broke down and civilization revealed its fragile foundations. From that day forward, the distance between Ares and the rest of Olympus became an unbridgeable chasm. He was invited to fewer councils, consulted on fewer matters of divine importance. When mortals built temples to the gods, they built grand structures to Zeus and Athena, beautiful shrines to Apollo and Artemis, but the temples to Ares were different. Darker, smaller, often built on battlefields where the ground was already consecrated with blood. Yet perhaps the cruelest isolation came not from divine rejection, but from divine misunderstanding. The other gods saw Ares' attraction to war and assumed they comprehended his nature. They labelled him the god of war and thought they had defined him completely, but they failed to recognise that what drew him was not war itself. It was the moment when war stripped away all pretense, when civilised mortals revealed the beast that lurked beneath their carefully constructed facades. He was not truly the god of war. He was the god of the chaos that war unleashed, the divine embodiment of the wild forces that civilization could contain but never truly tame. As he grew to full godhood, Ares learned to wear his isolation like armour. He cultivated his reputation for brutality and bloodlust, finding that mortals' fear and other gods' disapproval were preferable to their attempts at understanding, or worse, their pity. Better to be hated for what he appeared to be than misunderstood for what he truly was. And so, the stage was set for all the conflicts to come. In the golden halls of Olympus, wisdom was praised and chaos was scorned. Strategy was elevated while raw passion was dismissed as primitive. Ares, caught between his divine nature and his family's expectations, began to embrace the role they had cast for him. If they wanted a god of mindless violence, he would give them mindless violence. If they expected chaos, he would become chaos incarnate. But deep in the darkness of his rarely visited palace, Ares sometimes wondered if his family had ever truly seen him at all, or if they had simply looked at him and seen their own fears reflected back at them. For in his heart, if gods truly had hearts, he knew that chaos was not the opposite of order, but its necessary partner. Without his wild fury to tear down the old, there could be no space for Athena's wisdom to build the new. Without his storms to clear the air, her careful strategies would calcify into stagnation.